Chapter 1 Just became a godly hero, and I became a father? Huaxia, Jiangcheng. Hilton Hotel, Presidential Suite. HM. Something is a bit soft. Yi Xian pinched it, and then a sound of came. Realizing that it was not good, he hurriedly opened his eyes. I saw a beautiful woman with fair skin as white as snow, a delicate nose, a small cherry mouth, and long, black hair scattered casually like a waterfall. She was exceptionally charming in the golden sunlight, especially those red lips that made you want to give her a kiss. What's going on? This woman is like a fairy. Then, a flood of memories rushed into his mind. Yi Xian thought about yesterday. After the college entrance exam, he and his classmates had a wild party and drank a lot, and then he followed a woman to the room. Happiness came so suddenly. Seeing such a beautiful goddess in front of him, he felt like he was dreaming. No. Yesterday, it seemed that he was the passive one. No way. As the memory became clearer, Yi Xian suddenly remembered that he was the victim, and such a beautiful goddess actually existed. MMHM. At a certain moment, the beautiful woman next to him woke up and happened to look at Yi Xian. There was a moment of silence. Ah! A shrill scream resounded through the room. What? I'll be responsible for you. Yi Xian said this with a dry cough, especially after seeing the plum blossom mark on the bedding. Shut up. Su Mengyan glared at a certain guy. If you dare to tell anyone about what happened yesterday, I'll make you disappear from the world. After saying these harsh words, she hurriedly dressed, leaned against the wall and staggered out of the room, leaving Yi Xian, who was in a daze, behind. 4 years later, Jiangcheng University playground. Look, it's the goddess Bingbing. With Wang Bingbing's appearance on the playground, she immediately attracted the attention of many students. After all, she is the pure and innocent school flower of Jiangcheng University. In the end, her gaze fell on a certain handsome figure. She saw a handsome boy with deep features and starry eyes looking over. This person is Yi Xian. Yi Xian was calm and unruffled as he looked at the school flower in front of him. Because yesterday, he found out that this innocent school flower had cheated on him, but he didn't react much. Yi Xian, let's break up. When he arrived at the scene, Wang Bingbing glanced at the boy in front of her. You can't give me the life I want. Seriously, you're nothing but handsome. Wow. Upon hearing this, everyone on the playground was stunned. They had thought it was going to be a dog food scene, but instead it turned out to be a breakup. However, this is too harsh, dumping in front of everyone, completely without any face. Ding. The host has been broken up with by his girlfriend, and the divine system has successfully been activated. Just then, a voice sounded in his ear. Divine system? 4 years. After a lapse of 4 years, the system has finally arrived. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 23. Skills, randomly added skills. Wealth, 90000000000000000 Huaxia currency. Strengthening points, 0. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian couldn't help but be stunned. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. 100,000, 10 million, 10 billion. Looking at the wealth, Yi Xian was really a little confused. Good guy. The late system, just come up and it's the king's bomb. With this wealth, I'm afraid it won't be a problem to buy the whole world. System, what's your use? Yi Xian asked the most important question. Rules of the game: the host can get 1 enhancement point for every 100 million spent, which can be used to randomly add skills and upgrade their levels. Oh? Yi Xian understood after reading the system introduction, which meant that the more you spend, the stronger you get. Breaking up, right? Coming back to reality, Yi Xian glanced at Wang Bingbing. I agree. A moment ago she was indifferent to him, but now she is too high for him to climb up. Wang Bingbing was stunned when she heard this and looked at Yi Xian with disbelief. You agreed. Obviously, this answer took her by surprise. Shouldn't this guy be licking the ground like a dog, begging her not to break up and then slapping himself in the face? It's just that she didn't know what she had missed. Daddy! Before Wang Bingbing could think about it, a young and beautiful voice came over. Then, Yi Xian was then embraced by a cute little guy who was hugging his thigh. His face was filled with a happy smile like a crescent moon, which was extremely healing, and for a moment, he really liked it. Urka. Hearing the voice of the cute kid, Yi Xian crouched down and pinched his rosy cheeks. Although you are very cute, you can't say anything nonsense. Humph. The cute kid then gave a playful hum. You are daddy. Mr. Yi, right?
Just then, two policemen came from the side and solemnly came forward, which made Yi Xian's eyelids jump.
Hey, take a look at this.
One of the policewomen rubbed Xiaoxi's head and handed Yi Xian a document. This is the paternity test that Xiaoxi handed over to us, and we have verified that it is real.
No surprise, Xiaoxi should be your biological daughter. Then, Yi Xian's gaze fell on the paternity test.
The identification of Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxi, based on the results of the DNA test, the paternity of the child cannot be ruled out. Based on the analysis of the results of 15 different genetic loci, the probability of this biological kinship being established is 9,999,999%. This probability is calculated based on any unrelated unmeasured male.
Boom!
With the mountain of evidence, Yi Xian was dumbfounded, and everyone around him had their eyes wide open, their incredulous gazes falling on the sweet and adorable baby.
Holy cow! Senior Yi Xian, you actually have such a big daughter? What? Hearing the police's words, Wang Bingbing felt the sky collapse. How could this be?
Yi Xian actually has a child, and it's almost 3 years old.
At that time, they had only confirmed their relationship for a short time. Thinking about this, Wang Bingbing felt like a clown. System, is this for real?
Looking at the paternity test in her hands, the amount of information was overwhelming.
Host, have you forgotten the beastly act you committed 4 years ago? 4 years ago?
Upon hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly thought of that stunningly beautiful woman.
It turns out that this cute baby looks quite similar to her. Damn, I'm going to be a father? I've just become a godly hero, and I'm already going crazy being a dad. Mr. Yi.
At this point, the police officer's words came again. If you dare to abuse your child, you will go to jail.
Behave yourself. After that, the policewoman flashed a beautiful smile. See you, Xiaoxi. Hee, see you, pretty sister. Xiaoxi's cute voice came out, and the policewoman's smile became even brighter, waving her hands before leaving. Eh? Then, Xiaoxi blinked with curious eyes. Daddy, who is this auntie? Mommy is much prettier than her. Bang.
Yi Xian patted Xiaoxi on the head and laughed. Girl, don't tell the truth.
Chapter 2, The Supercar Club, Taking Down the 80 Million Devil's Son. Guliolu. It wasn't long before Xiaoxi left the playground, and her stomach started to grumble. Daddy, I'm hungry. Haha, let's
go, Yi Xian said, pinching her cheek affectionately at her pitiful appearance.
Daddy will take you out for a big meal. Really?
Hearing that his father was going to take him out for a big meal, Xiaoxi was overjoyed. Daddy is so good.
After saying "mua," he didn't forget to give his father a kiss. It's not bad being a father. A quarter of an hour later. Next to the school, the Magnolia Hotel. Sir, may I take your order? The waiter came up to him and asked curiously. This. Yi Xian then ordered the set meal on the menu, and the waiter was taken aback when he saw it. Sir, are you sure? This is the hotel's most luxurious set meal, and it's a real waste for 2 people.
Yi Xian gave a slight smile, for money was no problem for him.
By the way. During the meal, Yi Xian asked the little guy, Xiaoxi, what's your mom's name? Su Mengyan. Cici's sweet voice came out, and then she thought of something. Daddy hasn't seen Mummy for a long time, has he? Nod.
Then, Cici took out her phone and suddenly there she was, wearing a long white dress, her face as bright as the moon, her eyes like the brightest stars, shining with the light of wisdom. Her long hair fell like a waterfall, dancing lightly in the wind. She was stunning, beautiful beyond compare, radiant as spring flowers. No words can describe the girl in the photo, like a fairy who has descended to earth.
Isn't Mommy beautiful?
Seeing the look of awe on Baba's face, Xiaoxi's face was full of smiles.
It's no exaggeration to say that Mommy is 10 times more beautiful than the auntie on the playground before. Yi
Xian nodded, steadying his mind. Not bad.
That's right. Xiaoxi said arrogantly, and then continued, there are a lot of people who like Mommy now. After finishing eating, they went to the cashier. Sir, cash or credit card?
Asked the cashier politely, and Yi Xian handed over a card.
The sound of
the card being swiped reassured Yi Xian. After all, having 900 billion system wealth was one thing, but being able to use it was quite another.
Did you like it?
Yi Xian asked, his eyes full of adoration, as they left the restaurant. Upon hearing this, the little girl pecked her head, feeling super happy to be with her father.
Squeak!
But at this moment, a commercial vehicle came to a screeching halt in the middle of the field.
Oh! Auntie Lee is here.
With a squeak, Xiaoxi hid behind her father, clutching his clothes tightly, and didn't forget to secretly look at the woman who got out of the commercial vehicle.
Little miss, you've snuck out again?
Xiaoli got out of the car and saw Xiaoxi's guilty look. The young lady knows she's going to get angry again.
Poof. With Baba's support, Xiaoxi's got a lot more courage. Why shouldn't I come find Baba? Air.
Xiaoli covered her head when she heard this. As the special assistant to Su Mengyan, she naturally knows a lot about the young lady, and she is also one of the few people who knows that Yi Xian is Xiaoxi's father.
That's fine.
Yi Xian interrupted the two, looked at Xiaoli, and said, I'll take responsibility for anything that happens.
This. Xiaoli couldn't help but sigh. This day had finally come. I don't know. What will Mrs. reaction be when she sees this? That's right.
Looking at the business car, Yi Xian gave a slight smile and said, I just need the car.
Is the driver okay for the time being?
Hee, of course there's no problem.
Before Xiaoli could say anything, Xiaoxi had already gotten into the car. Daddy, come get in the car quickly. Okay.
Yi Xian nodded and got into the car, which made Xiaoli beside him look a little surprised.
He hadn't even spoken yet, so was that really polite? Ahem, where are you going, sir? Xiaoli coughed dryly and asked awkwardly.
After all, there was nothing wrong with calling him sir because of the young lady's relationship with him.
Buying a car.
Yi Xian said casually, and Xiaoli nodded and hit the gas, driving off into the distance.
Daddy, what kind of car are you going to buy?
Cici blinked her eyes, looking at Yi Xian with a cute expression. Xiaoli was quite envious of her adorable appearance.
Little miss rarely treats people this way. Well. Yi Xian scratched Cici's nose. When we get there, let our little Cici choose, okay? Oi. Long live Daddy.
Upon hearing her father assign her such a difficult task, Xiaoxi was overjoyed.
Sir, are you sure you want to go to the supercar club? Xiaoli said with a dry cough.
After all, the Jiangcheng Supercar Club is full of million-dollar luxury cars, and as far as she knows, Sir is still in school. Yi Xian nodded in response. His initial goal was to spend 100 million yuan.
Before long, the Supercar Club was in sight. Wow.
Upon arriving at the club lobby, Xiaoxi was full of amazement upon seeing the dazzling array of cool supercars. This was the first time she had been to a place like this.
Daddy, look. There are so many beautiful sports cars.
Seeing the little guy's expression, Yi Xian looked at Xiaoli with confusion.
Ahem, what's the matter? Miss is quite busy.
There was inevitably some awkwardness during the conversation. After all, he had owed the little miss quite a bit of company over the years.
I see.
Yi Xian looked at Xiaoxi, and there was an extra touch of tenderness in his eyes.
You can choose whichever one you like, Daddy will pay for it.
Seeing the excited little guy, Yi Xian was overwhelmed.
Really?
Xiaoxi was overjoyed at hearing her father's words, and this scene made many of the surrounding girls envious.
Mom.
They want a daddy like this who spoils them so much.
This one is no good, it's so small. And that color is ugly. And soon, Xiaoxi was in front of a cool black supercar. Daddy, this is so domineering.
Swish. A sweet and lovely voice rang out, and then it attracted the attention of everyone. When everyone looked at the supercar next to Xiaoxi, their pupils suddenly shrank.
Is that the son of the devil? After seeing the supercar, Xiaoli couldn't help but twitch his mouth.
The Supercar Club's town treasure.
It's worth 80 million. At this time, the sales manager saw this scene and hurriedly came forward to introduce, Sir, this car is equipped with a 65-liter V12 engine, with a maximum power of 566 kilowatts and a peak torque of up to 720 Nm. The 0 to 100 km/h acceleration time is only 28 seconds, and the top speed can reach 350 km/h. Its performance is comparable to the Lamborghini Aventador SVJ Coupe. Moreover, this supercar's overall appearance uses a large number of exaggerated aerodynamic kits. Oh? Looking at the cool supercar in front of him, Yi Xian nodded, I'll take this car. Puka. The sudden words almost made Xiaoli choke, and her gaze fell on her husband-to-be, full of disbelief. It seems that her husband-to-be is not what she imagined. Chapter 3 Mama, you're a bad person, don't talk about your father like that. Sir, are you sure?
The sales manager was flabbergasted and asked in confirmation.
MMHM.
Yi Xian nodded slightly and then handed the black card to the sales manager. Swipe the card.
Okay. Taking a deep breath, the sales manager solemnly accepted the bank card. Ding.
As the card was successfully swiped, the sales manager gulped and swallowed, and the person in front of him was a big shot.
Are you kidding?
He waved his hand and spent 80 million, so it's obvious how big this person is just by looking at him. At this moment, Yi Xian summoned his attribute panel.
Name, Yi Xian.
Age, 23 years old.
Skills, randomly added skills. Wealth, 89999999199811112 Huaxia currency. Strengthening points, 0.
Yi Xian nodded to himself as he looked at the attribute panel.
Very good.
There was still more than 19 million to go before he could achieve his small goal.
Boom.
The supercar started up, and the roar of the beast was so loud that it made people's hearts race. It was really something. Many of the men around envied him.
It was so cool. Young master, did you really buy this?
Li Xia swallowed hard, as this was quite a shock to her.
What else?
Yi Xian didn't care about this at all, and looked at the small goal that was one step away from being achieved.
Xiao Li. Are there any villas for sale nearby? The more expensive the better? Villas?
Xiao Li vaguely sensed something after hearing this. Mister, do you want to buy a villa too?
That's right.
Yi Xian nodded and said nonchalantly.
I know a few villas.
After a pause, Xiao Li continued, Zhangcheng opened a Royal Dragon Villa a few days ago, and it is the top of the line in the entire city.
Really?
Upon hearing this, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Let's go there.
Half an hour later. A
squeaking sound came from the supercar, and it stopped in front of Royal Dragon Villa 8.
Master, here is the villa contract and key.
Xiao Li coughed dryly, truly shocked by the extravagance of the villa in front of him.
Wow. Cece's eyes sparkled as she saw the villa. Daddy, is this where we'll live from now on? MMHM.
Yi Xian nodded slightly and smiled. Do you like it?
I love it.
The villa before them looked like a modern art palace, with a black and white exterior and simple, powerful lines.
Upon entering the villa, the first thing that catches the eye is a huge crystal chandelier, dazzling and bright, illuminating the entire hall.
In the center of the hall is a huge circular fountain, with water splashing everywhere, giving a feeling of coolness.
The interior of the villa is luxuriously decorated without losing taste.
Every piece of furniture has been carefully selected, and every detail reveals the taste and wealth of the rich. It is worthy of being the $110 million mansion. Xiao Li sighed, thinking back on the day's experiences. In just half a day, the young master had spent nearly 200 million yuan, which was unimaginably wealthy. Young master, I have some work to do for the group, so I'll be going first. Xiao Li spoke after a moment of emotion.
Yi Xian nodded slightly. Go. Bye, Auntie Xiao Li.
Xiao Shi waved to Xiao Li with a sweet voice, and soon the two were left alone in the hall.
Dad, I'm going to go look at the villa.
As Xiao Li left, Xiao Shi bounced and ran away, like a bird that had escaped from its cage.
System, help me exchange skills. Yi Xian mentally said, watching the little ones departing back.
Soon the system responded.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have acquired the basic cooking ability.
Note, basic cooking ability is enough to instantly kill a celebrity chef. Next. Yi Xian's mind was filled with various dishes and techniques. Even.
Both his hands and taste buds had undergone subtle changes, and there was no doubt that at this moment Yi Xian's culinary skills were comparable to those of a master chef.
Ding dong ding.
Just as he came back to his senses, the sound of a video call came from not far away.
Ah.
Cece's face turned white when she saw the display on the video. Daddy, help.
Mummy's calling.
She took a few small steps and came running over. After all, this was the first time she had successfully snuck out to find Daddy.
It's just that, I'm not going to eat you.
Yi Xian looked at the little one with a smile of a loving father.
Oh.
With Yi Xian by her side, Xiao Shi felt a little more at ease. On the other end of the phone call was a beautiful woman with a face that could melt the world.
Su Xiaoxi, you've grown up.
Su Mengyan's eyes narrowed as she stared at Xiao Shi, who hid behind Yi Xian.
You're so naughty, I want to go to Daddy. You.
Su Mengyan saw the appearance of Xiao Shi, and her pair of fiery eyes fell on Yi Xian. Yi Xian, how dare you?
Su Mengyan, you're also very brave. Even if there is a face that can win over the country on the other side, so what? He is a being that sits on 900 billion.
The child is so big, and he doesn't even tell me.
The two met for the first time, and obviously didn't have a good impression of each other. Humph. Su Mengyan snorted, that's my choice, none of your business. I'm warning you.
Pausing, Su Mengyan continued, if you dare bully Xiaoxi, I'll make you pay.
Mommy, you're bad.
Hearing her mommy say bad things about her daddy, Xiaoxi was unhappy at once, her face puffed up with anger. You're not allowed to talk to daddy like that.
I'm ignoring you. Da.
While talking, Xiaoxi domineeringly turned off the video call, and her little face was full of the look of being upset that her mother had made her angry. Little guy, you are worthy of being your father's little cotton-padded jacket.
Come, give me a kiss.
Yi Xian said, tilting his handsome face, and Xiaoxi giggled after hearing this. Moa.
Mommy is so bad, she even said bad things about you. Xiaoxi never likes her anymore.
Yi Xian's heart melted at the words, and he thought to himself that he had cultivated enough good fortune over many lifetimes to have such an attentive daughter.
Meanwhile, at Fengming Villa.
This is. Watching the video after the call ended, Yu Menjian couldn't react for a while. You little she, you actually dared to hang up on me.
How dare you?
In the past, Xiaoxi would never dare to do this to her, but now.
But after spending a day with that guy, how dare he continue like this? Yi Xian.
Su Mengyan clenched her teeth, and images from 4 years ago flashed through her mind. Her hands tightened, and she wanted to tear that guy to pieces.
Damn it! The more she thought about it, the more angry she became.
That guy had never spent a single day with her in 4 years, so why was he acting so tough?
No way. I absolutely can't let the little guy stay with that jerk. If this goes on, what's going to happen?
Vaguely, a trace of unease welled up in her heart, but Yu Menjian was unaware of it, and the destinies of the two were quietly intertwined at this moment.
As for what would happen next, no one knew. Chapter 4 Yi Xian, could he be a second-generation member of a wealthy family? Time flew, and night fell. Daddy, are you done yet? Cece blinked her eyes, staring expectantly at the kitchen. Obviously it was dinner time. I'm done.
Yi Xian carried 2 plates of fried rice with egg on them. Under the soft lighting, every grain of rice was covered in a golden crust and exuded a tempting luster. The bright green of the chopped green onion added a touch of vitality and freshness. The fried rice was cooked to perfection, maintaining the softness of the rice grains without losing their chewiness. The moment it entered the mouth, the aroma spread, and the rich texture made people unable to stop eating bite after bite. This bowl of fried rice with eggs is not only a delicacy, but also an artistic treat.
Goo.
Looking at the fried rice with eggs on the plate, Xiaoxi gulps.
Wow. After eating a mouthful of fried rice with eggs, Xiaoxi's eyes sparkle. It's delicious. Dad, you're amazing.
Xiaoxi looks at her father in admiration, and Yi Xian can't hold back the smile at the corner of his mouth.
You're kidding?
To be looked at with such admiration by his little cotton-padded jacket is undoubtedly the proudest thing for an old father.
It's delicious, so have some more.
Yi Xian was beginning to taste the sweetness of his skills at this moment, and he was surprised when he took a mouthful of the fried rice.
Good stuff?
This is fried rice that he made himself.
Moreover, this is still beginner's level cooking, so let's wait until the skill upgrade screen.
Looking at the fried rice, Xiaoxi nodded heavily.
The next morning. Daddy, where are we going?
In the sports car, Xiaoxi asked her father expectantly.
Shopping.
Yi Xian smiled slightly.
Is this what it feels like to have a daughter? It's amazing. Especially.
Hearing her cute voice makes him feel indescribably comfortable.
Shopping, yes.
The little one is so excited, because normally her mother never takes her to those kinds of places.
Buy whatever you want. Daddy's buying.
He squeezed the little one's face, which was soft and comfortable.
Hee, Daddy's the best.
The little one hugged Daddy affectionately, expressing his happiness. After about a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the shopping center. The shopping center looked like a futuristic starship, with a silver exterior that reflected the sunlight and sparkled. Inside, the spacious corridors are lined with high-end brand boutiques, each with a unique design that attracts the attention of customers. In the central rotunda, a huge LED screen constantly broadcasts the latest fashion information and advertisements, and the surrounding crowd stop from time to time to watch.
Daddy, so many beautiful clothes.
Looking at the wide range of brand name shops, the little guy was overwhelmed.
Soon, the two arrived at the Dior flagship store. Welcome. As soon as they arrived at the flagship store, the beautiful saleswomen greeted them warmly. Sir, may I help you? I'd like to buy some clothes.
Yi Xian said with a smile, but it left the beautiful saleswoman who was receiving them speechless, and her heart rate accelerated.
The handsome man's smile is so charming. Daddy, does this skirt look good?
It wasn't until the words of the little she beside him that he came back to his senses, and his face couldn't help but turn red. Yi Xian heard this and looked around.
Not bad, buy it.
Looking at his little princess-like daughter, Yi Xian sighed. She is so pretty even at such a young age. What will she look like when she grows up?
What about this bag? Buy it.
Daddy, this perfume smells good.
Buy it. Buy it.
Under the envious stares of the sales assistants, they bought a lot of things one after the other.
Mom.
This handsome guy spoils his daughter too much. I wish he was my boyfriend.
Ha!
Just then, 3 girls walked up from a short distance outside the store.
One of the girls was full of surprise when she saw Yi Xian. Bing Bing, isn't that your ex-boyfriend you broke up with? Scoff.
Another girlfriend saw this and her mouth was full of sarcasm. That poor guy, he dares to come to a place like this.
Not bad.
The previous girl nodded in agreement. Bing Bing, you did the right thing breaking up. We support you.
Yi Xian
clenched her hands when she saw the guy who had humiliated her. See how you'll end up later?
Hey. One of her girlfriends, her eyes rolling. Bing Bing, let's go.
We'll go tease him.
And in the meantime, the 3 of them entered the flagship store. Hey, isn't that Yi Xian? Upon entering the store, the girlfriend looked at Yi Xian. What, you can't even afford formula and you come to a place like this? You should know your place.
At this, another girlfriend added her voice. Exactly.
The mall really is ridiculous, letting just anyone in.
Her words were full of disdain.
Yi Xian.
Wang Bingbing's expression was calm as she looked at Yi Xian in front of her. This is not a place for you to be.
Daddy, it's that bad woman.
Xiaoxi naturally recognized the bad person as the one who had parted with her father on the playground when she saw Wang Bingbing.
Ahem. The sales assistants heard this and coughed dryly. Sir, do you know them? 3 idiots.
Yi Xian glanced at the 3 of them and said without hesitation.
Puff. The sales assistants couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. Yi Xian, you. Beep.
Just then, the card was swiped and the cashier's voice came through. Sir, your total bill is 1.32 million.
Here is your receipt. Ha!
Upon hearing this, the 3 of them, who had been about to get angry, were dumbfounded.
What?
Wang Bingbing's best friend, who had been shouting earlier, was left with a blank mind. Over $1 million.
The payment was successful. How is that possible? It's true.
This scene directly left the 3 of them dumbfounded.
Sir, have a nice day.
The crowd at the Dior flagship store bowed to see Yi Xian leave, which made the 2 girlfriends feel like they were dreaming.
This.
Wang Bingbing looked dumbfounded at the direction Yi Xian and his daughter left in, and realized something.
Her pretty face turned pale. How could it be? That Yi Xian is actually so rich? Why, I didn't know anything about it.
Just then, one of Wang Bingbing's girlfriends looked ugly. Bingbing, I heard people say that some big families like to set up tests and stuff.
You say Yi Xian, do you think he is a second generation of a wealthy family? Boom.
Wang Bingbing's face turned even paler when she heard this. How is this possible? She said so, but her heart sank. The fact that he had spent more than $1 million without blinking his eyes said a lot.
Humph.
The little guy was overjoyed when he saw the reactions of the others. You asked for it, you idiots.
They are so hateful.
After walking a long way, Xiaoxi still felt aggrieved for Baba, saying that Baba was a bad person.
Chapter 5, a domineering move, and then meeting Ximenjian again. Go. Pulling the rosy little hand, Daddy will take you to the next house.
After hearing this, Xiaoxi nodded his head with a beaming smile on his face.
Hermes, Givenchy, Gucci.
The mall was suddenly filled with the 2 of them, creating a beautiful scene that attracted the envy of many people. I don't know how long it took. When they came out of the mall, the supercar was already packed to the brim.
CC, are you happy?
He pinched the little guy's face with affection. Cece kept nodding his head, his face smiling like a crescent moon, super happy.
Mooah.
The little guy gave a loving kiss, which immediately revived Yi Xian, who was a little sleepy. This reward made him not feel tired even if he had to shop for another day and night.
That's Yi Xian.
However, at this moment, 3 people walked over from not far away in the parking lot.
It was Wang Bingbing and the others. Ah. Another best friend.
Her eyes widened, and then suddenly shrank. Oh my god. The devil's child. She took a deep breath, but then felt a little suffocated, her eyes full of disbelief. It turned out to be the son of the devil.
Ah.
Wang Bingbing and her friend couldn't help but look at her with puzzled expressions when they heard what their best friend said. They had never heard of the son of the devil.
Cough cough. Xiao Lu, is the son of the devil expensive?
At this time, her best friend on the side tentatively asked. After all, Xiao Lu's reaction just now had already said it all.
Of course. The best friend named Xiao Lu gulped. Do you know that this is a limited edition Lamborghini top-of-the-line supercar? It's worth 80 million yuan. Boom.
As soon as these words were uttered, Wang Bingbing and the other woman's minds were like being struck by lightning, and their brains went blank.
Then
they looked again at Yi Xian and the other person who had already gotten into the car, and their eyes changed.
80 million yuan.
There's no such thing as a car that expensive in the world.
Cough, Bingbing, I think you can try again.
Listening to Xiaolu's words, the other best friend took a deep breath. This is a chance to marry into a wealthy family. On the other side, in the supercar.
Ding dong ding.
A cell phone rang, and seeing the caller display Xiaoli, she answered.
Hello, master. Xiaoli's voice came from the other side. So, do you have time now? Is there something wrong? Xiaoli's tone was slightly anxious, and Yi Xian asked. It's like this.
Xiaoli paused for a moment. The young lady was being set up at a banquet, and she was afraid that she would be targeted. Sir, why don't you go help the young lady?
At the banquet?
Upon hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned, and the little guy couldn't sit still anymore. Although he said on the surface that his mommy was a bad person, he really loved his mommy very much.
Daddy, let's go save mommy, okay?
The pitiful expression made Yi Xian see no reason to refuse, and he petted the little guy by rubbing his head.
Okay. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoli sent the location. Daddy is the best.
Upon seeing that Daddy had agreed, Xiaoxi's cute voice came through. If anyone saw it, they would be envious.
10 minutes later, Kunpeng Hotel.
In the private room.
Humph.
A woman sneered as she entered the box, and she was the initiator of this gathering, Su Qianxue, and also the daughter of the Jiangqing family, the Su family, which was the same as the Shi family.
Entering the box, Su Qianxue directly attacked. Hey! Isn't this our beautiful Shi?
Her gaze fell on Shi Mengyan, and her eyes were full of undisguised jealousy.
What right does that bitch have to get pregnant out of wedlock and still be pursued by everyone? Why didn't you bring your eldest niece?
With a full of irony, Su Qianxue continued, speaking of which, you Menjian, you only rely on your good looks. If it weren't for the child, you would have long since become the plaything of the rich young masters of the powerful families. With a cold smile, back then, Yu Menjian was once known as the most beautiful woman in Jiangcheng.
Due to the weak position of the Isha family in Jiangcheng, she was already being eyed by many young masters of powerful families.
That's right, I also don't know who the father of that bastard is.
Pop.
A follower next to Su Qianxue had not finished speaking when Shi Mengyan slapped him.
Shut up.
Shi Mengyan's eyes were filled with rage, and Xiaoxi was her taboo. Say another word, and I'll make you disappear from Jiangcheng.
You.
The manservant who was covering his side with his hand had his pupils shrink, and he immediately dared not say another word. She was just someone from an inferior family, completely unworthy of comparison with the Jiangcheng Yushi family, so naturally she did not dare to offend her completely.
Humph.
Su Mengyan snorted, then looked at the field. These people were undoubtedly all brought by Su Qianxue to embarrass her.
How could she not know about such a shoddy banquet? Shi Mengyan is still as strong as ever. Su Qianxue glanced at Shi Mengyan, but wait and see if you can still be strong.
If I cut your beautiful face.
Her gaze fell on the face of Shi Mengyan's peerless beauty, and Su Qianxue couldn't wait to do it right away. The people around the box also had mockery in the corners of their mouths. They looked forward to witnessing the disfigurement of a girl of peerless beauty. Su Qianxue, you dare. Su Mingyan's face sank. She didn't expect Su Qianxue to be so bold. What am I afraid of?
Su Qianxue smiled slightly, then walked towards Su Mengyan, raising her hand to touch her beautiful face, which should have been hers.
What right does Su Mengyan have?
Thinking of this, Su Qianxue's hand moved faster. Just as Su Qianxue was about to succeed, a large hand grabbed Su Qianxue's wrist, and the handsome figure stood in front of Su Mengyan like this. Then with a push, he staggered back and almost fell to the ground.
Don't you dare bully Mama. Just then, Xiaoxi blocked in front of Mama and stared angrily at Su Qianxue and the others.
Xiaoxi, why are you here? Seeing Xiaoxi, Yang Mengyan's beautiful eyes softened.
Oh.
Su Qianxue came back to her senses and her gaze fell on Xiaoxi. Such a little brat, Yang Mengyan, is this your bastard child?
Pop.
Before Su Qianxue could finish speaking, Yi Xian directly slapped her and she fell to the ground.
This sudden scene shocked everyone in the arena. Good guy. Who is this guy? Doesn't he know Su Qianxue's identity? The young man is finished. This guy. Su Mengyan was also a little stunned when she saw Yi Xian's domineering move. Su Qianxue's identity is not simple.
Publicly hitting her could cause a major incident.
How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? Pop.
Before he could finish speaking, he turned around and slapped him again, sending him flying.
As a man who owns the wealth of the world, I don't care who you are. If you dare to do so again, I will take your life. Gulu.
As soon as these words were spoken, there was dead silence in the box, and all eyes fell on Yi Xian.
Who the hell is this living hell? Daddy is so cool.
Seeing the bad woman being beaten by Daddy, Xiaoxi Mingda excitedly clapped her hands.
Daddy must be the most awesome man in the world. See if you dare to bully Mommy again, huh? Chapter 6, Look, Daddy, Mummy is blushing. Let's go. He took Shi Mingyan's delicate hand and walked towards the outside of the box.
It felt soft and cool, very comfortable.
You
were pulled away by someone's overbearing hand. Shi Mengyan wanted to break free, but she was no match for Yi Xian.
Oof.
Looking at the guy in front of her, Yu Mengjian had a complex expression.
She didn't expect to meet like this. Don't think that this will make me like you. Is that so?
Yi Xian didn't care about this. If it wasn't for Xiaoxi, do you think I want to come? You're so pretty, is your brain mushy?
She glared at Yu Mengjian angrily. I can't tell that someone is messing with you. I was so taken aback that I couldn't find anything to say in return.
Of course I knew it was a trap, but that guy was so annoying.
Go home and feed the dog, Cici said suddenly, cutting the two of them off in the middle of their argument. Go away, what's a child saying? Su Mengyan glared at the little brat and snapped, who's feeding the dog? Nope.
Cici didn't care and looked at the people staring around them. Look at them.
Air.
Looking around, Ziyuanyan froze and noticed that everyone was looking at them with envy, even with a silly smile on the corners of their mouths. Under the scene, Ziyuanyan's face suddenly turned a rare shade of red, spreading to her neck.
What? Do those people have a problem with their eyes? Why is it dog food? Hee, look at Daddy, Mummy's blushing.
At this moment, the little guy revealed her shortcomings without mercy, which made Yi Xian flustered. She had never thought that there was such a side to the girl.
I didn't think you could blush too.
Yi Xian teased with a laugh, but this remark drew a fierce glare from Yi Xian. None of your business. Listening to her father and mother arguing, Xiaoxi covered her mouth and laughed.
Her mother lied and said she hadn't given her any dog food. Today, I'm so happy. Half an hour later, at the Royal Dragon Villa. Squeak.
As the supercar pulled up in front of the villa, Ximenjian got out of the car with Xiaoxi in her arms, but Ximenjian's heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate, and her eyes were filled with struggle.
Why? Are you afraid that I won't let you go?
She glanced at Yi Xian, then pulled Xiaoxi into the villa, leaving the stunned Ximenjian behind.
Humph.
Hearing the provocative words of a certain guy, Su Mayan naturally would not let him have his way.
It's just entering the villa, what's so great about it? Mommy, I'll show you around. At this time, Xiaoxi took Mammy's hand and sweetly said, Daddy's villa is super nice. Su Mayan nodded, naturally not wanting to be alone with that guy for a long time, for fear of being seen by the little guy as spreading dog food again. Before long, the sound of knocking on the villa's front door was followed by the entrance of a man, Li Jiren, the property manager. Mr. Yi, I hope I'm not disturbing you?
he said, bowing as he entered the living room. After all, the person in front of him was the big shot who had bought the penthouse, and he couldn't afford to be presumptuous.
No.
Yi Xian said with a smile, and Li Ziran let out a deep sigh of relief when he heard this.
Luckily, I didn't disturb you, otherwise it would be bad if I made this big shot unhappy.
That's good. Li Ziran nodded and then stated his reason for coming. Right, Mr. Yi.
Are you satisfied with all aspects of the villa?
This visit is to ask some questions and maintain a good relationship with the owners. After all, these people are their benefactors.
It's okay.
Yi Xian said honestly that both the greenery and the villa design were impeccable.
Really?
Li Ziran's face only revealed a slight smile when he heard this. If you have any needs, you can call me. While talking, Li Ziran handed over a business card with his contact information on it.
Okay.
After receiving the business card, Yi Xian thought of something. Right, she can't sleep well at night.
Are the surrounding villas available for sale now? I see.
Li Ziran pondered for a moment, and then checked the sales information in his hands. Mr. Yi, since the Royal Dragon Villa was not open for long, the surrounding villas 6, 7, 9, and 10 and 11 have not been purchased yet. After checking, Li Ziran explained.
Oh.
Upon hearing Li Ziran's words, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. It would be a pity to miss such a great opportunity to spend money.
Really?
After feigning deep thought for a moment, when Ximenjian returned from touring the area with the little guy, Yi Xian just happened to make up his mind. Then I'll take all 5 villas.
Ha! Upon hearing this, Li Ziran was truly shocked, and he couldn't help but cough. What?
Mr. Yi, are you sure you want to buy 5 villas? After pausing, Li Ziran added, although these 5 villas are not too expensive, the total price is still almost 350 million yuan.
Would you like to reconsider?
Indeed, this enormous fortune made him a little dazed.
No problem.
Yi Xian waved his hand, and he was determined to buy the villa no matter what. Money was not a problem. Later, under the watchful eyes of the mother and daughter.
Ding dong. Soon, Li Ziran received a text message on his phone.
He clicked on it to read, Dear CCB user, 350 million renminbi will be deposited into your account with the last digit 8273 on September 20th, 2024.
Please check your account. China Construction Bank.
As he watched the money arrive in his account, Li Ziran swallowed hard. Wow.
Are rich people really that generous? Ahem, Mr. Yi.
Coughing dryly, he calmed down and said, Don't worry, I'll have someone prepare the contract and send it to you in the morning. Yi Xian nodded slightly.
How could he not be happy when he spent 3 little goals in one go? This must be Mrs. Yi, right? Li Ziran couldn't help but swallow when he saw the peerless beauty of Ximenjian.
She was so beautiful, Mr. Yi, you are truly blessed. Ximenjian's face flushed slightly when she heard this, and she wanted to say something in explanation, but she looked at the scene and ultimately didn't say anything.
After all,
there was no way for them, this family of 3, to explain.
He.
As she watched Li Ziran leave, Xiaoxi was giggling. The uncle's taste was really good.
And she was laughing.
Su Mengyan listened to the little one's laughter, her face turning even redder.
She glared at him angrily.
Then she looked at a certain guy. Yi Xian, are you crazy? Although the little one is afraid of the light, but you. Having said that, Su Mengyan was a little speechless. There was no need to buy all the surrounding villas.
You have to know.
Although the U Group is not bad, its market value is only tens of billions. Even the villa she lives in now is only worth 50 to 60 million, and she wouldn't even consider buying it.
What, are you jealous? After looking at Yu Mengyan, Yi Xian smiled and teased, why don't you let your husband buy you one? Spit. Who cares? Yu Mengyan's face became even more flushed from this provocation. That guy is so annoying, how can he use that kind of a dress? I want to bite him to death. Chapter 7, Mama is bullying people. I'll let Daddy teach you a lesson when we meet again. That's right.
Cici thought of something and took Mama's hand. Mama, Daddy bought me a lot of things this morning.
Come and have a look. Then, Cici proudly showed Mama her purchases. However,
when Zai Yuanyan saw what someone had bought her daughter, she was a little stunned.
Was that guy spoiling her a little too much?
As he watched the 2 beautiful women converse, Yi Xian's mouth curled slightly.
System, upgrade cooking skills.
In his spare time, Yi Xian began to upgrade his cooking skills.
He had long since decided on how to use the enhancement points. Ding.
Congratulations, host, your cooking skills have been upgraded to the special level, consuming 3 enhancement points. Note, the special level of cooking skills has surpassed that of a 5-star chef. As he listened to the system voice in his ear, Yi Xian clearly sensed a qualitative improvement in his understanding of cooking. Then he looked at the attribute panel.
Name, Yi Xian.
Age, 23. Skills, special level of culinary arts. Wealth, 8999994799811112 Chinese currency.
Enhancement points, 1. Not bad.
Yi Xian couldn't help but smile as he looked at the attribute panel.
The richest man in the world is nothing.
The world's top 10 richest people combined don't have as much money as him.
And this.
But this is just the beginning.
Ha!
At one point, Xiaoxi heard her tummy rumbling. Mommy, you're hungry.
A little.
Su Mengyan petted her daughter's smooth forehead, her beautiful face glowing with a radiant smile that looked especially charming in the setting sun, even making the surrounding light seem dim. After all, she hadn't eaten much at the banquet, and after playing with her little one for so long, she was hungry.
Hee, I'll let Daddy cook. Cece's eyes twinkled as she looked at her father with a mischievous expression.
She wouldn't miss such a good opportunity to let her father steal the limelight.
Your father can cook? Su Mengyan looked at someone with doubt on her face.
Of course. Shishio was arrogant, and looked like she could cook just as well as him.
Daddy, go cook, Mommy and I are hungry.
A young, pleasant voice rang out, and Zai Yuanyan's face flushed for an instant, as she was always a little embarrassed.
Oh?
Yi Xian, upon hearing this, curled his lips into a smile. Good. He nodded, and walked towards the kitchen, wanting to take this opportunity to try out his special cooking skills.
That guy.
Saw Yi Xian busy working, and Yu Mengjian's hostility towards him dissipated quite a bit. She could tell that this guy had nothing to say to Xiaoxi.
I can't help it.
The scene of Yi Xian domineeringly standing up for her earlier came to mind. That guy, in fact, wasn't that annoying.
Well.
After a while, the enticing aroma of the soup noodles overflowed from the kitchen and filled her nose, which made Yu Mengjian unable to help but swallow.
Her lower abdomen protested even more fiercely, as if it wanted to eat it right away. Humph.
Su Mengyan looked at her weak lower abdomen and snorted. Look at your unpromising appearance, it's just a bowl of noodles.
Gurgling.
Before she could continue, her lower abdomen protested again, which made Su Mengyan's face turn red.
Hee, are you hungry, Mommy?
Seeing the sound her tummy made, Xiaoxi's face curved into a smile. However, her father's cooking skills felt even better. Gulping, Xiaoxi stared at her father, who was carrying the noodles from the kitchen, with big, wide eyes. She couldn't take her eyes off the noodles. The soup was rich and golden in color, and every strand of noodle was coated in a rich broth that melted in the mouth.
After taking a mouthful of the noodles, Xiaoxi's eyes lit up. Wow.
Baba, your noodles are delicious. After saying that, the little guy couldn't help but take another mouthful of the noodles. Slurp. Su Mengyan also took a mouthful of the noodles at this time. This bite didn't matter, it directly opened up her taste buds. This taste? It was definitely the most delicious noodles she had ever eaten, without a doubt. Even those 5-star chefs can't make it taste like this.
Is this guy for real? His cooking is actually this good? Gulp. She couldn't help but reminisce about the aroma of the noodles. Zai Yuanyan couldn't help but swallow the fragrant juice and couldn't wait to start eating again.
Very quickly. A large bowl of noodles was eaten up by Zai Yuanyan, not even a drop of the soup left. On the other side, Yi Xian tasted his own cooking.
Good guy. It's no wonder that you're a chef, this is absolutely delicious.
Belch. I don't know how long it took, but after eating 2 big bowls of noodles, Su Mengyan burped happily, and her stomach stopped protesting.
Without a doubt.
The goddess of the city was controlled by a bowl of noodles. If this scene became known to the outside world, it would cause quite a stir.
A bowl of noodles to win over a goddess? How does it feel?
Seeing the beauty in front of him, Yi Xian smiled and asked.
Well. Cough. It's okay. With a dry cough, Zai Yuanyan slightly straightened her voice. Humph.
Cece, who was looking at his mother with dissatisfaction, said, Mom lied, Dad's soup noodles are obviously super delicious.
Dong.
Zai Yuanyan, whose heart was exposed, gave the little guy a gentle tap on the smooth forehead. When an adult is talking, a child should not interrupt. After she finished speaking, Zai Yuanyan's face flushed for a moment, and she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Cece covered her head and glared at Mama fiercely. Mama bullies people, I'll let Daddy teach you a lesson when we meet again. Puff. Seeing Cece's appearance, Yi Xian laughed unscrupulously, which left Zai Yuanyan speechless.
This little guy is getting more and more daring. I don't want to deal with you.
Su Mengyan glared at Xiao Shi, then took a few steps away from the trouble. I'm going to take a shower first.
A quarter of an hour later. Daddy, I want to go to sleep.
He yawned. Xiao Shi's eyes were unfocused. After all, it had been a crazy day.
I'll take you to your room.
Then Yi Xian hugged the little guy and went to the bedroom. Creak. As the door opened, Yi Xian was shocked to see Yu Menjian, who had just come out of the bathroom and was wearing Yi Xian's shirt. Her wet hair had not been blow-dried yet, and she really looked like a water lily. In particular, her pair of straight, slender legs were inviting. Gulp. Yi Xian couldn't help but swallow. This unexpected blessing was really sudden.
Humph.
Seeing Yi Xian's appearance, Yu Menjian sneered, and indeed all men are the same.
Had you had enough?
A voice snapped Yi Xian out of his daze, but the scene just now was like a branding iron imprinted in his mind, and it would not go away no matter what.
It's so beautiful.
Yi Xian nodded in approval, and then sighed, 4 years ago, I really had some good luck.
What a character.
Su Mengyan rolled her eyes at someone, but she didn't know how charming that flirtatious glance was.
It's good that you know.
She kept her composure, but her heart was pounding, and her mind kept flashing back to the encounter 4 years ago.
For a moment, Zai Yuanyan's heart was in turmoil. Chapter 8 Master, your cooking is amazing. Yi Xian.
After a few words, Zai Yuanyan's gaze fell on Yi Xian, since he had entered into Xiao Shi's life. He should fulfill his responsibilities as a father. She pursed her lips, her gaze firm, as if she had made up her mind about something.
Of course.
Yi Xian gave her a wide-eyed look.
How could he be irresponsible when he could have such a good daughter? Well.
During their conversation, it was obvious that their relationship had become less hostile than before.
You go out first, I want to sleep.
Su Mengyan saw that it was already late at night, so she pretended to be calm, but inside she was panicking.
Although
the child is so big, but she is still a novice in love, and has never been this close to the opposite sex.
No.
At this moment, Xiao Shi suddenly became unhappy. I want to sleep with my mommy and daddy.
Mommy, is that okay?
While talking, she cooed and swung her mommy's hand, and continued, Mommy is the best. Listening to the little one's words, Zai Yuanyan really didn't have much resistance, and this was undoubtedly her Achilles heel.
After all,
she had owed Xiao Shi a lot over the years and naturally didn't want to disappoint him.
Su Mengyan sighed and pointed her green finger at the little guy's brow. I really can't do anything about you. Humph.
After saying that, Su Mengyan glanced at a certain guy. Then tonight, you can sleep here. Immediately afterwards, her face blushed uncontrollably.
It's fine for that guy to sleep for one night, right?
Yes. Heard that he can sleep with his parents, Xiao Shi was so excited that he kissed the beautiful face of Shi Mengyan.
You, get away.
Shi Mengyan helplessly looked at Xiao Shi. Look at you, you got me all drooling.
He.
Sniffing the nice smell and watching the sexy scene, Yi Xuanrua said that he had no ideas, which was a lie.
The next morning. Ding dong.
The doorbell rings, and Shi Mengyan opens the door to find her assistant Xiaoli, who has just delivered her clothes. Miss, this is your Xiaoli is about to finish his sentence when he sees his lady boss wearing Yi Xian's shirt, which gives him a very seductive image. His mind goes blank.
For a moment, he thinks about the possible scenarios in the second dimension. Oh my god.
No way, the development between the master and the lady is too fast.
What are you staring at?
Su Mengyan's face turned white as she looked at Xiaoli and said, It's not what you think. I didn't bring any clothes, so I just borrowed the guy's.
Oh. I see.
Xiaoli let out a sigh of relief when she heard her lady's words, secretly thinking that her lady was not that kind of person.
Xiaoli, right?
Yi Xian came out of the kitchen at this time and asked when he heard Xiaoli's voice.
Hello, sir.
Xiaoli greeted Yi Xian as soon as she saw him.
She didn't say anything when she heard him address Su Mengyan as master.
After all, it wasn't inappropriate for someone in his position to do so.
Ha, you're here so early to deliver the laundry. Seeing Xiaoli, Yi Xian smiled and said, That's right, you haven't eaten yet, have you? It's just that I made a bit too much today, so let's eat together.
Xiaoli was Su Mengyan's right-hand man, and in the future, she would naturally be one of the family.
Yi Xian extended an invitation.
This. Hearing the words of the young master, especially the fragrance that overflowed from his nose, really made her unable to move, so she looked to her young lady for advice.
What's there to look at her for?
You'll be family sooner or later.
Cece listened to her father's words and beamed from ear to ear, then she took a few steps and ran over. Auntie Xiaoli, come quickly. Father's cooking is delicious.
In this way, Xiaoli was dragged to the dining table.
Cough, okay then.
Xiaoli nervously agreed, relieved to see that the young lady was not angry. Thank you, sir.
Next.
The tofu and mushroom soup, kung pao chicken and stir-fried spicy chicken were delicious and looked so appetizing that Xiaoli could not stop salivating.
Eat it while it's hot.
Yi Xian urged Xiaoli, and after taking the first bite, Xiaoli was not indifferent.
This. After all, Xiaoli has seen a lot of the world, and she couldn't believe it when she looked at the two dishes and the soup. Master, your cooking is amazing. Even a 5-star chef couldn't make it taste so good.
Ziyuanyan heard Xiaoli's exclamations and, unusually, didn't say anything, because she was telling the truth.
The cooking was impeccable. Right?
Cece heard that Auntie Li liked Baba's cooking so much, and she smiled. Auntie Li, then you should eat more.
Thank you, young lady. Li nodded emphatically. After all, with such good cooking skills, she didn't know when she would be able to taste it next time. In contrast, Zimenjian looked at Li's reaction, glanced at Yi Xian, and let that guy steal the limelight again. Knock knock.
However, at this moment, there was a knock on the door outside the villa, and then a group of people came in, led by Li Ziren, the person in charge of the villa.
Ghoul.
As soon as they entered the living room, they were attracted by the strong, pungent aroma of the food, and they couldn't help but swallow.
Who? After a while, Li Ziren suppressed his appetite and coughed dryly. Mr. Yi. Here are the contracts and keys for the 5 villas you purchased yesterday, worth 350 million yuan. Please check them. After beckoning, the slim property staff member with a good appearance brought a tray with the contracts and keys for the 5 villas on it. Holding her breath, she dared not make the slightest mistake. Chapter 9. What kind of person is the young master? This is too extravagant. Ha ha.
Upon hearing these words, Xiaoli looked at the 5 contracts on the tray in shock.
The young master is so rich. You have to know that.
The young master previously spent almost 200 million, and now 350 million.
Xiaoli, just take it.
Yi Xian glanced at the shocked Xiaoli, but he didn't care about it.
After all, such a shock also had many benefits. Gulping. Swallowed a mouthful of saliva.
Although his heart was shocked, he dared not slacken in his actions. Yes, master.
There is no doubt.
This cry of master, Xiaoli called with conviction.
May I ask, with such generosity, how many people in the entire Jiangchen can do it?
When Xiaoli returned after putting it away, there was no longer the figure of Li Ziren and the others in the field, obviously afraid that if they stayed too long, it would affect Yi Xian's meal.
By the way,
Yi Xian thought that it was too monotonous for the 3 of them to always drive that supercar.
Pop.
Then, a bank card fell in front of him. There were 200 million in the card, so he took it to the club and asked them to help him get 10 supercars to drive in turns, and to buy an extended version of a commercial vehicle. Yi Xian listened to his instructions, and Xiaoli felt dazed as she looked at the black card in front of her.
200 million? 10 supercars?
The young master is sure, he's not joking.
This obviously has a big impact on her. Pooh, cough, cough.
Su Mengyan was caught off guard by this move, and looked at someone in shock.
That guy is so wasteful. Good. Xiaoli solemnly put away the bank card.
Although it was just a card, it was now more than 1,000 pounds.
Who is this young master? This is too extravagant. Young master, goodbye, young lady.
After breakfast, Xiaoli watched the family of 3 leave, his eyes full of envy. 10 supercars, this cannot be taken lightly. Xiaoli then drove straight to the supercar club. Hee, it's so great that my parents are going to the Lantern Festival with me. The thought of her parents accompanying her made Xiaoxi's face smile uncontrollably.
She was so happy. System, redeem skill.
Before long, Yi Xian heard the voice of the system in his ear.
Ding. Congratulations, host, for redeeming and upgrading your music ability to the god level.
Note, with this ability, the host's musical attainments are on par with the gods.
Wow. Just then, not far away, the little guy's gaze fell on a good-looking Hello Kitty doll and he couldn't take his eyes off it. It turned out that this was a Lantern Festival music competition event, and the winner could get a limited edition doll. Moreover, the official auction price is as much as 100,000. Daddy, look at that doll, it's so cute. The little one pointed his little finger at the doll, and for a moment, he couldn't like it enough. A little. Yi Xian appeared on the stage, instantly attracting the attention of the girls in the audience. After all, it was hard for such a handsome guy not to attract attention. Next, this original song is dedicated to the cutest little princess, it's called Dimples. This guy. Su Mengyan glanced at someone on the stage. Is it really okay to spoil the little one like this? However, from this angle, that guy is actually quite handsome. As for Yi Xian, he would do anything to get what his daughter wants. Then, Yi Xian captivated the audience with his magnetic singing voice. Wow, the handsome guy is amazing. His singing voice is so good, 100 times better than those young pop stars. My God, stop singing, will you come home with me? No surprise, Yi Xian won the competition among the cute girls' confessions in the Lantern Festival. Yi Xian moved the audience with a song and handed the doll to Xiaoxi. Hee, Daddy is awesome. Hugging the Hello Kitty doll, Xiaoxi's eyes were full of love, and she kissed Daddy's handsome profile with a moa sound, "Thank you, Daddy," and left again after a while. Mommy, look. Cece's voice rang out excitedly, and then she pointed to the ring toss booth not far away. It's your favorite Pikachu. Don't be ridiculous. Su Mengyan looked at Cece as if she had discovered a big secret, glaring at her. Who likes Pikachu? However, her slightly flushed face already said it all. Really? Yi Xian looked up and down at the perfectly shaped Yumenjian. I didn't realize that the young lady had a young girl's heart. Humph. Hearing a certain guy's teasing words, Yumenjian gave him a white look. What, do you have a problem with that? How could that be? Yi Xian said with a smile, really underestimating her. Daddy, help Mommy get Pikachu, okay. Cece assisted from the side. Mommy will be jealous if she doesn't get a gift. Listen to what the little one said, and Zhu Yuanyan almost choked on a mouthful of saliva. Is this girl crazy? What kind of jealousy is she talking about? Haha, okay. Ignoring Zhu Yuanyan's reaction, Yi Xian quickly got a small basket of rings. Go, Daddy. Seeing Daddy about to make a move, Xiaoxi worked hard to cheer him on, and that kind of behavior played the role of a caring little cotton-padded jacket very well. Gulu. When they saw the cute little guy, the boys around them were envious. My God, is this a little fairy? So cute. The cards are on the table. Do you want to take one home and give it a cuddle? You. Feeling the stares around her, Zai Yuanyan pulled Xiaoxi back. Calm down. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of T Online Music. The office of the Chief Operating Officer. Chief Mu. Just then, there was a loud knock on the door, and then a subordinate from the operations department came in. I found a new song that is bound to be a hit. Oh. Upon hearing what his subordinate said, Mu Ruoshua looked over in search of his eyes, and suddenly heard Yi Xian singing Dimple. HM. After listening for a little while, Mu Ruoshua's eyes sparkled. Find out his contact information as soon as possible. There is no doubt that the quality of this song far exceeds that of the current major platforms. If we can sign him as an exclusive musician, T-Online Music will definitely become famous because of this, and the market will open up. Yes, Boss Mu. The subordinate replied, hurriedly going to check Yi Xian's information. However, it was precisely this video that changed her life. Chapter 10 Mom, let's cheer for Daddy together. Lan Hui, the venue. Mom, let's cheer for Daddy together. Cece kept talking without stopping, but it was making Ximenjian's face turn red to the back of her ears, and she wished she could find a crack in the ground to dive into. Indeed, upon hearing Cece's words, everyone looked at Yi Xian with envy in their eyes. Oh my God! That stunning goddess has actually been taken by that kid, and they have a child already? No way! Bastard, such a good piece of cabbage has just been taken. Whoosh! At that moment, the ring in Yi Xian's hand slipped out of his hand and landed precisely on Pikachu's ear. A hit! This made the stall owner's heart sink, and he looked at Yi Xian in shock. Good guy, this young man is a master. Yes. Seeing his dad's catch, Xiaoxi excitedly raised her little pink fists, and her cute appearance once again made everyone envious. Dad is so awesome.
The little one who was jumping around was excited, and Zhu Yuanyan sighed beside her. This was rarely seen before.
Handsome guy, awesome. The stall owner, with a pounding heart, took the Pikachu. It's yours.
Yi Xian nodded and handed it to Yi Mengyan.
Nodding.
Take it, don't be jealous. Hearing a certain guy's words, Yi Mengyan gave him a white look, but she didn't argue with someone when she looked at her favorite Pikachu.
Let's go.
In the eyes of the stall owner, who let out a sigh of relief, Yi Xian led the mother and son towards the distance, which made the stall owner secretly wipe away a cold sweat.
Ghoul. Watching Yi Xian operate, the people around them couldn't help but swallow their saliva in amazement. That kid's a real winner in life. Hee hee, mommy's smiling.
The little guy said with a smile after not walking far and seeing mommy's curved lips.
Oh.
Yi Xian looked back after hearing this and saw a beautiful beauty with a charming curve at the corner of her mouth.
Tug.
Felt the gaze of a certain guy, and Yu Menyan's somewhat guilty face flushed slightly, and her heartbeat accelerated.
No.
Yu Menyan, who was gritting her teeth, glanced at Xiaoxi. You're wrong. Seeing her mother's stubbornness, Xiaoxi made a face, and that look attracted Yu Menyan's helplessness, but the sight of the family happily together made the surrounding people gape.
Even the corners of their mouths couldn't help but curve. Isn't this heartwarming scene the goal they have been striving for? However, just at that moment. Thief!
A scream sounded from not far away, and several nimble men armed with daggers rushed over.
Kid, get out of my way.
The men sneered, and seeing Yi Xian, they charged at him without saying a word, and also set their sights on Xiaoxi.
Because these two were their target this time. You.
Su Mengyan frowned slightly when she saw this scene. These people's appearance was too suspicious.
Pop.
However, before she could think about it, a man who was about to touch Xiaoxi was slapped by Yi Xian and sent tumbling to the ground.
Pop.
Then, in a few strikes, he stunned the others. Yi Xian glanced at the few men. With that kind of ability, they were also learning to steal from others.
Clang.
The daggers scattered all over the floor, and several people who were lying on the ground howling looked at Yi Xian with disbelief.
Third-rate master. That kid is at least a third-rate master. You have to know that they are from the Jiangqingsu family. Although they are not outstanding, they are far superior to ordinary people. As for Yi Xian, now that he has a special grade in cooking, and his strength has long surpassed that of ordinary people due to his body transformation, naturally he has no problem dealing with these few people. Clap, clap, clap. When the crowd at the venue saw this scene, they all applauded. After all, there are fewer and fewer people who are willing to help in times of need. You're so good at martial arts? Su Mengyan looked at the several people in the field and vaguely guessed something. These people are not ordinary thieves, right? Yi Xian glanced at the several people and, judging from their actions, it was clear that their goal was obviously to come after them. Oh? Su Mengyan heard this and looked at Yi Xian. You figured it out. I'm not blind. After a moment of contemplation, Shi Muyan continued, you remember Su Qianxue from the box last time. I'm afraid these people were sent by her. After a farce, Yi Xian returned to the villa with the two people. Night was falling here. Creak. The supercar stopped. After the family got off, they saw a woman waiting for a long time. Eh? After seeing the person coming, Xiaoxi was full of disbelief. Aunt Ruoxue, why are you here? Xiaoxi? Mu Ruoxue was full of disbelief when she saw Xiaoxi, and then her gaze fell on the girl beside her. Mengyan, you're here too. This was indeed the scene in front of her that made Mu Ruoxue look completely confused. Yi Xian. Very quickly, Mu Ruoxue realized the key point, and it was Yi Xian, who was also her target this time. Aunt Ruoxue, you know daddy. Cici. Upon hearing this, Mu Ruoxue's eyes widened, and she then looked at her best friend, Mengyan. That person back then was him. Upon being discovered by her best friend, Su Mengyan hated herself for wanting to find a hole to crawl into, but she still nodded her head. Ha! After getting her answer, Mu Ruoxue let out a cold breath. Holy cow, this is too coincidental. The person she was about to sign a contract with was the guy she met 4 years ago and became best friends with. Chapter 11. While someone else is signing a contract, you're worried about their platform? In the villa. Meng Yan. You're not being nice enough. Mu Ruoxue looked at her best friend. You didn't even tell me about such an important matter. Su Mengyan wanted to say something, but didn't know how. After all,
Her relationship with Yi Xian was also very delicate now.
Right. After a little conversation, Mu Ruoxue finally remembered why she had come. Yi Xian, you sang this song, didn't you? In the meantime,
Mu Ruoxue played the video on her phone, which was undoubtedly the song Yi Xian sang at the Lantern Festival.
Aunt Ruoxue, you know too. Cici saw the handsome dad in the video and said, hee, isn't dad awesome? Yi Xian, I'll get straight to the point.
Mu Ruoxue pondered for a moment and went straight to the point. I want to sign you as the exclusive musician for Heavenly Music.
Cough, although you may not be short of money. Having said that, Mu Ruoxue coughed dryly.
After all, she recognized both the villa in front of her and the son of the devil.
Heir. Ziyuanian was stunned and looked at her best friend in surprise. Ruoxue, you want to sign him as an exclusive musician? Yes. Mu Ruoxue nodded solemnly. Why do you think I came all the way here?
She rolled her eyes, and she still felt like she was dreaming.
Sign a contract?
Yi Xian was taken aback by Mu Ruoxue's words, but he wasn't interested in the music industry. Compared to that, he preferred to spend money.
Well, it's not impossible. But I have a condition?
Yi Xian said with a curved mouth, and Mu Ruoxue's eyes sparkled after hearing it, obviously knowing that there was a chance.
What condition?
Mu Ruoxue understood very well that Yi Xian's musical talent was extremely high, although he was not poor.
The condition is very simple.
Yi Xian then laughed and said, I don't know if you sell heavenly music, but I want to buy it.
Poof.
Upon hearing this, Mu Ruoxue spat out all of her tea in shock, looking at Yi Xian in disbelief. What did you say?
Buy heavenly music. Su Mengyan was also stunned, and couldn't help but glare at someone. Is this guy crazy? People want to sign you as a musician, but you're thinking about their platform? What, is that a problem?
Yi Xian didn't want to work for someone else, and continued, money is not a problem.
Cough cough. Mu Ruoxue was really shocked.
She didn't expect things to develop like this. Yi Xian, we're not strangers, so I'll be honest with you. Tianlai Music is currently experiencing a lot of problems with its capital chain, and it urgently needs to turn the situation around.
It's not impossible to really want to acquire it. After pausing, Mu Ruoxue continued, however, I still need to consult with the boss. It's fine.
Yi Xian was in no hurry and smiled.
Then, Mu Ruoxue dialed the phone number of the owner of Tianlai Music. Hello, boss. A friend of mine wants to buy Tianlai Music. What do you think? Okay, I understand.
After hanging up the phone, Mu Ruoxue let out a deep sigh of relief. The boss said that he would discuss it with the other partners and go to the company tomorrow to discuss it in detail.
That's good.
Yi Xian nodded slightly, there was no rush on this matter.
Half an hour later. Meng Yan, you found a treasure. Mu Ruoxue was eating the soup noodles, full of disbelief. This soup noodle is amazing. Seriously, it's hard for anyone not to like such a handsome, rich, and spoiled boy. Reflecting on the superb cooking skills, Mu Ruoxue sighed. Ruoxue, what are you talking about?
Hearing her best friend's words, Zumuyan glared at her best friend. What is there to be jealous of? It's just that she cooks better.
Cici, will you sleep with Auntie tonight? Although it was the first time they met, Mu Ruoxue was completely won over by Yi Xian. To be honest, if he wasn't her best friend's husband, she might even compete for him. Such an outstanding man, she had to help her best friend win him. The strange voice nodded, and then she didn't forget to say goodbye. Daddy, Mommy, I'm going to bed first. Mu Ruoxue saw Xiaoxi's actions and gave the little guy a thumbs up. Heir. Su Mengyan couldn't help blushing when she saw the two people, one big and one small, operating.
At the same time, there was heavenly music.
Boss's room.
Zhang Mingyang, Zhang, you, Ruoxue called today and said someone wants to buy our Tianlai Music. Although I am the majority shareholder, you also have shares, so I would like to hear your opinions.
Zhang Yifang, by Tianlai? Who is it? Yu Tiancheng, that's right, I'm curious too.
Although Tianlai Music is not a big platform, it is worth more than 1 billion yuan.
Zheng Mingyang, that's him.
While talking, Zheng Mingyang placed 2 documents on the table. Zheng Mingyang, his name is Yi Xian, a graduate of Jiangcheng University, but he has more than 10 supercars worth nearly 300 million under his name, and owns 6 villas worth more than 500 million.
However, the information shows that he has an ordinary background. Yu Tiancheng, oh? Interesting. Zhang Yifeng, not bad. Yi Xian's identity is certainly not simple. Today, there are major problems with the operation of T Online Music.
Without a chance of reversal, I'm afraid it will close within 6 months at most.
Yu Tianchang, Zhang, do you mean you agree to the acquisition? Zhang Mingyang, if you agree, the next issue is the acquisition price.
Yi Xian is very mysterious and has a very interesting background.
If we can get on this line, we will definitely have a promising future. How about setting the acquisition price at 1 billion? After some discussion, Zhang Mingyang and the others set the price at 1 billion. The next morning. Well.
The golden morning sun poured into the room and shone on a beautiful face. After struggling to wake up from her sleepy eyes,
she asked. At one point, I felt something pressing on me. I pushed and looked around to see.
She saw that she was asleep, hugging someone's arm, and her beautiful face was pressed against it. This made Zai Yuanyan's face turn red, and she wondered what she had done.
After struggling to break free, she tiptoed out of the room. Mengyan, you're awake. Just then, the voice of Mu Ruoxue came from not far away, and she looked at her best friend in confusion. What's going on? Your face is so red. Could it be that you guys? Shoo.
Listening to Mu Ruoxue's words, Su Mengyan hurriedly covered her mouth. Keep your voice down, don't wake him up.
Whoa.
Mu Ruoxue's eyes widened, her heart shocked, she hadn't woken up yet. Her best friend is amazing, look at how tired she made the handsome guy.
Mu Ruoxue, what's with that expression of yours?
Su Mengyan frowned at her best friend, her face flushing. It's not what you think, nothing happened last night.
Really? I understand.
Mu Ruoxue gave a look of no need to explain. I understand, but the playful expression on her face left Shi Mengyan speechless.
That stinky Ruoxue must have gotten the wrong idea. What should I do? Chapter 12 Ruoxue, come here. I promise I won't beat you to death. A little later. With a creak.
The door opened, and Yi Xian came down the stairs to a startling sight of the two women getting ready. However, he felt that the atmosphere was a little strange.
Yi Xian, good morning. Mu Ruoxue greeted enthusiastically. Did you sleep well last night? It was okay.
Yi Xian nodded slightly, then moved around a bit. It's just that my hand hurts a bit.
Pu Kaho.
Su Mengyan, who drank some water to calm her nerves, accidentally spit it out, which made Mu Ruoxue look at her.
Could it be that I have moved my hand too much?
Mu Ruoxue saw her best friend's guilty look and thought about some images in her mind. Goodness, how much exercise is needed to make the hand move to the point of pain?
You guys have fun for a while, I'll go make breakfast.
After saying that, Yi Xian walked towards the kitchen, while Xiaoxi was still fast asleep.
Meng Yan.
Seeing Yi Xian busy in the kitchen, Mu Ruoxue came up to her best friend's side and reminded her, you should also exercise some self-control, look at how tired you've made her.
I'll control myself?
Upon hearing her best friend's words, Su Mengyan reacted and her face flushed.
Control yourself? What a big head.
Obviously, Su Mengyan understood what her best friend meant, but she misunderstood again.
How could she explain this?
Besides, she wouldn't believe her if she explained that she had slept holding that guy's hand all night.
This is so annoying, what should I do? Mu Ruoxue naturally would not listen to her best friend's sophistry, and continued, besides, asking someone to make breakfast is a bit much. Mu Ruoxue, come here. I promise I won't beat you to death.
She reached out for her best friend's slender hand, but Mu Ruoxue cleverly avoided it, obviously having anticipated it.
Damn it. You're so bad, Mu Ruoxue, what's this girl thinking? After breakfast.
Yi Xian drove the Devil's Son and took Mu Ruoxue to the headquarters of T Online Music. As for Shaoli, he had already parked 10 supercars in front of the villa, which was very eye-catching.
By the way.
On the way there, Mu Ruoxue thought of something. Yi Xian, this morning the boss sent a message saying that they agreed to sell T Online.
Really?
Yi Xian smiled and said, as long as he can spend the money, it doesn't matter to him how much it is.
Ruoxue, I heard yesterday that you are the operations director of T Online, right?
Yi Xian asked, thinking about the scene yesterday.
That's right. Mu Ruoxue nodded, and Yi Xian then asked, so I wonder what the president of T Online Music is like? Oh.
Upon hearing this, Mu Ruoxue was taken aback, and after a moment of thought, she said, he is average in ability and conservative in approach, and T Online Music is in its current situation because of his not inconsiderable responsibility. While they were talking, the two arrived at the headquarters of T Online Music.
President Mu.
As soon as they arrived in the lobby of the headquarters, an assistant was already waiting. The three bosses had been waiting in the meeting room for a long time.
I understand. Mu Roashua nodded slightly, but her heart was shocked.
The three bosses rarely waited for others on their own initiative. It seemed that they attached great importance to this acquisition. Yi Xian, this way.
Mu Roashua led the way and soon arrived in the meeting room. Creak.
As the door opened, the three people in the meeting room, Zhang Mingyang, all got up to welcome them. Roashua, this must be Mr. Yi, right?
Yes, boss. Mu Roashua looked at the three men's solemn expressions and was really a little puzzled.
My name is Zhang Mingyang, the majority shareholder of T-Online Music. Zhang Mingyang took the lead in introducing himself, and then introduced Zhang Yifeng and the other two.
Roashua said that Mr. Yi wants to acquire T-Online Music. How about this? How about a fixed price of 1 billion? Mu Roashua was stunned when she heard this.
Even if T-Online Music is not doing well, it is still worth several billion.
Oh.
Seeing the expressions on the three men's faces, Yi Xian naturally understood their intentions.
Fine.
Without saying anything, Yi Xian accepted this favor. A few minutes later, after Zhang Mingyang and the other two received the payment, the way they looked at Yi Xian changed quietly.
Because,
from beginning to end, they had not sensed the slightest fluctuation in his emotions.
Ha!
Zhang Mingyang and the other two glanced at each other, all of them feeling a sense of relief in their hearts. In this way, they had successfully hooked themselves onto this line.
However,
what they didn't know was that this decision would change their lives in the future.
Roashua. Yi Xian then looked at Mu Roashua. Are you interested in becoming the president of T-Online Music? Ah, this.
Mu Roashua, who had just come back to her senses, couldn't help but be stunned upon hearing this. She looked at Yi Xian incredulously, making sure she hadn't heard it wrong. Yi Xian, you want me to be the president of T-Online Music? Yi Xian nodded slightly and continued, I don't know anyone at T-Online Music either, so I'll leave it to you to take care of it in the future.
Of course.
Having said that, the corner of his mouth curled up. If you don't want to, that's fine.
I'm willing. Mu Roashua hurriedly spoke up. How could she give up such a good opportunity? Her career has been at a bottleneck, and the president's appointment is undoubtedly the best way to break through it. Very good.
Yi Xian's gaze then fell on Mu Roashua. Next, reorganize the platform according to your ideas, and everything else will remain the same.
Good. Mu Roashua nodded emphatically, but she felt like she was dreaming, that she would now become the president of T-Online Music. Moreover, her best friend's husband would become her boss?
Most importantly, he had given her all the rights to T-Online Music, and this trust made her feel pressured, fearing that she would not do a good job and fail to live up to Yi Xian's expectations. After a few words, Yi Xian left T-Online Music without lingering.
Because he had more important things to do. System, redeem skills.
Back to the supercar, Yi Xian said with his mind.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the primary martial arts ability, consuming 1 enhancement point.
Note, this ability is comparable to a second-rate master.
Then, Yi Xian felt a warm current well up from within his body. His physique had become much stronger than before, and the feeling was so amazing that it was impossible to describe in words. His strength had also increased significantly.
However, it was not over yet.
His various skills had also been greatly enhanced. Then he looked at the attribute panel.
Name, Yi Xian. Age, 23.
Skills, Divine Cooking, Divine Music, Martial Arts Special.
Wealth, 8999998279981112 Huaxia currency. Strengthening points, 4.
Feeling the changes in his body, at this moment, his martial arts ability has been upgraded to the highest level, his strength has increased a lot, and his cooking and music abilities need not be mentioned, they have been directly upgraded to the highest level.
Ha!
After returning to his senses, Yi Xian just drove away and discovered that he was being followed, and there was a faint but extremely strong murderous intent.
Obviously, this is aimed at him. That's fine.
Looking at the car following in the rearview mirror, Yi Xian arched his lips, taking the opportunity to test his current strength. Next, just sit back and wait for the show to begin.
Chapter 13. What? Yi Xian is being treated to dinner at the Kuanping Hotel? On the way back to the villa. Squeak.
With the sound of a sudden brake, the supercar came to a stop, and in front of it, a sand truck suddenly blocked the road.
Then,
A dozen figures appeared in the field, and soon Yixian saw a familiar face.
Kid, you were lucky last time.
This person was none other than Su Qianxue, the mastermind behind the thief at the Lantern Festival.
Poof. Looking at Yi Xian in front of her, Su Qianxue was full of jealousy. Why did everyone like that bitch Su Mengyan? Destroy him for me.
Upon Su Qianxue's order, the Su family experts immediately surrounded Yi Xian, with several of them being third-rate experts.
Pa!
A slap sent the first person flying 4 or 5 meters away.
Kid, how dare you? Just then, one of the third-rate masters narrowed his eyes and pounced on Yi Xian. However,
with a slap, just like the previous person, he was knocked over and fainted on the spot.
What?
The remaining few third-rate masters' faces changed drastically, and then their eyes widened as they were slapped, and without exception, they were knocked unconscious and fainted on the ground. In an instant, the only person left in the field was Su Qianxue, who was dumbfounded and staring at the field.
How is this possible? I'm scared. At this moment, Su Qianxue was completely scared.
She was no match for several third-rate masters, and she finally understood what kind of existence she had provoked.
What are you doing?
I warn you, I am the Su family's young lady from Jiangcheng.
Let me go, I can do anything for you, including myself. While she was talking, Su Qianxue took off her clothes. However,
before she could make a move, Yi Xian slapped her directly, sending her flying 5 or 6 meters and crashing onto the ground. She passed out, and no one knows how many ribs she broke.
Ding dong ding.
Just then, the phone rang, and she saw the caller ID.
Hello, boss.
As soon as she answered, she heard the voice of the second prince in the dormitory, Wang Zihan, on the other end of the line. You're amazing.
I haven't seen you in a while, and you've become a father. Hey. It's a long story.
Yi Xian briefly explained the situation, but it shocked Wang Zihan.
What? Boss, you slept with a goddess 4 years ago, damn it. Indeed, Wang Zihan was not calm. By the way, Wang Zihan then asked, for Eyes and Mouse were just talking about it, why are you missing from the graduation photo today?
After a brief explanation, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly.
The graduation photo, this is a good opportunity to spend money. Second, help me contact the classmates. After pausing, he smiled and said, it's tonight at the Kunping Hotel, I'm treating the whole class to a banquet. Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Wang Zihan was dumbfounded. A banquet at the Kunping Hotel? Boss, you're crazy. Just send a message, I'll pay for the whole class's expenses tonight. Ahem, boss, you're so generous.
After chatting for a while, Yi Xian drove towards the Kunpeng Hotel.
Meanwhile, the class exchange group. What, Yi Xian is treating everyone to dinner at the Kunpeng Hotel. Hey, I heard Yi Xian has become rich. That's right, I heard he's got a luxury car and a villa now. Anyway, I haven't seen him for a few days. All of a sudden, a flood of information poured into the class group, but this news was quickly known to Wang Bingbing. Night fell, and the lights were just being turned on. Daddy! In front of the Kunping Hotel, as soon as I parked the car, I heard Xiaoxi's voice coming over, and she waved her little hand to say hello. At this moment, there was also a girl next to Xiaoxi. It was Xiaoli, the assistant. Hello, sir. Xiaoli bowed to say hello, and as she got in touch with him, she became more and more respectful of him. Yi Xian nodded, and then Xiaoli continued, everything is arranged, and the private room is booked at Wulongxian. In the meantime, they arrived at the hotel lobby. Right. Xiaoli then took out a card. Sir, this is the hotel's rechargeable card. It is used to pay for meals. Oh. After receiving the card, Yi Xian handed it to the cashier. Please recharge some money for me. Sir, how much would you like to recharge? The cashier asked patiently. After all, this was a big customer today. Recharge 100 million first. Yi Xian said a number, and the best time to spend money could not be missed. 100 million, sir, are you sure? The cashier was shocked to hear this. She didn't have the authority to do that. Li, what's wrong? Just then, Chen Bingkuan, the manager of the hotel, came up. Manager Chen. The cashier let out a sigh of relief when she saw the manager arrive. This customer said he wanted to recharge 100 million. Oh? Chen Bingkuan looked at Yi Xian in surprise when he heard this. 100 million. Sir, let me help you. Beep. Soon, under Chen Bingkuan's personal handling, the payment was successfully completed quickly. Boss, you.
Wang Zihang and the others were shocked to come to the scene and happened to hear the scene of the boss successfully paying the bill.
Recharge 100 million?
Boss, are you crazy? Sun Hao and Li Mingyuan glanced at each other, as if they had just heard a hallucination.
The most important thing is, it was successful? It's okay.
Yi Xian was not surprised by the reactions of the others.
After all, the contrast was too great. Order whatever you want, I'll pay. Gulu.
Seeing their boss, who seemed to have changed, Wang Zihang and the others swallowed hard.
Their boss really is hiding his second-generation identity really well. Wow. Then Wang Zihang and the others' gaze fell on Xiaoxi, and they couldn't help but take a deep breath. Boss, this is your great niece, right?
Cici. Yi Xian introduced with a smile, this is your Uncle Wang, Uncle Sun, and Uncle Li.
Hello, three uncles.
The polite and sweet voice entered their ears, and the three of them really melted.
Boss's little cotton-padded jacket's voice is also too sweet. Hello, niece. The three of them greeted Cici enthusiastically. It was hard for anyone not to like such a cute little fairy-like baby. Mom, did the boss trick them into having a daughter? Soon, everyone arrived one after the other, and there was a lot of discussion in the private room. Moreover, not a single person in the entire class was absent. After all, the Kunping Hotel had a minimum per capita consumption of tens of thousands of yuan, and there were more than 50 of them, so it was more than 500,000 yuan in total. They didn't want to miss such a grand banquet no matter what.
What?
Lao Wang.
You're saying Yi Xian charged 100 million yuan at the Kunping Hotel? The monitor screamed in shock when she heard Wang Zihang's words, and this was precisely what Wang Zihang had intended.
Of course. Wang Zihang was full of confidence, and then took out the receipt from the taxi. Look, this is the receipt. After a while, the whole room was shocked.
Then the way they looked at Yi Xian changed. They couldn't believe that Yi Xian, who they knew to have an ordinary background, was actually a super rich second generation. For a moment, the breakup on the school flowers playground came to mind, and Wang Bingbing was going to lose big time. If she saw this, her expression would be priceless.
Chapter 14. My goodness, this is no sister-in-law, she's a fairy. Come on.
Wang Zihang raised his glass and said to Yi Xian, let's toast to the boss, thank you for treating us so generously.
Cheers. In the private room, the students all raised their glasses and drank. Let's eat and drink, and don't go home until we're drunk.
Yi Xian said with a heroic air, it's fine if you get drunk, I've already said hello and we'll be staying directly at the Kunping Hotel tonight.
Thanks, boss. The whole group of classmates suddenly became very happy. Kunping Hotel? Not only are they having a dinner party here today, they can also stay overnight at Kunping Hotel. If this gets out, they can brag about it for at least half a year. Big niece.
Wang Zihang, who was up to no good, came over to his big niece and said cunningly, your mom must be super pretty.
Of course. Cici had no idea what Wang Zihang was thinking.
She stuck out her chin arrogantly and said, my mom is the most beautiful person I've ever seen.
Well, why don't you show Uncle Wang a picture of your mom?
Sun Hao agreed, yes, it would be a shame if you met someone you didn't know on the street.
Cici thought about it for a moment, and felt that they had a point.
So she fiddled with her phone and opened the photo album.
Look, this is my mom. While talking, Xiaoxi handed Wang Zihang a photo of his mom, but the moment he saw the photo, Wang Zihang's pupils shrank, and the slight drunkenness he had just felt instantly disappeared. Holy shit! In a flash, Wang Zihang stood up from his seat, and his eyes could no longer move away from the phone. My god, this is clearly not my sister-in-law, she's a fairy. Snap. The first thing Wang Zihang did was take a high-definition photo on his phone. Boss, you're awesome. Sun Hao, who was standing nearby, came over and, upon seeing the photo, was truly doubtful about life. His sister-in-law's appearance had directly refreshed their understanding of beauty. Ding dong. Just then, the class exchange group posted a photo. Holy shit. This is Ye's sister-in-law. The students, who were competing in drinking, were all thrown off balance when they saw the photo in the class group. No fool would believe they weren't envious. Yi Laoda, you're the man. The students were overwhelmed with emotion. This was a goddess they would never dare dream of. After 3 rounds of wine, they were all feeling a little tipsy. Bye, Laoda. With Wang Yihang and the others seeing them off, Shaoli drove the groom back to the villa in his car, and the graduation banquet came to an end. Phew.
Chen Bingkuan let out a deep breath as he watched the car pull away.
That guy is finally gone. The VIP card has been topped up with 100 million. Just who is this Yi Xian?
Recalling the card application process, he didn't bat an eyelid when he transferred 100 million.
This says it all. Then, Chen Bingkuan made a phone call. Hello, Zhang.
After making the call, Chen Bingkuan shared his feelings. I met a strange person today. You may not believe it when I tell you that he transferred 100 million at our hotel. Then, Chen Bingkuan started to vent, but soon he became agitated.
Are you sure that person's name is Yi Xian?
Zhang Mingyang coughed dryly on the other end of the line, and then asked about the physical description.
Old Chen. Zhang Mingyang gave a bitter smile and then said, do you remember the acquisition of T-Online Music?
The person who made the acquisition was Mr. Yi.
Boom. Upon hearing this, Chen Bingkuan's pupils suddenly constricted. Old Zhang, what are you talking about? The person who acquired T-Online Music was Yi Xian.
After saying this, Chen Bingkuan couldn't help but gasp, and then his gaze looked in the direction of the supercar's departure, and he couldn't help but be shocked.
1 billion.
T-Online Music was acquired for 1 billion, and now it's been recharged with hundreds of millions.
Gee, who on earth is this Yi Xian? Moreover,
Zhang, who is always a shrewd judge of character, seems to be so friendly, so it seems that Yi Xian is even more mysterious than he thought. At all costs, he must maintain a good relationship with him.
President Chen. At that moment, one of his subordinates hurried over and then opened his phone. It's her. Yi Xian.
That woman is her, the #1 beauty of Jiangqing 4 years ago, the president of the Xi Group, Xi Mengyan.
It's her. Chen Bingkuan gulped and swallowed after seeing Su Mengyan, the Jiangqing Su family. It was almost a second-rate family back then. After a long time of being stunned, Chen Bingkuan looked in the direction Yi Xian had left. The person who caused the Su family to lose face back then was actually him? If this news gets out, it will definitely shake the entire Jiangqing. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for redeeming and upgrading his drinking ability to the superlative level, consuming 4 enhancement points. Note, with this ability, the host will never get drunk or fall over even after 1,000 cups or 10,000 cups. A system voice came from the ear. Immediately afterwards, the original drunkenness dissipated, and the effect was immediate.
Phew!
A slight sigh of relief, Yi Xian's gaze looked out the window of the extended version of the supercar. The future is truly something to look forward to.
On the other side, Jiangqing University. In the dormitory. Ding dong. The sound of a message came, and then his best friend Xiaolu received the message. What? This. After seeing the message, Xiaolu was full of shock. What's wrong? Wang Bingbing and another best friend came up, and Xiaolu swallowed her saliva in shock and said, Bingbing, Yi Xian invited everyone in the class to the Kunping Hotel, and they all stayed at the hotel. What? Upon hearing this, the girlfriend next to Wang Bingbing widened her eyes. Kunping Hotel? How is that possible? That is the top luxury hotel in Jiangqing.
It is said that the meal alone costs at least 10,000 per person, and with accommodation, it is feared that it will cost at least 20,000 per person.
With more than 50 people, that is a huge sum of money. And that's not all.
Xiaolu took a deep breath and continued, my friend said that Yi Xian had charged 100 million yuan to his Kunpeng Hotel VIP card.
Puk hey.
Wang Bingbing, who had wanted to drink some water to calm her nerves, heard this and spat out a mouthful of tea, her eyes full of regret.
100 million yuan, this. Wang Bingbing's best friend next to her swallowed hard. My goodness, this is so wasteful. Moreover, Xiaolu took a deep breath and then pulled up a photo. Bingbing, this is the woman who had a relationship with Yi Xian 4 years ago. Well.
Ambitious Wang Bingbing looked at her best friend with envy, but on seeing the photo she was shocked by the girl's ethereal beauty.
She's so beautiful. Wang Bingbing's best friend couldn't help but exclaim.
Wang Bingbing compared the two and realized that she had lost badly, that no matter her appearance, figure or temperament, she was inferior in every way.
Defeated. This was her conclusion. No wonder she has been indifferent to her ever since, all because of this woman. No.
All of this should have been hers.
I regret it so much. Chapter 15. It's soft, and it feels pretty good.
Jiangcheng Hospital, Intensive Care Unit.
Su Qianxue, who was wrapped in bandages from head to toe, woke up.
At the moment, she felt unprecedented pain, and then the intense fear caused her pupils to shrink suddenly.
I'm still alive.
Yi Xian is the devil, a third-rate master is no match for him in a single move, and his strength is definitely not something the Jiang Qingsu family can mess with.
Xian Xue.
Just then, a middle-aged man came into the room, and this person was Su Qianshue's father, Su Jilong.
Tell Dad who hurt you like this. Su Jilong was burning with rage. No matter who he is, Dad will get you justice. Dad, I don't remember.
Su Qianxue pretended to be in pain and covered her head. It hurt so much. Of course she wouldn't say that, she knew her father's temper too well, and the entire Jiangqing Su family would suffer because of her.
What? Doctor, this. Su Jilong looked at the doctor next to him in confusion. It's nothing.
After a thorough examination, the doctor nodded. Mr. Su, Miss Su suffered a blow to the head and should have temporary amnesia.
Phew. Su Jilong let out a sigh of relief when he heard this, as long as she's fine. Son of a bitch.
After the doctor left, Su Jilong slammed a fist on the side of the bed. His daughter now had impaired memory and broken ribs, and this grudge must not be settled.
Dad, I'm fine.
Su Qianxue was really scared by the beating, and that guy was not someone the Su family could deal with.
That's right.
Then she thought of something else and looked at her father. Dad, is my brother still obsessed with Su Mengyan?
Eh? Su Jilong sighed and nodded. Sure enough. Seeing her father's reaction, Su Qianshue's heart tightened. Su Mengyan is the woman of that ruthless man. Dad, I really don't like that Su Mengyan. Su Qianxue clenched her fists. Don't let my brother pursue Su Mengyan anymore, okay? Okay. Dad promises you.
Su Jilong saw the look on his daughter's face and immediately agreed. If it had been 4 years ago, he might have supported her, but now Su Mengyan was carrying a 3-year-old child, so there was no way he could agree.
Thank you, Dad.
Su Qianxue let out a deep sigh of relief, then went into a daze. I want to be alone.
The next morning. Sigh.
A slight pain came over her, and when Su Mengyan noticed it, she couldn't help blushing because some guy had been hugging her all night, and his big hand was still there.
Damn it.
Seeing that someone had not woken up, this made Shiyu Mengyan feel relieved, and she carefully left the room. However, Yi Xian opened his eyes after Shiyu Mengyan left.
It was soft and felt pretty good.
A curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. When he woke up in the morning, he found that this was the case, and it turned out that yesterday's dream was real.
Ding dong ding.
Just then, a cell phone rang, and the caller was Mu Ruoxue.
Hello, Yi Xiao. Mu Ruoxue weighed the situation and addressed Yi Xian.
After all, it was inappropriate for his current boss to call him by his first name. I hope I didn't disturb you sleeping with Mengyan.
I have something to ask.
Yi Xian smiled slightly.
This Mu Ruoxue is quite perceptive. It's like this. Mu Ruoxue thought for a moment, and then said, T-Online music is on the right track. What's the next step? The next step?
Yi Xian thought for a moment, then the corners of his mouth curved up. I'll write you a few songs later, and you can have the singers record and upload them.
Great.
Mu Ruoxue naturally knew that Yi Xian was very talented, as evidenced by the last song. After hanging up the phone, Yi Xian took a pen and paper from the side and started writing. He quickly composed Jiangnan, Dusk, Simple Face, and Blue and White Porcelain. He then took photos and sent them to Mu Ruoxue, not caring about how the next step would be taken. On the other side, in the president's office of T-Online Music.
This is Mu Ruoxue's reaction when she looks at the 10-odd songs she received. So many classics were created in such a short time. Having previously served as the operations director for several years, she naturally knows which songs will become hits. This is great. Looking at the songs on her phone, Mu Ruoxue was full of confidence. With these songs, T-Online Music will definitely be able to turn the situation around. Ding dong. Just then, Mu Ruoxue's phone received a message. Dear CCB user, 300 million renminbi has been deposited into your account with the last digit 4273 on September 25, 2024. Please check. China Construction Bank.
Mu Ruoxue was stunned when she saw the text message, 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000.
300 million. After counting, Mu Ruoxue couldn't believe what she was seeing. Then, Mu Ruoxue's phone received another message, Heavenly Music is running, use this as operating funds. Ha!
Seeing the message from Yi Xian, Mu Ruoxue felt like she was dreaming.
300 million, for operating funds.
Indeed, Mu Ruoxue was a little shocked to find out what kind of man her best friend had been involved with back then.
However, Mu Ruoshua quietly felt that the burden on her shoulders had become heavier. After sending the message, Yi Xian's mouth curled up into a slight smile. He had successfully spent money on his 3 targets. Just then, his phone vibrated with a buzzing sound. Ha! Looking at the incoming push notification, he read, "Lear Little Fairy, is this that girl, Shaoli?" He clicked on it, and at that moment, she was playing a game of PK with someone. "It's been a long time. Your cousin has a big present for you." As Shinlier looked at the live broadcast room, Yi Xian smiled and casually registered for a Douya live broadcast account with the ID writing a pig watching the sunset. Shinlier, who was broadcasting her breakfast in her dorm room, didn't know about this. At the moment, the live broadcast room was in an uproar. "Brothers, support her. There's only half a minute left, Goddess Liar is going to lose. In the last 20 seconds, Fairy Lee is sorry. Fairy Lee's opponent is too strong, there is nothing we can do." Time passed, the fans were annoyed, while the fans in the opposite broadcast room had a smile on the corner of their mouths, but before they could think about it, Piggy watching the sunset rewarded Fairy Lee with a Super Rocket X66. Piggy watching the sunset rewarded Fairy Lee with a Super Rocket X88. Riding the pig watching the sunset rewards Lear Little Fairy Super Rocket X99. The sudden reward stunned everyone. This is Shinlier in the dormitory, stunned, looking at the live broadcast room in disbelief. Did a big guy reward me? The progress bar directly crushed the opposite side, which made the little internet celebrity in the opposite live broadcast room dumbfounded on the spot. Oh my god. Shinlier's roommate looked at the live broadcast room in disbelief. "Lear, you're fighting back. Riding a pig and watching the sunset, this is definitely a big shot. Look, the rewards haven't stopped yet." Just then, everyone looked around and saw an even more intense surge of Super Rocket rewards appear on the screen, but that was just the beginning. Chapter 16 Riding a pig and watching the sunset, you really are your cousin. Ha! Her roommate then looked at the live broadcast screen and sure enough, she saw the rewards still growing. "Lear, who is this sunset big shot?" Looking at the rewards on the screen, the dormitory friends were really shocked, and they stared at Shinlier with curiosity, desperate to know the answer. Air. Feeling the stares of her dormitory mates, Shinlier's face turned red. Ahem, I don't know either. Rewards for watching the sunset on a pig for Lear Little Fairy Super Rocket X111. Rewards for watching the sunset on a pig for Lear Little Fairy Super Rocket X222. Riding a pig watching the sunset rewards Lear Little Fairy with a Super Rocket X333. With the rewards soaring, the first game of PK ended, and the number of fans in Lear's live broadcast room had quietly reached more than 5,000. "Lear, you're on fire." The dormitory mates looked at the live broadcast room with its soaring popularity and were all the more envious, especially of the reward from the big boss Sunset. Just from the share, Lear would get a large sum. "Thank you, Sunset, for your generous reward." Shinlier looked at the reward from Riding Pig watching Sunset and thanked him excitedly. This was the first time someone had been so generous. In the meantime, the second round of the competition had quietly begun. In the opponent's broadcast room, the reward had reached tens of thousands of coins, but before they could catch their breath, Riding Pig watching Sunset's reward had crushed them. Holy cow, look at the endless rewards from the Sunset Godly Hero. Cough, no wonder he's a big shot. Lear, the little fairy, has finally come to the end. Finally, a big guy has come to the rescue. Hey, Big Boss Sunset, well done. Let the burst defense come even more fiercely. The little bench has been moved, and we are waiting for Big Boss Sunset to show off. In Shinlier's live broadcast room, the fans kept complaining, because the opponent's health bar was unilaterally pushed across the screen, and they were completely unable to resist. It was all because the rewards from riding a pig to watch the sunset were so insane, with super rockets being output for free. Lear, you've broken the 1,000 mark. As the live broadcast room was abuzz, Shinlier's roommate stared at the screen in disbelief, shocked beyond words. Gulping. Her other companions swallowed, truly shocked by the impact. A super rocket costs 2,000, and 1,000 of them is 2 million. Yes, even if the platform takes 50%, Lear can still get 1 million. The dormitory was buzzing with excitement, and the looks they gave Shinlier were full of envy. My god. She earned 1 million just from one live broadcast. It's hard not to be jealous. Cough cough, this. Shinlier is full of disbelief, and then she wants to privately message Piggy watching sunset to ask this big shot not to reward her. After all, If she gets too many rewards, she will be burdened, and who knows who Piggy watching sunset is? She delicately clicks on Piggy watching sunset, but Shenlier is stunned by the avatar. This avatar is cousin Yi Xian. Without a doubt, Shenlier recognized the person in the avatar, but that was her favorite cousin Yi Xian. How could she be mistaken? Could it be? Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Shenlier took a deep breath. Cousin, is that you? She fidgeted as she typed out the words, really unsure. It was just that how did cousin have so much money? In the villa, Yi Xian received the message. Oh, so quickly recognized. Seeing the message, Yi Xian raised the corners of his mouth. Shenlier, you've gotten a lot prettier in the past 6 months. Yeah. Shenlier, seeing the familiar name and teasing, jumped up from her seat. Oh my god, it really is cousin. Fortunately, Shenlier turned off the live broadcast sound at that moment, or else it would have caused a lot of trouble. What? Upon hearing this, the dormitory roommates were all stunned, and then they glanced at each other, their eyes shining. Oh my god. What did Lear just say? That sunset boss is her cousin. Shenlier ignored her roommates and continued to send a message to her cousin. Cousin, where did you get all that money? Shenlier pondered for a moment, then typed, I'm telling you, if you want to do anything illegal, your uncle and aunt will definitely break your legs. What are you thinking about? Yi Xian smiled slightly, then typed, your cousin and I made some money from part-time jobs, and then we partnered with friends to buy a company. You know heavenly music, and now your brother is the boss. Oh? Upon hearing her cousin's explanation, Shenlier finally understood, but she was still a little overwhelmed, which meant that her cousin was now very rich. Really? After learning that her cousin was rich, Shenlier was exceptionally happy. Then you can feel free to reward me, Don't worry about it. Looking at Shenlier in the broadcast room, Yi Xian's mind flashed back to the little snotty kid who followed behind him when they were young. She really has changed a lot, and I wonder which guy she will end up with in the future. Kissing.jpg. After sending the message, Shenlier's face was full of happiness. She was originally worried that it was someone who had an improper heart towards her, but it turned out to be her cousin. Lear. However, when they saw that Shenlier's typing and chatting had ended, their roommates interrupted. So riding a pig to watch the sunset, is that really your cousin? Of course. Seeing the looks on their faces, Shenlier said proudly, it's my cousin Yi Xian, whom I showed you before. He's now a big boss. Seriously, I still can't believe it. Wow. Hearing Shenlier's words, the images of the handsome figure kept popping up in their minds, especially since several of them had used it as their screensaver. It turned out to be that super handsome cousin. Feeling it, they liked cousin Lear even more. What should they do? Yikes. At that moment, one of the roommates widened her eyes and stared at the live broadcast room, screaming, oh my god, your cousin has rewarded again. Piggy riding watching sunset has rewarded Lear Little Fairy Super Rocket X1211. Piggy riding watching sunset has rewarded Lear Little Fairy Super Rocket X1356. Piggy riding watching sunset has rewarded Lear Little Fairy Super Rocket X1487. This scene really surprised all the girls in the dormitory. Ha! Shenlier looked over, and when she did, her mouth fell open, her expression looking extremely good. Cousin, this. Oh my god. Looking at her cousin's reward, Shenlier felt like she was dreaming. Even if you are rich, this is too wasteful. Ghoul. Swallowing hard, Shenlier took a deep breath and hurriedly sent a WeChat message, cousin, you're still rewarding? Of course, I haven't seen you in half a year. Yi Xian smiled slightly, how could he miss such a chance to spend money? Of course, cousin naturally has to give Liar a big gift. But if my parents knew, they would definitely beat me to death. Swallowing hard, Shenlier sent a message back. It's fine. Yi Xian smiled slightly, raising the corners of his mouth, I'll talk to my second aunt and uncle when I get back. After chatting for a while, Shenlier's face was flushed with excitement as she stared at the live broadcast room, watching the super rocket rewards that were still soaring. Mom, yeah, my cousin is so spoiled, I'm not afraid of being proud. Chapter 17 So what if you like my cousin, you can't have him. Phew. The few people in the dormitory were truly shocked, and they all let out a sigh of relief as they watched the perfect second game PK. However, their eyes on the broadcast room were full of mixed emotions. Shock. Dismay. Horror. All kinds of emotions welled up in their hearts, and then they were all transformed into a strong feeling of like and admiration, even though they had only seen photos of him. Perhaps it was the power of money. 666666, Boss Sunset is invincible. Oh my, there have been more than 2,000 super rockets already. Damn, more than 4 million rewards, Boss is awesome.
Hey, the other person was instantly reduced to ashes.
If the heavens had not created me, Sunset Boss, rewards would last forever like the night. Wow, look, Sunset Boss hasn't stopped yet.
Watching the heated discussion in the live broadcast room, everyone was truly dumbfounded.
Are you crazy, stepping on 4 million rewards and still going?
The third game of the PK quietly began. The moment he came up, he instantly wiped out the progress bar on the opposite side. At this moment, all of the tens of thousands of fans on the opposite side were dumbfounded, shocked as they watched the progress bar continue to soar, and the entire live broadcast room fell silent. Riding a pig watching the sunset rewards Lear Little Fairy with a Super Rocket X3346. Riding a pig watching the sunset rewards Lear Little Fairy with a Super Rocket X3356. Riding a pig watching the sunset rewards Lear Little Fairy with a Super Rocket X3387. The shock was unprecedented, filling both broadcast rooms.
Goo.
The roommates in the dormitory sighed in admiration, quietly watching the broadcast room without being able to utter a single emotion.
However,
the way they looked at Shun Lear was full of envy.
Mom.
She's so spoiled, they really wanted a rich cousin like her too.
Lear, it's showtime. I want to be your sister-in-law. And me too.
My roommates, who never stopped surprising people with their words, finally let go of their last bit of pride. It wasn't the last straw that broke them, but every single one of the rewards that they had received.
Get out.
Shun Lear coughed dryly when she saw her unscrupulous roommates. My cousin is not interested in Lori, and I don't even know if my cousin has a girlfriend.
No.
Liar, you're the best.
Can you please send me your cousin's WeChat?
Yes, I'll give you clothes for a month. The sound of people screaming and shouting filled the air. Shun Lear covered her head, knowing that this scene was bound to happen.
Originally,
cousin had already made them fall in love with him. Now that he is so rich and spoiled, it's strange if he doesn't like them.
Even if it weren't for the blood taboo, she might not be able to resist. Who let cousin be so handsome and outstanding? Hey!
However, cousin has made a big splash and put himself in the spotlight.
In the future, as long as cousin is watching, who would dare look down on her? In a word, with cousin by my side, I have the world. And so, the 3-game PK ended, and the reward ended in the envious glances of his roommates.
In the end, he spent 5,000 super rockets, worth 10 million renminbi.
Cousin, I love you to death.
Looking at the super rocket that was rewarded with tens of millions of RMB, Shun Lear was extremely excited. Xia hug JPG.
Girl, I just realized how great your cousin is.
Yi Xian typed out a sentence, and the little girl with the snail following behind him appeared in his mind.
Time really flies. Humph.
Shun Lear let out a cute sound, with a smile on her face. This scene made her envious roommates want to cry.
Cousin, I haven't even seen you yet. I want a video call.
After saying that, Shun Lear smirked, secretly thinking that her cousin must be even more popular now. Soon, Yi Xian received a video call.
This girl.
When he clicked to connect, he was shocked to see a girl who was even more beautiful than in the live broadcast, and it was Shun Lear.
Wow. However, at this moment, the friends in the dormitory couldn't calm down, and they hurriedly gathered around, but they were too shy to appear in the field of view.
So, they just quietly watched from the side.
Wow. Cousin is even more handsome than before. Yes, I like it. I feel like falling in love, my heart is beating so fast.
Several Lori girls chattered about it. Fortunately their voices were a little low, otherwise if cousin Lear heard them, he would hate to find a crack to hide in. You guys, calm down. Shun Lear gave her roommates a dirty look and said in a bad mood, so what if you like my cousin, you can't have him?
Stupid Lear, what are you talking about? Yes, anything is possible.
They were arguing with Shun Lear, but just as the siblings were talking, a beautiful voice like a lark came over the line.
Daddy, what are you doing?
As the sweet voice rang out, a cute little guy appeared on the screen, and it was none other than the awakened Xiaoxi.
Wow, what a pretty sister.
When Cici saw Shun Lear, her eyes were full of affection. This little sister is really super pretty.
Wow.
This sudden scene made the roommates stunned, and then they were flooded with girlish hearts.
What a cute little fairy. Cousin, who is this? Shen Lier was obviously also stunned by Cici.
She was so cute and adorable, like a delicate porcelain doll.
Just now, she actually called you dad?
Yi Xian coughed dryly, forgetting about the little one.
But since she had seen it, she didn't hide anything. Lier, this is my daughter and your great niece.
Ha! When Shen Lier heard this, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. As for her roommates, they all snapped, their hearts broken, and they looked pale across the room.
How is this possible? Lier's cousin, the child is so big. This is your Aunt Lier.
Yi Xian fondly rubbed the little guy's head as he introduced him.
Hello, Auntie Lier.
Cici's sweet and cute voice rang out, which made Shen Lier's heart melt and she instantly liked him a lot. Hello, Cici.
Oh my, you're so cute and I like you a lot. He.
Knowing that his father was on good terms with this auntie, Cici also said sweetly, Cici also likes Auntie Lier a lot.
That's right. After chatting for a while, Shen Lier looked at her cousin and said, Cousin, when did this happen? How come I didn't know about it? Well, it's a long story.
Cici leaned against her father's chest, and Yi Xian arrived shortly after.
It was 4 years ago one night. As she listened to her cousin's story, Shen Lier's eyes became misty.
She never would have imagined that her cousin and sister-in-law had such a beautiful encounter.
She was so jealous. So that's how it is. Shen Lier nodded emphatically, then asked suspiciously, What? I don't think your aunt and uncle know about this, do they? If they find out, your cousin won't be able to relax like this anymore. They don't know yet.
Yi Xian coughed dryly. He hadn't thought about when he would let his parents meet Xiaoxi. It can wait.
Don't worry. Shen Lier promised, Cousin, I'll keep your secret. After hanging up the phone, Shen Lier let out a sigh of relief. 4 years ago, when they were talking, cousin hadn't even reached his age yet, so he was amazing. But his niece is so cute, I really want to squeeze her. Chapter 18, Is it normal for my brother-in-law to be called to the parents and have his palm slapped by the class teacher? Ding dong.
In the villa room, not long after the phone call, Yi Xian received a WeChat message, Dear cousin, let's visit Jiangcheng University tomorrow.
Remember to pick me up at the station kissing face JPG. This girl. Looking at the message on his phone, Yi Xian smiled helplessly, and then typed back, Okay. Daddy, Aunt Lier is so pretty. Cici really likes. Seeing her father turn off his phone, the little one said cutely. Really? The father petted his daughter's head and continued, Then tomorrow, will you go with your father to the station to pick up Aunt Lier? Really? Hearing her father's words, the little one was overjoyed. I can meet the beautiful Aunt Lier, that's great. The father and daughter chatted for a while before washing up and coming out of the room. Ta. As soon as they arrived in the living room downstairs, they heard the sound of busy activity in the kitchen, and then saw that the dining table was already full of a sumptuous breakfast. Seeing Zhai Yuanyan, who was finishing breakfast, Yi Xian was curious. I didn't think you could cook. Humph. Zhai Yuanyan snorted, and then blushed and looked away, thinking of something. Who are you looking down on? Yes, Daddy. Cici was grinning from ear to ear. Before, it was always Mama who cooked. But Daddy's cooking is still the best. Cici said seriously, and her words made Zhai Yuanyan's head spin. This little guy really spoils her. Eat it or not. Glaring at Cici, Zhai Yuanyan was really a little angry. This father and daughter just know how to bully her. The cooking is not bad. As she ate the breakfast prepared by Yi Xian commented, which made Yi Xian feel better. After all, it was not easy to be praised by this guy's cooking. You're smart. Cici, on the other hand, smiled at her mother, but it attracted a cold stare from Yi Xian. Ding dong ding. During dinner, Yi Xian's phone rang. Seeing that the caller was her mother, she couldn't help but feel her heart rise to her throat. After all, Mom doesn't know about Yi Xian's existence. Hello, Mom. She answered the phone, calling her mother warmly, obviously trying to hide her guilty conscience. Her mother answered, then said, Oh, right, just now Xiaodao's homeroom teacher called and said that he got into trouble at school and asked the parents to go there. Your father and I are in the Magic City for business and don't have time, so you go. What? That brat got into trouble again? Do. Before Xi Mengyan finished speaking, her mother hung up, which made Xi Mengyan's beautiful face frown. Calling parents is never a good thing. Cough. Xi Mengyan then looked at Yi Xian and continued with a dry cough, That, Yi Xian.
Xiaodao's homeroom teacher called the parents, and I have an important meeting later, so why don't you go for me?
Yeah.
Cece heard this and looked at her mother. Mom, Uncle Dagger has caused trouble again.
Go away, what are you talking about?
Hearing Cece's words, which hit Yumenjian off guard, she could only make the best of the situation. Just find out what's going on.
You, as my brother-in-law, go there and find out what's going on, is that okay?
Yumenjian's face turned red, thinking about the guy's actions this morning. She said with a stiff face, so this could be considered a bit of revenge.
Oh. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian laughed. Is the brother-in-law being called to the parents? Yi Xian is naturally not stupid. This girl is clearly not willing to go.
Since it concerns the brother-in-law, there is naturally no problem.
Su Mengyan gave someone a white eye, and she didn't care about the title of brother-in-law. After all, if she wanted this guy to get into the pit, she had to give him some sweeteners, didn't she? Thank you.
Su Mengyan let out a sigh of relief, finally not having to go to that brat's parents.
Goodbye, Mom.
After breakfast, Zai Yuanyan rarely accompanied the father and daughter, as if she knew what would happen during their trip. She had heard the homeroom teacher scold them many times before.
After all, the little brat was always getting into trouble. Daddy, this is the first time I'm going to my uncle's school. Cece was excited and looking forward to it.
Everything felt so new and happy, and everything had changed since she had been with her father.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yi Xian petted the little guy's head and learned from the message sent by Su Mengyan that his young cousin had just started junior high school, but he had called his parents more than 10 times already, and was a real troublemaker.
Okay.
Yi Xian smiled slightly as he read his young cousin's message. This young cousin seems to be quite interesting. Soon, Jinghua Noble School was approaching.
Su Xiaodao, do you admit your fault?
As soon as he arrived at the office door, he heard a voice reprimanding someone, and the person being reprimanded was his younger brother, Xiaodao.
Why should I? Then, he heard a voice full of defiance. He hit me first, is it my fault that I resisted? You. Knock knock. Just then, Yi Xian learned the whole story, and the sound of knocking attracted the attention of the people in the office. Who are you? Before the teachers in the office could ask, Xiaoxi had already started running over, her little feet clicking. Uncle Xiaodao. Xiaoxi, why are you here?
Su Xiaodao was shocked to see Xiaoxi's face, but then his gaze fell on Yi Xian, who had come with her.
Get away, don't step on my shoes.
At this moment, a child who looked similar to Su Xiaodao looked at Xiaoxi with disgust and raised his hand to push her.
Pop.
But at this moment, Yi Xiao Knife suddenly became unhappy and slapped her directly. Damn it, if you move Cece even a little, I'll kill you.
Your teacher, Yi Xiao Knife, hit me again.
The child immediately complained, and Yi Xian was stunned.
This little brother-in-law is quite protective. Hello, teacher, I am Yi Xiao Knife's brother-in-law.
He came up close, and Yi Xian nodded at his brother-in-law. However, his brother-in-law was dumbfounded when he heard this.
Brother-in-law? What the hell? He didn't even know he had a brother-in-law. Uncle Dagger, this is my father.
Cece whispered to her uncle, but Shi Xiao Dagger's eyes widened.
Don't worry, I'll give the old man a heart attack. Hello, brother-in-law.
Knowing that he had caused trouble, Xiaodao naturally didn't dare offend this nominal brother-in-law, although he didn't know why his sister had let him come.
Oh. You are Yi Shixiao's parent, right? The homeroom teacher glanced at Yi Xian, and did not spare him at all because he was good-looking. He was in menopause.
Your son causes trouble every day, and today he even got into a fight with someone.
I didn't.
The homeroom teacher didn't finish speaking, and Shi Xiaodao suddenly became angry. He started the fight, I only fought back.
Still arguing.
The homeroom teacher immediately exploded, so angry that he stood up. Shi Xiaodao, what did I tell you?
He was wrong to hit you, but you were wrong to fight back. Pop.
Unable to stand by and watch, Yi Xian slapped him directly.
What kind of scumbag homeroom teacher is this? FCK. This sudden scene directly dumbfounded his brother-in-law.
His brother-in-law directly wasted the homeroom teacher.
This is some operation.
As for the child who had previously clashed with Xixiadeo, he was even more scared.
Asshole. Xixiadeo's homeroom teacher immediately exploded, looking at Yi Xian like a shrew, and was about to fight back. Why did you hit me? At this time, the other teachers in the office persuaded the class teacher to hold back, because they knew his fighting power too well. Why are you fighting back when I hit you? I glanced at the misguided class teacher. Didn't you say that it was wrong to fight back?
As soon as these words were spoken, the whole room fell silent. Even the shouting class teacher froze in place. Xiaodao felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart.
My dear sister, where did you find such an amazing brother-in-law? He's so awesome. Chapter 19, Who dares to snatch such a great brother-in-law? I will fight to the death with him. You. For a moment, the beaten homeroom teacher stuttered for half a day and couldn't come up with a single word, almost fainting from anger. Damn it! If she doesn't get her revenge today, how will she be able to stand in the noble school? She really thinks she can get away with this. Kid, this isn't over today. What's going on? The loud noise immediately attracted the attention of the headmaster of the noble school. Headmaster, you have to do something for me. Xiaodao's homeroom teacher was so aggrieved that she was about to explode. The villain first complained, this person, he actually hit someone in a public place in the office. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. I suggest that Xiaodao be expelled and given a severe demerit. After that, she glared at Yi Xian viciously, and then a smirk appeared at the corner of her mouth, as if to say, you are too young to fight with me. You have to know. She is not only the homeroom teacher, but also a relative of the board of directors of the noble school. Nonsense. Su Xiaodao couldn't help but speak out. It was obvious that the homeroom teacher was biased, and my brother-in-law was just reasoning with him. Other teachers can testify to this. The other teachers in the office all changed countenance after hearing this. After all, they knew that Xiaodao's homeroom teacher had a strong background. If they offended Xiaodao's homeroom teacher, they were afraid that their careers would be over. This gentleman. Zhao Zifang, the school principal, let out a small sigh of relief and tried to smooth things over. After all, it's not right to hit someone, so why don't you apologize to teacher Zhang first? Hearing the school principal's words and the reactions of the other teachers in the office just now, Yi Xian roughly guessed that this teacher Zhang had an extraordinary background. However, this was not important to him, and on the contrary, he suddenly had a bold idea. Principal, I wonder if your noble school is for sale. Yi Xian raised an intriguing arc and fixed his gaze on the principal. I want to buy it. Boom. Upon hearing these words, everyone, including the principal, was dumbfounded. Xiaodao was even more incredulous. He never expected his cheap brother-in-law to suddenly ask such a question. Ahem. Principal Zhao Zifang saw that Yi Xian was extraordinary and coughed dryly. To be honest, the school board of the noble school has been planning to sell it for more than a month, but no one has taken over yet. But just as he was about to say that, Zhao Zifang reminded him, Jingying Noble School is considered top-notch in Jiangcheng, and the purchase price is almost 2 billion. Are you sure you still want it? 2 billion? After hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a brief gleam of light. Great. I'll take it. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian took out a black card, swiped the card. This? Zhao Zifang was taken aback, and then coughed dryly, well, let me consult. After all, he was only in charge of managing the noble school, and the real decision-maker was still the school board. After Zifang Zhao signed the contract on behalf of the school board, the payment was received. Mr. Yi, you will be the sole director of Jingying Noble Middle School from now on. HM. Yi Xian gave a slight smile, but not far away, teacher Zhang's face was ashen, and she was scolded by the relatives of the original school director, which directly confused her. That guy really bought the noble school. In that case, let's get back to the topic we were talking about earlier. His gaze then turned to Zhang, Xiaodao's homeroom teacher. Do I still need to apologize to this teacher Zhang? Everyone, including Principal Zhao, twitched their mouths. You've become the owner of the noble school, what's the point of apologizing? Guliolu. Xiao Dagger was dumbfounded by this move. My goodness, you can still do it like this. Brother-in-law. Awesome. This tactic is completely beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Damn, who would want such an awesome brother-in-law? I'll fight to the death with him. Cough, Mr. Yi is joking. Zhao Feng coughed dryly and continued, the noble school, including me, everyone stay or leave is up to you to decide. And there is no need to apologize. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was shocked, especially teacher Zhang, who had just yelled, and he was at a loss for tears. Good guy, now the roles have reversed, and the other person has become his boss. Are you kidding? How could he dare to be stubborn? He wanted to die. Well,
Yi Xian was very satisfied with this answer, and of course, Principal Zhao did not dare to be arrogant. After all, his power of life and death was also in Yi Xian's hands.
Teacher Zhang, right?
Yi Xian's gaze fell on him, which made Teacher Zhang's body tremble, and he almost collapsed to the ground.
Mr. Yi.
Gulping, she swallowed her saliva. She had worked hard to get this job, and if she was fired, where would she find a job with such good treatment?
Do you still want to apologize? Cough, cough. Teacher Zhang was embarrassed and hurriedly waved his hand. No, it's not necessary. How dare you?
After taking a deep breath, Mr. Zhang then looked at Xiaodao, and he seemed a lot more agreeable. Xiaodao, you're actually usually a good student. I misunderstood you just now, don't be angry with me. When Xiaodao heard his teacher, who had always been difficult for him, speak so humbly, he felt so happy that he couldn't describe it, and it felt like the whole world was floating up into the sky.
Humph. But I can't lose face in front of my brother-in-law.
I'm doing this for my brother-in-law's sake, otherwise I'd tell you to get lost right now.
Yes, yes, yes.
Teacher Zhang fawned, and Yi Xian glanced at him. Since you've decided to continue working at the school, you'd better straighten up your attitude, and if anything like this happens again, you'll be on your own.
Understood, Mr. Yi.
Taking a deep breath, Teacher Zhang dared not be careless at this moment, and he dared not act domineeringly again in the future.
However, in view of your despicable behavior this time, you have no objection to being fined 3 months' salary, do you?
His gaze fell on Teacher Zhang, which made him tremble all over, and he was about to fall to his knees. No, no objection.
Ghoul.
Many of his colleagues around him swallowed. My goodness, 3 months' salary is a small 100,000 yuan. Then, he looked at Xiaodao, and in the future, he must not offend this little brat.
Let's go.
Then Yi Xian led his brother-in-law and Xiaoxi out of the office, until they disappeared from view. The principal and the others let out a sigh of relief, and Teacher Zhang even flopped to the ground in exhaustion.
What a relief!
After leaving the office, Xiaoxi was overjoyed, looking at his brother-in-law in admiration. Brother-in-law, you're awesome.
He, of course.
Xiaoxi looked at his uncle proudly, and continued, Daddy is the most awesome person in the world.
Chapter 20, Big Sis, you have no idea how awesome your brother-in-law is. I believe you. Xiao Dagger nodded emphatically, saying that he had beaten up the teacher at the parents' meeting and had spent 2 billion yuan. Just ask. Who else could have done it?
Then Xiao Dagger expressed his loyalty. Brother-in-law, don't worry, if my sister dares to bully you in the future, I will make her pay. Without a doubt, a single parents' meeting had directly reduced his brother-in-law to a little fanboy.
Ding.
Congratulations, you have successfully upgraded your car driving to a god level, which cost 5 enhancement points. Note, this driving level is so good that it can defeat the god of driving, just like bullying a child. As he listened to the voice in his ear, Yi Xian's mind immediately filled with more information about car driving. It can be said that Yi Xian's car skills are now on par with the gods. He is extremely skilled at all kinds of cool car skills.
He then looked at the attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 23.
Skills, God level cooking, God level music, martial arts master, God level drinking, God level car skills.
Wealth, 8999996169981112 Chinese currency. Strengthening points, 16.
Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian's mouth curled up in an arc.
This feeling of getting stronger is really addictive. Ooh.
A cry of surprise interrupted Yi Xian's thoughts, and the owner of the voice was none other than Xiao Daoxi.
However,
at the moment, his eyes were fixed on the extended version of the supercar in front of him. This is the Rolls-Royce Phantom extended version. Seeing the extended version of the supercar with its headlights on, she shouted off Rose, brother-in-law, this is said to be worth at least 50 million yuan.
This is yours.
Gulping and swallowing, Shi Xiaodao was truly shocked. Even though he was the young master of the Jiangchengshi family, he was still a child after all.
Of course.
When they arrived at the car, Xiaoxi said proudly, Uncle Dagger, this is just one of Daddy's cars. Daddy also has an 80 million yuan car, and several more at the villa. Xiaoxi said, while counting on his fingers, but it was enough to shock Xiaoxi Dagger.
My goodness. Brother-in-law, just how rich are you? You have to know.
Just now, my brother-in-law spent 2 billion yuan to buy the noble school, and now there are so many luxury cars.
This price is much higher than my sister's. Brother-in-law, where are we going now?
Sitting in the coveted extended version of the supercar, Shi Xiaodao felt that he was only one step away from the pinnacle of life with his brother-in-law.
Of course, we're going shopping.
On their first meeting, Yi Xian naturally wanted to make good use of his brother-in-law. Then he looked at Xiaoxi. By the way, ask your mom if she has time to come out shopping with us.
Really? Long live daddy.
After saying that, Xiaoxi skillfully dialed his mother's phone number, and when he learned that the parent-teacher meeting had already ended, Xi Mengyan readily agreed.
Half an hour later, they were at the shopping center. Ji.
With a cool red Ferrari parked in front of the mall, then a beautiful woman got out of the car, and it was Xi Mengyan.
Mom, why are you only here now?
Cici pouted, looking at her mother with dissatisfaction. They had been waiting for quite a while.
Okay, no. Was there traffic?
Yi Xian comforted the little one with a smile. Go in.
What do you want to buy today? I'll pay. Yes.
Shi Xiaodagger was the first to be full of excitement when he heard this. Long live my brother-in-law.
Listening to what Yi Xiaodagger said, Yumian was stunned. Stupid boy, don't yell. I got it, let's go, brother-in-law.
After giving a perfunctory response, Yi Xiaodagger yelled again, obviously not having listened to a word his sister had said.
You. Yumian wanted to explode, but Yi Xian smiled and stopped her. It's fine, I think it's pretty good.
Poof. She glared at a certain guy, and while she had originally wanted to say thank you to him or something, now she had no interest at all, and even had an unprecedented desire to stab him.
How annoying. That guy, can't he just speak nicely? Paying the bill, right?
As she watched the three of them leave, Yumenjian narrowed her eyes. I'm going to make you bleed today.
Soon, the Hermes flagship store. Yi Xian, what do you think of this bag?
Yumenjian asked, looking at the luxury designer bag worth 58,888.
It's not bad. Buy it.
Yi Xian naturally didn't care. After all, the more these three spent, the happier he was.
Su Mingyan's mouth curled up into a sly arc, and then she continued, by the way, do you have this bag in other colors? Yes, miss. The beautiful salesperson looked at Su Mingyan enviously and explained patiently, this one is black, and there are also 4 other colors, red, white, pink, and purple. I see.
After hearing this, Shi Mingyan's heart was even happier, and today you will be a brother-in-law for a while.
I'll take them all. After saying this, Shi Mingyan looked at Yi Xian, is that okay?
Of course. Yi Xian remained calm and unruffled, and Shi Mingyan saw this and secretly thought to herself, let's see how long you can hold out. Subsequently, the three of them began to shop like crazy.
1 shop. 3 shops. 5 shops.
As he watched his wealth value plummet, Yi Xian's smile grew wider and wider, because the more he spent, the more he got. I don't know how long it took. Until they came out of the mall, and it was already close to nightfall. Seeing the extended version of the supercar full, Shi Xiaodao let out a deep sigh of relief. This is so awesome.
Brother-in-law, I love you.
Shi Xiaodao showed his love crazily, but this operation made Xi Mengyan flinch. It seemed that the brat admired this guy even more. How could this be? It was just a parent-teacher meeting, and the little devil who was the family's biggest headache just submitted so easily.
What actually happened at the parent-teacher meeting?
When she thought about this, Xi Mengyan glanced at someone and then asked her younger brother, Xiaodao, how was the parent-teacher meeting today? After a series of indirect questions, it was obvious that she wanted to find out what happened at the parent-teacher meeting.
Hey!
When she heard her sister mention the parent-teacher meeting, Shi Xiaodao suddenly perked up. That's great.
You don't know how awesome my brother-in-law is.
Xiaodao then enthusiastically described what would happen at the parents' meeting, from his brother-in-law beating up the unscrupulous class teacher, to the subsequent takeover of the noble school, and the reactions of everyone, especially the class teacher's apology to him at the end. Then, Zai Yuanyan glanced at the person driving the car.
You even hit the teacher.
Really, Zai Yuanyan felt like her brain's CPU had fried. Well, she asked him to go to the parents' meeting, and this guy just goes and does this.
Not only did he hit the homeroom teacher, but he also bought the school? Really, being rich is awesome.
But the homeroom teacher was so weak, he even apologized to this guy and his brother.
I'm sure I'm not dreaming. Chapter 21 Yi Xian, you dared to knock my head off.
Night falls, and the lights are turned on.
In front of the villa. Wow.
After getting off the car, Shi Xiaodao looked at the supercars lined up in a row, and the visual impact was unprecedented.
Brother-in-law, awesome.
Although he was prepared, Shi Xiaodao still gave the thumbs up, and no one could take away this brother-in-law. As Yumian listened to her brother-in-law being called over and over again, she felt a sense of injustice. What was so great about that guy? He just stood up for you at the parents' meeting. I don't know if it was right or wrong to let this guy represent my brother at the parents' meeting. After entering the living room, the little guy took his uncle on a tour of the villa, which made Xiao Dagger admire his brother-in-law even more. Ding dong ding. The two little guys didn't get to tour the villa for long before Yi Xian received a video call from his mother. Hello, Mom. When the call was connected, a middle-aged woman suddenly appeared on the other end of the line, and it was Ye's mother. Hey. Just then, Ye's mother suddenly noticed the stunning girl on the screen. Rascal, don't move. Just now, there was a girl next to you, wasn't there? When Yu Minyan heard this, Tang's heart went up to his throat, and then he glared at someone. Cough cough, it's nothing. That's my girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Zumuyan fell head over heels for Yi Xian. This guy is crazy. What? As an inspector, Ye's mother has a sharp eye. Although it was only a flash, she saw that the girl was absolutely beautiful. You have a girlfriend? Here, let me see. Glaring at someone, Zumuyan appeared on the screen, smiling. Hello, Auntie. Oh. Seeing the beauty of the country, Ye's mother couldn't help but be stunned. This beauty is high enough. You brat, you have good taste. She's pretty enough. Yi Mui said with emotion, as Shi Mengyan met Yi Xian's parents for the first time. Her face couldn't help but turn red, even though the two of them hadn't even started dating yet. Thank you, Auntie. A pleasant voice rang out. Auntie is also very pretty. Really? But I can't compare to you. With a super high appearance value and a sweet mouth, for a moment, Yi Mui was extremely satisfied with Shi Mengyan. Daddy, Mommy, what are you doing? Just then, a voice appeared in the video without a sound, and Shi Mengyan realized too late. When Ye's mother saw this on the other side, she couldn't help but freeze for a moment, and then her gaze fell on the cute little Shi. Who is this cute little baby? Shi Mengyan's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and she glared fiercely at Yi Xian, as if to say, let you answer the phone here. Mom, listen to my excuses. Oh no, listen to my explanation. Hearing the sudden words of a certain guy, Zai Yuanyan couldn't help but laugh for a moment. Yi Xian coughed dryly. Well, Mom, what I want to say is that you're a grandmother now. Do you remember the college entrance exam 4 years ago? I didn't go home that night. Quickly, Yi Xian told the story of that year, but there wasn't much burden. After all, he was a man with 900 billion, so what was there to fear about a showdown? You brat. Listening to her son, Yi Mu had already believed him 70 to 80%. At first, she had wondered why her son had been so distracted for several days after his return, but it turned out that he had spent the night with such a beautiful daughter-in-law. Auntie, I'm sorry. Su Mengyan also blushed. Yi Xian had only recently confessed to Xiao Shi, and I shouldn't have kept it from you. Silly boy, what are you talking about? Of course, Ye's mother was not angry, but glared at Yi Xian. You little brat, look what you've done. See. Yi Xian hugged the little guy and introduced him. Come, say hello to Grandma. Grandma. The young and sweet voice made Ye's mother like it so much, it had a very healing effect. It said that people from different generations are close, and Ye's mother's voice made Yi Xian feel so good that he suddenly didn't care about calling his son. You brat, hurry up and give me my granddaughter's phone. Yi Mu commanded her son, then beamed. I want to talk to my granddaughter. Ahem. Yi Xian coughed dryly, and the two of them chatted like this, occasionally making Yi Mu laugh, while Yi Xian let out a deep sigh of relief. After a while, the phone was returned to its owner. Mengyan, you've suffered for so many years. Ye's mother glared at her son and said, if that kid dares to bully you in the future, just tell your auntie and I'll break his legs. Okay, Auntie. Su Mengyan suppressed a smile and finally hung up the phone. Thanks. Looking at the two little guys playing around not far away, Yi Xian said with a smile, I can't tell, they're quite righteous. So, how do you want to thank me? Seeing the guy next to her, Zai Menjian teased, after all, it was not easy to make this guy owe a favor. Well. After a moment of contemplation, seeing Zai Menjian's rare appearance, he looked at her seriously. How about marrying me? Get out. Zai Menjian gave someone a white eye and said angrily, you think it's pretty? You don't have to marry me. After looking at a certain guy, she continued, in that case, you teach me cooking. After a few words of conversation, he agreed. Gurgling. Just then, two little guys not far away protested with their stomachs.
Daddy, we're hungry. Cece looked at Yi Xian with pitiful eyes, and that look made Ximenjian burst out laughing. Wait, I'll cook right away. After saying that, Yi Xian looked at the beautiful woman next to him. Ximenjian, it's your time to show off. I'm cooking? Su Mengyan asked with a quizzical expression, but soon realized what it was. Her face flushed. No, who is your wife?
Her heart pounded uncontrollably. She had never felt this way before, especially when she looked at Yi Xian from her perspective. The lighting made him look super handsome.
What else?
Yi Xian naturally didn't notice Su Mengyan's change, and knocked her on the head.
How do you want to learn cooking?
Su Mengyan covered her smooth, white forehead, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Yi Xian. How dare you hit me? This scene of flirting and bantering made Xiao Dao smile, and she couldn't help but feel that her sister was in good hands with her brother-in-law.
Get angry a little. The soy sauce is too little. Get the noodles.
Under Yi Xian's hands-on teaching, Su Mengyan's cooking skills improved at a visible rate.
Very quickly. An attractive fragrance came from the pot, and then Su Mengyan tasted the soup. I made this noodle soup. Indeed, Su Mengyan was shocked by her own cooking level, and Yi Xian sighed with emotion. Mengyan wife, you have quite the talent, don't you? That's right, I'm very clever.
Then, Yumi Mengyan glared at Yi Xian. Stop calling me that.
Did I?
Seeing the way she was being treated by someone, Yumi Mengyan rolled her eyes. But she didn't pursue it. After all, she seemed used to someone's shamelessness.
I don't care about you.
However, the moment she turned around, the corner of her mouth curled up in a charming arc, but Yumi Mengyan didn't notice it herself.
Chapter 22 Mengyan, honey, is it okay if I sleep with you? Well. Sniffing the delicious aroma of the noodles, Xiao Dao looked at her sister in disbelief. Sister, did you really make this soup? It's so delicious. Gulping
down the saliva in her mouth, Xiao Dao said.
Cece also agreed. Mom, you're amazing.
Su Mengyan's face flushed a little, and she said that the soup noodles were made under someone's hands-on guidance.
After dinner,
Su Xiaodao ate a big bowl of soup noodles, and then looked at Yi Xian in admiration.
Brother-in-law, you're amazing. With a little guidance, you've improved your sister's cooking so much. Upon hearing this, Su Mengyan gave him a dirty look, saying, you little brat, don't know how to speak. Uncle Xiaodao, I want to sleep with you tonight. Cece Mengda said, and Xiaodao naturally knew what his niece meant.
He looked at his sister and brother-in-law and rolled his eyes.
Great. I just happened to have something fun, let's play together. Xiaodao then took Cece's hand and said, Sister, brother-in-law, Cece and I will go to the room and play first. You. Two little guys are at it, and Ximenjian couldn't help but panic, naturally knowing what they were going to do. Damn it. That guy, what is so good about him that he can buy off the two little guys so quickly? It's a shame that I've always loved them so much. A little later, in the room. Clatter.
The stunning girl has finished bathing, and she steps lightly out of the bathroom, wearing a gauzy bathrobe that makes her look like a misty vision. Her long hair falls over her shoulders like a waterfall, and water droplets roll over her snow-white skin, sparkling with a crystalline radiance. Her face is covered in a haze of moisture, as if she were a fairy from the moon palace, pure and incomparable. Her gaze is soft and deep, as if she could see into people's hearts, and it makes people fall in love with her. Every one of her movements is full of grace and poise, and it makes people fall in love with her.
Ghoul.
Yi Xian couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and he was mesmerized by the beauty that appeared in the room.
So beautiful. Su Mengyan's face flushed slightly, feeling the gaze of a certain guy. What are you looking at? Oops.
But at this moment, Su Mengyan's center of gravity became unstable and she twisted her ankle and fell to the ground.
However,
Yi Xian, with quick eyes and hands, quickly wrapped his arms around her slender waist, which was barely worth holding, and with his other hand, he wrapped his hand around her swan-like white neck.
Sigh.
Then, Yumenjian let out a cry of pain, and suddenly there was a slight bruise on her ankle.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, for upgrading your bone-setting massage to the special level. Note, this level of bone-setting massage can heal more than 90% of external injuries in the world. Yi Xian's mouth curled up as he heard the system's voice in his ear.
Sure enough. The system randomly generates skills based on your needs. Baidui, Xingke, Shihai, Guanyuan, Mingmen. And the healing methods are all in his heart. It's like he was born with it. Don't move.
He glanced at Zymenjian's delicate, jade-like ankles. Her skin as fine as the finest porcelain, with a rosy hue that made her look like an ethereal goddess. Her toes were as delicate as flower petals, and every movement exuded an irresistible charm that drew countless admiring glances.
Let me massage you.
Settling the nerves, Yi Xian unleashed his bone-setting massage skills and massaged Yumenjian in a peculiar way.
What?
Yumenjian, who had originally wanted to struggle, found that under the guy's massage, the pain in her ankle was decreasing at a visible rate.
You can massage?
Yumenjian looked at the handsome guy in front of her and had to say under the warm yellow light that he was really handsome.
It's okay.
Yi Xian gave a faint smile and couldn't help but look at a pair of white, slender legs. He knows a little about massage.
Su Mengyan naturally didn't believe him.
After all, she knew quite a few massage masters, and glared at someone.
I'm really curious. How much ability do you have that I don't know about?
Without a doubt, at this moment, Su Mengyan for the first time felt a strong sense of curiosity towards the man beside her.
I want to know.
Yi Xian gave a faint smile, and then playfully said, not impossible, why not dream wife to marry?
Husband will tell you all the secrets? Spit.
Listening to the indecent words of a certain guy, Xi Mengyan glared at him fiercely. Who told you to marry me, you wishful thinker?
I don't want to.
A slightly arrogant tone, which made Yi Xian's ears tingle, and he couldn't handle you.
Well.
At a certain moment, Xi Mengyan glared at him. You be quiet.
That was it.
After a little while, the bruising on Xi Mengyan's delicate ankles subsided.
It's okay.
Putting down her jade-like feet, Yi Xian said with a smile, Mengyan wife, take a few steps. Just as he turned his head to ask Xi Mengyan to take a few steps, he happened to look directly into her beautiful face, and at that moment, the two of them were no more than 3 centimeters apart.
Pounding.
Su Mengyan's beautiful eyes stared at the man in front of her, as if time had stopped at that moment, her heart beating rapidly.
Gulu gelu.
Looking at the beautiful woman so close, Yi Xian couldn't help but kiss her lips.
Soft. Cool. It feels so good, and the aftertaste is endless. You.
Su Mengyan's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the bold guy in front of her.
Cough, what?
Yi Xian coughed dryly, looking a little embarrassed. He couldn't hold back for a moment, after all. You're so beautiful. After saying that, Yi Xian's eyes shifted away, afraid of doing anything else that would be out of line. I'll go to sleep first. Su Mengyan's face flushed like the morning sun, and the scenes of the kiss just now appeared in front of her eyes. A trace of sweetness suddenly welled up in her heart, and it was the scene of that guy massaging her ankles that appeared again. Thinking about this, her pounding heart calmed down a little, and it started beating faster again. But before she could think about it any further, a large hand embraced her.
Mengyan, honey, is it okay if I hold you while we sleep? As you
felt the warmth and strong heartbeat of a certain guy, Mengyan's heart suddenly rose to her throat. That guy had some nerve, actually saying that he wanted to hold her while they slept.
Well. For some reason, the ghost-possessed Su Mengyan didn't know how, but she had agreed.
But as soon as she had agreed, she regretted it.
How could this be?
Her heart was full of disbelief.
Su Mengyan, is this still you? You actually agreed to let that guy hold you while you slept. Are you crazy?
Hugging the beauty in his arms, Yi Xian's mouth curved up in an arc, especially when he sniffed the good-smelling fragrance of the beauty's silky hair like a waterfall, which made him feel more calm than ever. That feeling was wonderful, and it was completely indescribable in words.
Just like that.
At some point, the two of them fell asleep one after the other, while Zymenjian had a beautiful dream and slept with complete peace of mind, even with a mesmerizing curve at the corner of her mouth. However, no one was able to appreciate this scene.
Chapter 23, There are thousands of beautiful women in the world, but my husband only loves Mengyan. The next morning.
The first ray of sunshine filtered through the curtains and dappled the girl's delicate face. Her eyelashes trembled gently, like butterfly wings, and slowly opened to reveal a pair of bright, deep eyes. Her skin was as white as snow, her lips the color of cherries, and every movement exuded unparalleled grace. Her long hair falls like a waterfall over her shoulders, as if she has walked out of a dream, and she makes people fall for her.
Well.
Su Mengyan opened her beautiful eyes and suddenly saw the handsome side profile of the boy in front of her, and her face could not help but flush. This guy is quite handsome when he's quiet. As she murmured, the events of last night came flooding back to her mind.
The guy didn't hold back on taking advantage of her, but why didn't she feel the least bit disgusted? Are you done looking?
Just then, a voice rang in her ear, and when Su Mengyan looked around, she came face to face with a pair of starry eyes, and her heart couldn't help but tighten.
When did you wake up?
As she spoke, Su Mengyan wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. It was so embarrassing that she had been caught staring at the guy.
I've been awake for a while.
Smiling, he looked at the beautiful girl in his arms and swept her slightly disheveled hair behind her ear. I saw you staring so intently, so I didn't disturb you.
What?
Upon hearing these words, Su Mengyan was even more ashamed. She had been awake for quite some time, which meant that she had just been staring at him and he had noticed.
Mengyan wife, you haven't been in a relationship, have you?
Seeing the appearance of a beautiful woman, Yi Xian asked curiously.
Who? Who hasn't been in a relationship? Su Mengyan's heart tightened.
Naturally, she couldn't let that guy know that she had no experience in relationships, otherwise she would be even more embarrassed.
Really? A faint smile, and Zumuyan's reaction already said it all. Zumuyan wife, how about playing a game?
After last night, the two's relationship had obviously improved a lot, unlike before when it was a bit stiff.
Game? What game? Zumuyan looked warily at a certain guy, wondering what mischief he was up to. It's very simple, a quick thinking game.
Smiling, Yi Xian had already started digging a hole. If I lose, I promise you one thing.
Of course. If you lose, how about you be my girlfriend? You. Upon hearing someone's words, Yu Mingyan's face flushed, and the guy actually asked her to be his girlfriend. Okay.
Yu Mengyan was very confident in her intelligence and snorted, if you lose, I'll let you wash my clothes for a year.
No problem. After agreeing on the bet, Yu Mengyan entered the pit without incident. Then I'll start.
With a dry cough, Yi Xian said, listen up. Of the 26 letters of the English alphabet, 2 letters, E and T, are gone.
How many are left? That's it. Su Mengyan smiled confidently and said, there are 21 left. ET has gone to UFO. After all, she is a high-achieving student and academic, and ET is the abbreviation for alien. How could she not know that? Wrong.
Yi Xian shook his head, then told her the answer. There were 3 left, because ET was wearing AJ, turned on the GPS with 1000 Hz, went to the karaoke bar and spent 100 renminbi on a bottle of brandy XO, put in a DVD, went to the toilet and played DNF, and killed a Q.
You.
When she listened to someone else's words, Shi Mengyan was stunned. This guy is shameless.
What, you don't believe me?
Seeing the look on Shi Mengyan's face, Yi Xian gave her a look. How about this? I'll give you an easy one.
Which of Cao Cao, Liu Bei, Sun Quan, and Zhuge Liang is not a character from the Three Kingdoms period? Hearing the question, Shi Mengyan's eyebrows furrowed. Aren't these 4 people all characters from the Three Kingdoms period? What is this even talking about? The answer is Cao Cao. He also wanted to smile, and then explained, because Cao Cao had always been the prime minister of the Eastern Han dynasty, and it was Cao Pai who founded the Wei Kingdom. Poof. Upon hearing what a certain guy said, Ximenjian couldn't help but give him a glare. Humph.
You've used tricks to chat up a lot of girls, haven't you? With a serious look on his face, I have to say that very few girls can resist such provocation.
How could that be?
Seeing a beautiful woman with a charming smile, Yi Xian's eyes were filled with tenderness. There are thousands of beautiful women in the world, but my husband only provokes his wife, Mengyan.
Cut. I don't believe it. Su Mengyan, a love novice, could not withstand such provocation.
Immediately, her heart was pounding like a deer in heat, and she felt a little difficulty breathing.
So, has Mengyan agreed to be my girlfriend?
When the time was ripe, Yi Xian stared at Su Mengyan and asked.
You.
Felt the gaze of a certain guy, and Su Mengyan was so flustered that she could not help it.
However,
Yi Xian did not give her time to think, urging, yes or no, give me a quick answer.
Yi Xian, you. Listening to someone's words, Yu Mengjian's mind went blank. I'll just say yes.
As she spoke, Yu Mengjian's voice grew smaller and smaller, but it was still clearly audible.
Ha? Really?
As the words came to her ears, Yi Xian's mouth curved up. So from now on, you can be my girlfriend. In this way, I can take advantage of you openly in the future.
No, show your affection.
Oof. When someone said that, Zai Yuanyan gave him a white look, and indeed, that guy didn't have good intentions.
But why, it feels a little sweet, and there's also a little strange expectation. If this scene is known to the outside world, I'm afraid the entire Jiangcheng will turn upside down. Are you kidding? Who is Yi Mengyan?
She was the most beautiful woman in Jiangqing back then, the kind of woman countless sons of noble families would die for. Now she has agreed to be Yi Xian's girlfriend, so it's obvious what that means.
Since she's agreed.
Yi Xian looked at the pretty girl and said, Mengyan, my wife, come give your husband a kiss.
Yi Xian, you were about to say something, but Yi Mengyan, thinking about the relationship they had established, couldn't help but sigh and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Satisfied? After the kiss, Yu Miyan left like lightning, but her heart was almost out of her chest.
This was the first time she had kissed someone on her own initiative.
MMM.
Yi Xian said with a smile, secretly thinking that if only she was brave enough, she could get her teacher to take pregnancy leave.
It felt pretty good.
Commenting, she then sighed with emotion, if only it had lasted longer.
Put. What are you thinking?
Su Mengyan pinched the soft underbelly of a certain guy with her slender hand, and she didn't forget to glare at him.
This guy has such a thick skin. I don't know. Is it right or wrong to agree to be this guy's girlfriend? Forget it.
After all, this guy is Xiaoxi's father, so just call him her boyfriend. However, the development of events that followed was far beyond expectations.
Of course, this is all a later story.
Chapter 24. If I reveal the secret, may my sister be cursed to never escape the clutches of her brother-in-law.
Goodbye, Mengyan's wife.
After breakfast, Yi Xian waved goodbye to the two siblings in front of the villa.
Goodbye, Uncle Mama.
Hearing her father's way of addressing her mother, Xiaoxi was overjoyed, while Su Mengyan rolled her eyes but didn't say anything.
Goodbye.
With a wave of his hand, he sent the siblings off. However, in the red Ferrari supercar, Xiaodao looked at his sister in surprise.
Sister, you've already fallen for your brother-in-law. Boom.
As soon as Xiaodao finished speaking, Shi Mengyan suppressed his bloodline directly, causing his brain to collapse. It hurt so much that Xiaodao gnashed his teeth.
What are you talking about?
He glared at his younger brother and then warned him, your brother-in-law and I are just establishing a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship.
If our parents find out, you know the consequences, right?
Under threat, Xiaodao coughed dryly, his face full of unease. He knew his sister's methods all too well. In his memory, going against his sister was an absolute dead end.
Cough cough, I understand, sister. I'll pretend I don't know about your brother-in-law.
Xiao Dagger promised, and then raised 3 fingers to swear, if I divulge the secret, may my sister never escape from my brother-in-law's clutches.
Puff. Cough. Cough. Hearing such shocking words, Zhao Yuanyan almost coughed up a mouthful of old blood. Xiao Dagger. What? I was wrong, sister.
After a lot of fuss, the two siblings drove towards the Shiyu family villa.
Jiangcheng Station, not far from the exit. Squeak.
The supercar came to a stop, and Xiaoxi looked out the window on tiptoe. Daddy, where is Auntie Lear?
Get off the car and look for her.
Spoiled, he rubbed the little one's head. After the two got off the car, they suddenly saw a few cute young girls not far away, among whom, unsurprisingly, was Xin Lear.
Auntie Lear.
Xiaoxi was excited after spotting his target and ran over to her.
Xiaoxi.
Hearing the sound, the several beautiful girls looked over and saw the cute little Menghua had already come close.
Wow. Shen Liar's roommates' eyes sparkled when they saw Xiaoxi. My god, she's even cuter than in the video. Mom, I really want to hug her and hide her away right now. Cousin Yi Xian.
After the two little beauties had their fill of cuddling, Shen Liar's gaze finally fell on her cousin, and she came directly over and gave him a hug.
However,
Yi Xian held her head with one hand and said, Lear, you're all grown up now, so behave yourself.
Humph.
The flying hug failed, and Lear pouted, stupid cousin, you're just the same as before.
You're so handsome, let Lear hug you a little. Watching the way the two greeted each other, Shen Lear's roommates were envious.
After all, the man in front of them was the Sunset boss who had rewarded Lear with tens of millions.
Right.
Shen Lear then introduced her beautiful roommate. Cousin, let me introduce you to my roommate.
Isn't she pretty? They all like you. Lear.
Listen to Shen Lear's words, and her roommates immediately blushed.
Dong. Yi Xian tapped him on the head impatiently and said, Lear, what are you talking about? Shen Lear covered her head in pain and muttered, it's true. Hello.
Yi Xian greeted politely, showing a charming smile.
Hello, cousin.
That smile was like a spring breeze. After all, they were at the age of first love, and they liked handsome guys like that the most. Yi Xian nodded slightly, naturally understanding their thoughts, but he wasn't interested. After all, he had a fairy-like girlfriend at home, so naturally he wouldn't have any thoughts about them.
The bus station is quite a long way from Jiangda. I'll give you a ride. Ah. Shenlier's roommates were overjoyed when they heard this. How can that be? Hee, Daddy's car is huge.
Xiaoxi also said generously, after all, these are Daddy's fans.
Thank you so much, cousin.
The young beauties exchanged glances and nodded. After all, they had secretly admired the handsome guy's car and they were able to ride in it once, so it was worth it.
Let's go. Then Yi Xian took Shenlier and the other three on board the extended-length Rolls-Royce Phantom. Wow. Once they got in the car, Shenlier's eyes widened. Cousin, this car must be very expensive. How much does it cost? It's not bad.
Yi Xian smiled slightly and said nonchalantly, it's only 50 million.
Ha!
Upon hearing this, Shenlier's beautiful girl roommates and best friends all gasped.
My goodness. 50 million? And that's just about it? Gulping.
The three beautiful girls couldn't help but swallow, truly understanding why their cousin had once given away 10 million in a single reward. It turned out that Liar's cousin was much richer than they had imagined.
However, on the way to Jiangda University, hey, here comes another customer.
Along the green roadside, a woman with graying hair and deep wrinkles on her face had a sly gleam in her eyes. She was wearing an old floral dress and a faded apron tied around her waist, and looked like an ordinary old lady from the countryside. However, when she saw a luxury car approaching, her eyes immediately became sharp. She quickly walked to the middle of the road, pretended to fall to the ground, and suddenly it turned out that she was a habitual offender who hit the porcelain old lady.
Ouch!
She fell precisely on the ground, and she had long since become extremely skilled at this. She lay on the ground, wailing in pain, and even broke the blood bag she had prepared long ago. She had hit someone. With everything in place, the old woman began to put on a performance worthy of an Oscar.
Ah!
Shenlier was shocked when she saw this, and her roommates, beautiful girls, also had pale faces. They had never seen anything like this before.
Cousin, you hit someone. It's okay.
The old woman had already been seen by Yi Xian. You were in the car, I'll go take a look. He opened the door and got out of the car, at which point the old woman put on an even more impressive performance.
Young man, how do you drive? Ouch!
A flash of cunning brilliance appeared in the old woman's eyes. This was a big one, a supercar that was obviously worth a lot of money.
I can't do it anymore, my head hurts and my back hurts too. Young man, I won't make things difficult for you. Give me 100,000 and I'll have someone take you to the hospital. And don't bother.
Punching the old lady, the more she said, the more excited she became, as if the extortion of 100,000 had already been pocketed.
Pop.
However, while she was fantasizing about making a fortune, she was directly slapped and sent flying 5 or 6 meters, crashing hard onto the ground.
Damn it! Is that second generation crazy?
The old lady, who had been so seriously injured, actually dared to use such a heavy hand.
What an animal! Boom!
As everyone came back to their senses, Yi Xian had already sped off in his supercar, leaving Shenlier and the other three dumbfounded.
Cousin, what have you done?
The other three beautiful girls were also shocked, but at that moment, they faintly heard the dumbfounded old woman in the back suddenly collapse like a corpse.
Ah!
The three beautiful girls looked behind them, their eyes full of disbelief. Liar, was that the old woman who hit the car just now?
Chapter 25 Daddy, Mama has been confessed to. The porcelain clashing old woman. Shenlier looked behind her, then looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. Cousin, you knew from the beginning? Daddy, you're so cool.
Cece, excitedly clapping her hands, saw this and said, "Humph, that old woman is so bad."
Serves you right.
However, the old woman, who had been slapped and stunned, got up and started cursing.
This is a bad start. I don't want to see you again, kid. Damn, that slap really hurt. The crowd of onlookers were dumbfounded when they saw this. Holy shit. They were just thinking of helping the old woman, but the old fool was actually a. Bah. The old woman spat and cursed, what bad luck. And you, what are you looking at? As a habitual offender, the old woman glared at the pointing and laughing crowd around her. Haven't you seen an old woman scam before? You bunch of idiots. Pop. As soon as the old woman had finished speaking, an angry young man slapped her in the face. Damn it, I've put up with you for a long time. Boom. Directly, another gentleman joined the fray. Count me in. And me. I'm in too. Boom, 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 boom.
Then, the old woman was beaten up by the enraged crowd, her face bruised and her nose bleeding. When the crowd dispersed, the old woman began to doubt her life. She was in pain all over, with countless broken bones. She knew she would need tens of thousands of dollars for treatment.
Damn it! Instead of feeling remorseful, the old woman was full of hatred.
This time, she had really suffered.
A quarter of an hour later, in front of Jiangda University. A
stretched out Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of the school gate, and Shen Lier and the others got out.
Hello, three uncles. Cece greeted Wang Zihang and the others with a cute smile. Hello, Cece.
The three of them looked at Cece, their eyes full of affection. But when they looked at the four beautiful girls, they couldn't help but want to kiss their boss, which was really great.
This is your cousin Lier, right? Wang Zihang and the other two greeted them warmly.
Shen Lier had long known of the existence of Wang Zihang and the other two, and understood perfectly well what her cousin was doing.
Hello, three seniors. Shen Lier gave a sweet smile, and then introduced her roommates. These are my roommates, so please take good care of them. Aha!
Wang Zihang and the other two listened to their boss's cousin, and couldn't help but glance at the pretty young beauties. Don't worry, cousin, we'll take care of it.
These three future female students bow and say these menial tasks can be left to us. Thank you, senior brothers.
Shen Lier's three beautiful girl roommates blushed. They had never been this close to such boys before. Seeing this, Shen Lier laughed at the three Wang Zihang.
Three senior brothers, none of them have been in a relationship before.
Upon hearing this, the three Wang Zihang's eyes lit up, and they then looked at Shen Lier full of gratitude. Cousin, thank you.
Right.
Yi Xian looked at his cousin with the red line and then took out a card. Xiaoli, take this card and go to the Kunpeng Hotel, just stay there.
Okay, cousin. Shen Lier nodded and said, not knowing what the card meant. Well, I still have something to do.
Yi Xian saw that he had finished with his cousin and then said, I'll go first.
Bye, cousin.
After a few words, Shen Lier and the three beautiful girls reluctantly watched them leave.
Cousin Lier, let's go. I'll show you around the school. Wang Zihang and the other two were full of energy.
The first thing they did was ask the three little beauties for WeChat. With this contact information and the boss's connections, they were afraid they couldn't get the girls.
Thank you, three seniors.
Shen Lier saw the happy faces of the three and smiled slightly. She was also worried about the happiness of the three beautiful girl roommates for the rest of their lives. On the other side, in the extended version of the supercar.
Daddy, where are we going? Cece asked expectantly.
It was so much fun being with Daddy, and something fun always happened.
We're going to the group to find Mommy.
Yi Xian said after a moment of contemplation, and Cece was stunned when she heard it. Really?
But Mommy won't let Cece go, she'll be angry. Then Cece's face paled and she said with a sad voice. It's okay.
Dotingly, he rubbed the little one's head. That was before, now you have a dad. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxi couldn't help but be filled with joy once again. That's great, I can finally go to where Mom works.
Xiaoxi has never been there before. Mom must be really surprised.
In the meantime, the U group had already arrived.
Wow.
As soon as they arrived at the building's entrance, Xiaoxi saw something not far away. Daddy, it's so beautiful there.
Someone's professing their love to Mommy.
Hearing Xiaoxi's words, Yi Xian looked around.
He gasped.
He saw a handsome young man in a suit, holding flowers in his hands and professing his love. Next to him was an expensive sports car, and on the ground were 9,999 rose petals that he had specially ordered to be delivered. The scene was quite romantic.
Arrival?
Yi Xian raised the corner of his mouth, then opened up the throttle and drove past.
Squeak.
In this way, the scene of the confession was crushed to smithereens by the expensive bouquet, immediately attracting the attention of everyone.
Yi Xian, why is he here? Seeing the car, Zai Yuanyan recognized him at first glance. The guy won't misunderstand anything, will he? Song Tianming. I made it very clear, I don't like you. Su Mengyan firmly refused, while Song Tianming was full of entreaties. Mengyan, don't you understand my feelings? I really like you. Click. Su Mengyan panicked when she saw Yi Xian.
However, this reaction made Song Tianming frown.
Mengyan, can't you see that you're quite popular?
Yi Xian said with a smile as he came closer, but Su Mengyan naturally sensed his displeasure.
Yi Xian, don't get me wrong. Things are not what you think.
Before Yu Mengyan could finish speaking, Yi Xian's large hand directly embraced her slender waist, and then he pulled her close to him, his actions full of provocation.
Without any nonsense, he directly declared his sovereignty.
Such a scene, however, shocked the surrounding spectators, who were stunned.
My God, that kid is actually openly embracing President Xi Yu's waist. Who are you?
Song Tianming saw the provocative scene and his lungs were about to explode with anger. His murderous gaze fell on Yi Xian.
Isn't it obvious? Yi Xian looked at Song Tianming across the room with amusement, Meng Yan's boyfriend.
After saying that, he even bowed his head and kissed Meng Yan's red lips in front of everyone's shocked faces.
Holy shit! General Xi is in love, and that boy is so handsome, but they are quite a match. You.
Watch the girl you were courting being kissed like that by Yi Xian, and Song Tianming's face turned ashen with a threatening air.
Kid, you'd better stay away from Meng Yan, or I'll make you disappear from Jiangcheng. Dare you?
After hearing this, Shi Mengyan's phoenix eyes narrowed. If you dare to harm him in the slightest, Shi Mengyan, will never let you Song family off the hook.
Chapter 26 Meng Yan, my wife, looks so good when she's angry. Never ending.
Upon hearing this, Yi Xian was taken aback. He didn't realize that this girl had such a side.
Wow.
Upon seeing this, everyone around was stunned, and they looked at the field in disbelief.
Oh my God. What did they see? President Xi actually went so far as to break with the Jiangqing Song family for that person, and it's never ending. This is enough to protect the child. However,
this seems to be the style of General Xi, and Song Tianming's face turned as black as a pig's liver. He knew the temperament of Shi Mengyan, and what she said she would do, she would do.
Jealousy. Unprecedented jealousy made Song Tianming's mentality distorted. Why? Why did that kid get to treat the woman he pursued like that? Unending? Song Tianming was obviously irritated, unending indeed. Meng Yan, do you really think that the Xi family is a second-rate family in Jiangcheng? Humph.
Su Mengyan snorted, looking at Song Tianming. Don't worry about this.
Meng Yan wife.
At this time, Yi Xian embraced the shoulders of the beautiful woman.
How could a man let a woman charge into battle? I'll handle this. Are you kidding?
In terms of wealth, he has 900 billion. In terms of strength, he is now a martial arts master.
He's not afraid of anything. Yi Xian, you. Su Mengyan's beautiful eyes were worried.
After all, the Jiangqing Song family's development in recent years has not been weaker than their Su family, and they have a lot of power in Jiangcheng.
Oh? Song Tianming saw Yi Xian step forward on his own, and his mouth was full of sarcasm. What, not hiding behind a woman anymore? Sometimes, hiding behind a woman is also strength, isn't it? The playful and teasing voice was really disgusting to Song Tianming, and this wave of stimulation was not light, sharp-tongued. However, I want to see how you deal with it.
Song Tianming glanced at Yi Xian, but the people around him looked at Yi Xian and really held their breath.
You know, the Song group is not inferior to the Xi group at all. Just now, you said that you wanted me to disappear from Jiangcheng, didn't you?
Yi Xian looked at Song Tianming in front of him and said with a smile. Now that Shi Mengyan is his girlfriend, naturally he has to set an example, and Song Tianming in front of him is undoubtedly the best person for that.
Humph. So what if it is? Song Tianming sneered coldly, not giving Yi Xian the slightest bit of respect. Then take a step forward.
Yi Xian said calmly and without emotion, and this remark left everyone puzzled, including Shi Mengyan.
Take a step forward? Song Tianming looked at Yi Xian with contempt and took a step forward. I take a step forward, what can you do about it? He was full of superiority. He was Song Tianming, the young master of the Song family of Jiangcheng. How could his status be compared to that of a mere boy? Pop. Without any fancy moves, Yi Xian raised his hand and slapped Song Tianming away, and a scarlet palm mark immediately appeared on his face. It's nothing, I just wanted to slap you. Wow. This sudden scene shocked everyone. Shi Mengyan's heart skipped a beat. This is bad. Yi Xian, he's so impulsive. However, she suddenly forgot her own reckless actions. Song Tianming had just come back to his senses when Yi Xian's voice sounded again, make me disappear. Who do you think you are? What a domineering attitude. This domineering scene really made everyone around feel secretly happy.
Damn it, no matter who this kid is, they have to give him credit for his courage.
Just want to beat you up? Who do you think you are? Awesome. Damn it, no TV drama would dare to show this. Daddy is so awesome.
Cece, the supercar, saw that Daddy was so awesome, and her eyes were full of stars.
Daddy, you are really, really awesome. I love it so much, hee hee hee. Pug hee hee. Song Tianming, who had been slapped, felt a burning pain on his face. He looked at the two family subordinates angrily and said, "What are you doing? Get rid of him for me. I dare anyone to do it."
Su Mengyan took a deep breath, and then two experts from the Su family stood in front of Yi Xian, which made Song Tianming's face even more solemn.
Su Mengyan.
Seeing the woman he pursued defend him like this, Song Tianming's resentment grew even stronger. "You, very good. I don't believe you can protect him for the rest of his life.
Go." After saying these harsh words, Song Tianming left the arena with the two experts from the Song family, but the entire arena was in an unprecedented shock.
Then, everyone looked at Yi Xian with changed expressions.
Is that guy crazy? However, President Xi is acting really abnormally.
He is actually willing to completely break with the Song family to protect that guy.
Could it be that the two of them are really in love? Quietly, everyone's gaze is full of envy.
To be able to make the number one beauty in Jiangqing treat him like this, he is definitely number one.
Let's go.
Yi Xian took Xiaoxi by the hand, while the other hand wrapped around the slender waist of Su Mengyan.
Just like that. To the shock and dismay of everyone, they entered the Su group. My goodness. That guy is a god.
However, soon everyone's attention fell on Xiaoxi, especially since she looked a bit like Su Mengyan, and they immediately guessed that Xiaoxi was the child that President Su had born back then. A little while later, they arrived at the top floor, the president's office.
Xiao Li.
Upon arriving at the top floor, Su Mengyan's gaze fell on Xiao Li. "Look at Xiaoxi, no one is allowed in without my order."
This is Miss.
Taking a deep breath, Xiao Li responded. She had heard about what just happened as well. Master is being a bit too harsh.
Auntie Xiao Li, is Mama angry?
Xiaoxi sensed that the atmosphere was not right and asked Xiao Li.
This?
After hearing this, Xiao Li pondered for a moment before looking in the direction of the office. Maybe.
Oh.
Cece nodded her head as if she understood, but she felt that her father had done the right thing. Yes, it was that damned guy who made her mother angry. On the other side, in the president's office.
Phew. After arriving at the office, Zhao Yuanyan let out a sigh of relief before looking at someone. Are you satisfied now? You're so impulsive.
Before Su Mengyan could finish speaking, Yi Xian pulled her into his arms, which made Su Mengyan blush and lose the calm, domineering CEO look she had just had.
What are you doing?
Looking at the beauty in his arms, Yi Xian smoothed his large hand over her beautiful face. "Mengyan, you look so good when you're angry."
You
felt the irresistible aura of a certain guy, and Su Mengyan sighed, "I was so impulsive."
Song Tianming is narrow-minded and vindictive. What?
He raised the delicate chin of Shi Mengyan. "I'm worried about your man."
Put. Who's worried about you?
Shi Mengyan was caught in the act, her face flushing. I was afraid you would get Xiaoxi into trouble."
Really?
Seeing that Zhao Yuanyan was being stubborn, Yi Xian didn't point it out either.
He sniffed the nice fragrance on her body and said, "Don't worry, he's just a rich kid.
Your man can crush him with just one hair." Yi Xian said this, but it only attracted a white eye from Zhao Yuanyan. What she didn't know was that it was all true. Chapter 27. Your cousin has charged 100 million yuan to this card.
A single hair? You can really brag.
Su Mengyan smiled wordlessly.
This guy is really not simple.
It's true, because not to mention that her best friend previously told her that Tianli Music was acquired for 1 billion yuan, today she got the news that this guy actually acquired the Noble School for 2 billion yuan at the last parent-teacher meeting.
Ha! After weighing the pros and cons, Su Mengyan let out a sigh of relief. Can you really deal with Song Tianming? Naturally.
Yi Xian waved his hand casually and said, "Don't mention Song Tianming, I don't care about the Song family or even Jiangqing.
You know how powerful your man is." Quietly, the topic of conversation deviated. Spit. I don't know what's going on when you don't say anything for a few sentences. Su Mengyan blushed and said, not resisting too much when a certain guy took advantage of the situation.
After all, the two were already boyfriend and girlfriend. Taking advantage of the situation is nothing, at least in her opinion.
Really? Yi Xian smiled slightly. How about we spar a bit tonight?
After a bit of teasing, Yi Shu Yuan's heart fluttered uncontrollably, and she rolled her eyes at someone, but her worried heart also relaxed.
Knock, knock. Just then, a knock on the door sounded, and Yi Shu Yuan's face turned even redder. Enter.
Glaring at a certain guy, Ximenjian quickly straightened her clothes and said, but when she saw Xiaoli coming in from outside, she couldn't help frowning between her eyebrows.
She had just ordered that no one be allowed in. Ahem, miss.
Xiaoli came in with a stiff upper lip, and she let out a sigh of relief when she saw that the young master and miss were not behaving in an improper manner. There was trouble in the group.
Ha! Upon hearing Xiaoli's words, Zumuyan was taken aback.
If Xiaoli was willing to risk offending her to come in, it was feared that something big had happened.
What is it? Zumuyan steadied her mind and asked. It's like this.
Xiaoli looked at the young master and, knowing that he was on her side, reported directly, Miss, just now, many partners withdrew their investments, causing our group to suffer heavy losses. Now, the capital chain is at risk of breaking.
Moreover, these people are all quite close to the Song group. Retaliation?
Su Mengyan heard Xiaoli's words and looked at the statistical documents. Sure enough, it is Song Tianming's usual style of doing things. Miss, the situation of the group is now in a critical state.
Should.
Su Mengyan paused and Xiaoli suggested, inform the master and mistress about this matter.
No way.
Su Mengyan directly rejected, they are currently in the Magic City discussing an important business, and they must not be disturbed at this time.
This.
Upon hearing these words, the office fell silent, and the atmosphere was unprecedentedly solemn.
At a certain moment, Li's gaze fell on Yi Xian, and a thought popped into her head, yes. Why not let the young master borrow the money to fill the gap first? Li. Su Mengyan glared at Li, how can this be done? Okay.
Seeing the two of them talking, Yi Xian interrupted, it's just a gap, and any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem.
Pop. Then, Yi Xian took out a card and placed it on the table. Here are 10 billion, is that enough? 10 billion.
Xiaoli looked at the bank card and, even though she had seen the world, she gulped and swallowed her saliva.
No, that's too much.
Su Mengyan frowned and wanted to refuse, after all, their group shortfall was only about 300 million.
Take it.
Yi Xian placed the bank card in Su Mengyan's delicate hands. We're all family, no need to be formal.
Besides, if that doesn't work, Mengyan's wife can pay with her flesh.
While talking, Yi Xian looked up and down at Shi Mengyan, which made her face flush.
Puff.
Xiaoli couldn't help but laugh when she heard the lewd words.
Although that Song Tianming was not simple, she didn't think she could get the better of him. Well, miss, I'll be going out first. Indeed, she really couldn't stay any longer. Are you crazy? After listening to what someone said, Ximenjian gave him a glare.
This person should only say things in private, but in public he dares to say anything.
But thank you anyway. Ximenjian naturally knew what the billion meant to the group. If the Song group wanted to attack them, naturally the X group could also fight back. Moreover, with a billion she could do a lot. After a little conversation, the two left the office. Cici, let's go.
Taking the little one's hand, Su Mengyan personally escorted him to the elevator. You, drive slowly. A blush passed over her face, and Xiaoli saw it in the corner of his eye and gave a small smile at the corner of his mouth. It seems that the relationship between the young master and the young lady is progressing much faster than he thought. However, the young master is a great benefactor of the Su group this time.
Dad, are you and Mum not angry anymore? Cici asked, a little apprehensively, as she got back into the sports car. I wasn't angry in the first place.
I pinched the little one's nose and said, Mum was just worried.
I see.
The father and daughter exchanged a few words, and the little one's face finally lit up with joy.
By the way, Dad, where are we going now?
Cici's sweet voice came out, and she blinked her eyes expectantly at her father.
Let's go to KFC.
Yi Xian said with a smile, and the little one said yes several times.
Really? Long live Daddy. Cici was overjoyed when she heard this. Usually, Mummy doesn't let her eat these, but Daddy is the best.
On the other side, the school tour ended. In front of the Kunping Hotel.
Fans, this is the most luxurious Kunping Hotel in Jiangcheng.
It is said that spending at least 20,000 yuan here
will get you started. After seeing off the three seniors, Shenlier began her live broadcast.
Wow, this is the Kunping Hotel.
It's so luxurious. Mom, yeah, Goddess Liar is so happy. I would die if I could stay here for one night. Goddess Liar, I'll pay for it. Shall we have a monkey?
The fans went wild with comments, and all kinds of pop-ups appeared on the screen, and the number of people in the live broadcast room was also soaring at a visible rate.
Oh my god. Shenlier's three beautiful girl roommates looked at the resplendent hotel lobby. For ladies, may I help you?
The receptionist's sweet voice filled the ears of the fans in the live broadcast room.
Nodding.
Shenlier then took out a black card. My cousin said that with this card the hotel will take care of everything for us, right?
The card.
The cashier took a deep breath after seeing the black card in her hands. Yes, ma'am. At the first opportunity, the cashier called the person in charge, Shen Bingkuan, which made Shenlier flinch. For ladies, please wait a moment, our person in charge will personally receive you later.
The person in charge of the hotel?
Shenlier was taken aback when she heard this, and the fans in the live broadcast room also sensed something fishy.
Is this card very valuable? Then Shenlier asked the thing that everyone was most confused about, and the cashier nodded. Madam, you may not know, but your cousin has charged 100 million yuan to this card. Boom.
As soon as these words were uttered, everyone was dumbfounded. Shenlier stared at the black card in her hand in a daze.
Her cousin, Xiaomi, has charged 100 million yuan to this card? Is he crazy? Chapter 28 Yi Xian, why do you suddenly have a nosebleed? 100 million. Shenlier turned off the sound, full of disbelief. Cousin, what the hell? What a waste. Liar, I'm so envious. Yes, cousin actually gave you such an expensive card.
The envy in the eyes of the three beautiful girl roommates was undisguised. 100 million, that's how much money they didn't dare to think about, for fear that they couldn't earn that much in 10 lifetimes.
Cough, I don't know either.
Shenlier wanted to cry but had no tears. If I knew, I wouldn't dare to accept it. But at this moment, one of the beautiful girl roommates next to her widened her eyes. Liar, your cousin has rewarded you again.
What?
Shenlier then looked at the screen and saw a wave of rewards.
Reward for watching sunset on Piggy, Liar Little Fairy Dreamy Starry Sky X 100. Reward for watching the sunset on a pig to Lear Little Fairy Fantasy Star X 200. Reward for watching the sunset on a pig to Lear Little Fairy Fantasy Star X 300.
Soon, the number of Fantasy Star rewards exceeded 500, but this was no super rocket.
You have to know.
One Fantasy Star is 10,000 yuan, and 500 of them is 5 million yuan.
Gulu.
Seeing this, the three beautiful girl roommates all swallowed hard.
5 million, your cousin is so generous. Yes, if they knew that Sunset Boss was your cousin, the image is absolutely unimaginable.
Shenlier looked at the rewards on the screen, and then at the hotel black card. Her cousin is spoiling her rotten.
If only she and her cousin weren't related by blood.
However, at this moment, the live broadcast room was flooded with comments.
666666, the Sunset Boss has appeared. Welcome the Sunset Boss to the broadcast room. He just gave 5 million, wow. The Sunset Boss is so generous, please accept my respect. Look, the rewards are still coming.
As the barrage of comments came pouring in, everyone looked at the screen again. At that moment, the Dosha platform directly announced the Sunset Boss's generous rewards. Immediately, many internet celebrities and even major anchors flooded into Shenlier's live broadcast room, and the number of people in Shenlier's live broadcast room increased at a rate that was like a sky monkey.
Supreme Black Card? Recharge 100 million?
Looking at the comments in the live broadcast room, everyone's gaze on Shenlier changed.
Are you kidding?
With a generous cousin and now the live broadcast room even more protected by the pig-riding Sunset Boss, who would dare to move this little fairy Shenlier, who would dare to target her? Unless, they are digging their own graves. Shenlier was not calm, and the first thing she did was send a message to her cousin. Cousin, you're spoiling me too much.
You're afraid that I won't be humble if you treat me so well. You're spending too much.
Soon, Shenlier received a reply. Cousin, I have a lot of money right now.
Heir.
Shenlier looked at what her cousin Versailles had said, and if this got out, she would be the envy of countless people. It was very similar to what Xiao Mao had said about not being interested in money.
Cough.
Shin Liar coughed dryly, and in the end, she could only express her gratitude in one sentence: "Cousin, Liar loves you."
Kiss kiss JPG. Time flies, and soon it's nightfall. System, redeem skills. With nothing to do, Yi Xian is ready to redeem a new ability. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for redeeming and upgrading to God level insight, consuming 5 enhancement points. Note, this ability allows the host to see through everything, with endless uses. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes as he listened to the system voice in his ear.
God level insight?
Yi Xian obviously sensed a miraculous change in his insight, as if he had this ability. Then, with a thought, the wall in front of him faded away at a visible speed, and his field of vision spread far away.
Very fast.
A godlike perspective appeared several kilometers away, which made Yi Xian dumbfounded. Binoculars and the like were just rubbish in the face of this ability.
Not bad.
Yi Xian's mouth curved up, and he glanced at the attribute panel.
Name, Yi Xian. Age, 23.
Skills: Divine Cooking, Divine Music, Martial Arts Master, Divine Drinking, Divine Driving, Divine Massage, Divine X-ray Vision. Wealth: 8999995169981112 Chinese currency.
Strengthening points, 15.
Look at the attribute panel, especially the wealth column.
You can't spend it all. 900 billion can't be spent at all. Click.
Just then, a figure came in from outside the villa, and the person who came was none other than Zai Yuanyan.
Moma is back.
The playful Cece saw the person coming and said excitedly, and Yi Xian looked around and couldn't help but see the scene that made his blood boil under the unwithdrawn Xian's eyes.
Guliolu.
She subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and indeed the impact was too great, and 2 nosebleeds gushed out like this.
Yi Xian, are you okay?
After chatting with Xiaoxi for a while, Shi Mengyan saw Yi Xian's nosebleed, and she was already feeling guilty towards him.
Wait, I'll get the medicine box.
However, she did not know that the culprit was herself.
Soon, Shi Mengyan returned with an ice pack and a medicine box. Here, put some ice on it.
Her beautiful eyes were full of concern, and when she saw Yu Mengyan's hands, she took a deep breath before Yi Xian withdrew his X-ray vision. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he dared not.
After all, if he continued to look, something uncontrollable would definitely happen. Dad, are you feeling better?
Xiaoxi asked with concern. Yi Xian was embarrassed when he heard this.
Could he say that he was perfectly fine? If
Su Mengyan knew what had just happened, she would probably jump on Yi Xian and fight with him for 300 rounds.
She would have lost a lot. A little. Okay.
Su Mengyan let out a sigh of relief and said, seeing that the nosebleed had stopped, Why did you suddenly get a nosebleed?
This.
Yi Xian coughed dryly and looked away into the distance. It must be the dry weather, plus some internal heat.
I see.
Su Mengyan nodded knowingly. Wait here, I'll go make some white fungus and lotus seed porridge. With that, Su Mengyan went to the kitchen and busied herself, which made Yi Xian feel quite guilty.
God damn it, it's dry? And I'm on fire? That's completely made up.
However, compared to this deception, he didn't want that girl to know the truth even more.
Half an hour later.
After 2 large bowls of silver ear and lotus seed porridge, Ximenjian finally felt relieved, and Xiaoxi saw her mother's concerned expression and her mouth curved up in a happy arc.
Right.
Ximenjian thought about what happened during the day. Thank you today, otherwise I really don't know where to raise the money in a short time.
After all,
that's a funding gap of more than 300 million, which is not a small amount.
Cough, it's fine. Yi Xian coughed dryly, but the image he had just seen would not go away no matter what. Is it not reasonable to spend money on one's woman?
Poof. Su Mayan heard what some guy said, and her face flushed.
After all, the little guy was still there. Who is your girlfriend? He.
Xiaoxi saw this and her face broke into a crescent moon. Daddy, mommy is blushing. Chapter 29. This is not my fault.
You are just too charming. Go.
After listening to the little guy's words, Zai Yuanyan gave him a fierce glare, but her face turned even redder.
What? With a dry cough, Zai Yuanyan continued, You rest, I'll go make dinner. After saying that, she walked unsteadily into the kitchen. After Yi Xian's teaching of cooking, Zai Yuanyan's cooking skills have improved a lot.
Soon, an alluring fragrance filled the air, and Zai Yuanyan, wearing an apron and looking like a virtuous wife and mother, walked out of the kitchen. If the outside world knew about this scene, they would definitely be envious of Yi Xian.
You have to understand. This kind of scene is something they would never dare to dream of. The taste is not bad.
Yi Xian commented as he ate the dish, and this girl is a waste of talent if she doesn't become a chef.
MMM.
Cici nodded her head in approval as she watched. Mama's cooking is getting better and better.
It's awesome.
She gave Mama a thumbs up, which made Yumeng feel flattered and gave her a sense of accomplishment. She secretly made up her mind to study cooking more seriously. Belch. The little one finished dinner and belched. It wasn't as delicious as Baba's cooking, but it was still super delicious.
Mama and Papa are both amazing. I'm going to take a bath first.
After washing the dishes, Ziyuanyan, who had broken a bit of a sweat, said, feeling very uncomfortable.
He. Seeing Mama's departing back, Xiaoxi's face was full of happiness. Baba, Mama seems to be a bit different from before. Isn't it?
Yi Xian laughed as he petted the little one's head, saying, that's because our little she is getting more and more sensible.
Daddy's lying.
She stared at her father with a cute face, serious, it must be because of you. But said, on the other side. Back in her room, Ziyuanyan looked at the pajamas in the closet and finally settled on the black-edged lace pajamas as thin as a cicada's wings. She bit her lower lip, took the pajamas in her delicate hands and carried them into the bathroom. After a while, Yi Xian brought the little guy to the bedroom. Listening to the sound of water still ringing, Yi Xian couldn't help but get a little lost in thought. Why not take a look? When he thought about it, Yi Xian suppressed his fluctuating emotions. From a god's perspective, he suddenly saw a picture of a fair-skinned girl, as if a fairy had descended to earth, but quickly withdrew his gaze.
Daddy, I want to hear a story.
Just then, Xiaoxi looked expectantly at the omnipotent daddy. She hadn't heard a story in a few days.
Phew.
With a sigh of relief, Yi Xian fondly rubs the little one's head. All right, Daddy will tell you the story of the little girl who sold bombs. Oh no.
The little girl who sold matches. It was extremely cold, snowing, and getting dark quickly. It was the last day of the year, New Year's Eve. On this cold and dark night, a well-behaved little girl walked barefoot in the street. The little girl had to walk barefoot, her little feet were red and blue from the cold. She had many matches tucked into her old apron, and she was holding a. After telling several stories in succession, the little one fell asleep without knowing when. Crash.
Just then, the bathroom door was opened, and then there appeared a beautiful girl wearing black lace with a black edge, and it was Su Mengyan.
CC, are you sleeping?
Seeing the little guy sleeping soundly on the bedding, Su Mengyan whispered, afraid of disturbing the little guy's beautiful dream. Looking at the sleeping little CC, Yi Xian nodded, it's normal to play all day.
But.
Having said that, Yi Xian's gaze fell on the stunning beauty. Dreaming wife, you were so beautiful.
Of course, I was the #1 beauty in Jiangqing back then.
Before he could finish speaking, he noticed that he had been walled in by someone, which made Xi Mingyan's heart soar to her throat.
Yi Xian, you. Just like that, a French kiss ensued, and Xi Mingyan's face flushed.
The little guy was still there, though, although Xiaoxi had already fallen asleep. This guy, even if they are boyfriend and girlfriend, he is so bold.
But. Why, instead of being disgusted, I feel a little excited. Are you crazy, Xi Mengyan? Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. At one point, Xi Mengyan even regretted wearing her lace pajamas, otherwise she wouldn't have let a guy get away with it. However, what the two didn't know was that the not yet asleep she woke up dazedly and saw the scene in front of her through her fingers. The corner of her mouth could not help but curve into a crescent moon shape. Daddy and Mommy are kissing, I love to watch it. The little guy thought.
If Xiaoxi woke up and Yumyan knew about it, I wonder if she would immediately find a hole to crawl into. I don't know how long it took for the French kiss to end, and Yumyan used all her strength to push someone away.
You still haven't let go.
Su Mingyan's flushed face glared at someone, but all that came to mind were the scenes just now, and her heart beat rapidly.
Ho.
Yi Xian looked at the charming girl in the light, and coughed dryly, what?
This can't be blamed on me, it's your charm. My husband couldn't control himself.
As soon as these words came out, Su Mingyan's heart pounded.
You're still talking.
She glared at someone. She really didn't expect this scene to happen. Originally, she wanted to thank the guy with this, but now she has lost herself.
Humph.
Then, she bit her teeth tightly and said, Yi Xian, don't think that just because I'm your girlfriend now you can do whatever you want.
Isn't that right?
Upon hearing this, Shi Mengyan rolled her eyes and ignored someone.
Mengyan wife, just now, how did you really feel?
Seeing the look on Shi Mengyan's face, Yi Xian's playful curiosity was aroused.
I don't care.
After listening to the unscrupulous words of a certain guy, she rolled her eyes at him fiercely, and then turned her head, but her pretty face turned red, spreading to her neck.
I want to go to sleep.
After saying that, she turned off the bedroom light, covering her shame as she wished she could find a crack to crawl into.
That guy. How dare he ask a girl such a question? I really want to bite him to death. But the feeling I just had was actually quite good. You. Su Mengyan, what are you thinking?
Such thoughts are dangerous. Before she could think about it, she felt herself being embraced by someone. It was very warm and safe, and the obviously familiar smell was Yi Xian.
However, that guy's big hands started to get naughty. No surprise, this is destined to be a sleepless night. Chapter 30 Mengyan, my wife, aren't you nervous about meeting the parents? The next morning.
The golden sunlight poured through the window, dispersing the last vestiges of darkness. The beautiful face struggled for a moment, and the starry eyes woke up drowsily. When she looked into her eyes, she no longer saw someone's figure, and a flash of memory flooded her mind.
That guy
Was thinking of some guy's mischief, and Zumuyan hated it so much that her teeth ached.
That's right.
At a certain moment, Zumuyan thought of something. It seemed that she was going to that guy's house today. Uncontrollably, just a trace of sleepiness dissipated.
You have to know.
Now that they have confirmed their relationship, it is different from before, not to mention the matter of Xiaoxi.
It smells good. At this moment, the sleeping Xiaoxi was awakened by the enticing aroma of the soup noodles and swallowed his saliva. Wow. Mom, Dad is cooking again.
With a little footstep, he left the room. Just as Shi Mengyan was about to say something, her stomach grumbled in protest, which made her face turn red.
Damn it.
Feeling the hunger that was coming, Shi Mengyan secretly resented. It's all that guy's fault for cooking so well.
Humph.
Quietly, blaming Yi Xian for the situation. Despite what she said, she followed the little one downstairs, and without any surprises, she saw his busy figure in the kitchen downstairs.
However,
there was a sumptuous breakfast on the table, and Xiaoxi's eyes immediately lit up.
Daddy, this is great. Seeing the sumptuous breakfast, Xiaoxi was excited.
Yi Xian spoiled her by rubbing the little one's head. You must have been tired yesterday, so eat more to replenish your energy.
Air.
Hearing the words of someone with ulterior motives, Zhu Yuanyan's forehead was covered in black lines.
That guy did that on purpose, right? Thank you, Daddy.
After saying that, Xiaoxi Muas kissed her father's side, obviously thinking that he did it all on purpose for her.
Poof. Someone snorted, sat down in his seat and started eating. The guy had some conscience. During the meal,
a figure walked in from outside the villa. It was Xiaoli, the assistant to Shi Mengyan.
Master Yi, miss.
After arriving at the villa, Xiaoli placed the plane ticket in her hands on the table. Here is the plane ticket. I have already made arrangements for Rongqing. Yi Xian nodded, glanced at the time. You haven't eaten yet, let's eat together.
This. Cough cough, thank you, Master Yi.
Xiaoli coughed dryly, and originally wanted to find an excuse to leave, but the thought of Master Yi's cooking skills immediately made her lose her resistance.
Auntie Xiaoli, didn't you have a hearty breakfast today?
Cici didn't let go of the opportunity to say, these were all made by Baba.
Master is very good at cooking.
Xiaoli said the truth without knowing why, but she heard Shiyu glaring at the little guy. Eat well, don't talk.
Oh.
Cici made a face, then buried his head and ate his breakfast. This made Xiaoli a little confused.
Today, Miss seemed a little different from usual. But is it a bit too soon for her to go meet the parents with the groom?
Li. After saying this, Ximenjian's gaze fell on Li. Keep an eye on the group for me while I'm gone.
Yes, miss.
Li respectfully responded, although the Yushi group is now in the ascendant, one cannot be too careless. Soon, the delicious breakfast was over.
Goodbye, Miss and Mr.
Outside the villa, Xiaoli waved goodbye to the young master and young lady, and didn't stop until the supercar disappeared from view. The young master is so spoiled, I'm so jealous. Xiaoli couldn't help but feel, if my future husband is half as good as the young master, I'll be smiling in my sleep just from dreaming about it.
Ba ba.
Then Xiaoli frowned. Xiaoli, how can you think like that?
Hee hee, we're going to Baba's hometown.
In the extended version of the supercar, Xiaoxi said excitedly, which contrasted sharply with the slightly nervous Ximenjian next to her.
Eh? Xiaoxi obviously also noticed that something was wrong with her mother. Mom, aren't you happy? Air. Ximenjian, who was already a little nervous, couldn't help but blush for a split second. Of course I'm happy. Looking through the rearview mirror, Yixian saw Ximenjian's appearance and raised an arc of his mouth. Dreamy wife, are you nervous about meeting the parents? After a while of teasing, Yixian heard Ximenjian pause, and then she gave him a blank look. Who was nervous? And also. After looking at the little guy giggling beside her, Ximenjian glared at Yixian. Don't you be noisy, haven't you seen that Cici is here too? So what, Cici is not a stranger. Right, Cici. After hearing this, Xiaoxi nodded in agreement, pecking his head. Yes, Mom. You. Saw the two of them singing in unison, and for a moment, Ximenjian was speechless and unable to refute. After all, they were right, and she could only rebel through silence. I don't care about you. If you can't stand the heat, you can't hide from the heat. This father and daughter are really bad. It hurts. Is it really good to bully someone from a different surname? In the pleasant atmosphere, Jiangcheng Airport was close at hand. VIP room. Ha! As soon as he entered the VIP room, Yixian sensed an indistinctive murderous intent, and the hostility was clearly directed at him. What's wrong? Seeing Yixian's reaction, Su Mengyan asked out loud. It's nothing. Yixian shook his head slightly, and then said, I'm going to the toilet, wait here for a while. Okay. Su Mengyan nodded slightly, obviously not noticing Yixian's abnormality. Cici, follow mommy here. Oh. Xiaoxi responded, but then added, then you have to hurry back, Daddy. Don't worry. He petted the little guy's face, it won't take long. After saying that, Yixian headed towards the toilet. With his X-ray vision, he had a panoramic view of everyone coming and going, and the surveillance cameras in various parts of the airport also became inoperative. Obviously, the other party had come prepared. A little later. The corridor, which had long been cleared, was empty. Yixian raised the corner of his mouth. You've been following me for a long time, come out. Clap, clap, clap. Just then, an applause came from not far away, and Song Tianming appeared in the middle of the scene, looking teasingly at Yixian. Wow! Subsequently, a dozen figures appeared on both sides of the corridor, among which were two third-rate masters. Kid! I'll see how good you are at fighting. Song Tianming looked at Yixian teasingly. A brat dares to fight me for a woman, and even dares to hit me. Just thinking about what happened that day, he felt a gnawing hatred in his teeth. Destroy him for me. I will later, inch by inch, break every bone in his body to ease my hatred. Clang. Next, a dozen people, all holding daggers and swinging clubs, looked down on Yixian with an unfriendly expression. Kill. A dozen people immediately pounced on him, their faces full of malice. Pop. A subordinate who was in the front row was directly sent flying by Yixian's slap, and then he became a corpse falling to the ground, without the slightest bit of vitality. Pop, pop, pop. Immediately afterwards, Yixian killed all the dozen people in a few slaps, leaving only Song Tianming and two third-rate masters. Now, do you know why I'm here? Die. The two third-rate masters attacked Yixian, but Yixian slapped them left and right, and the two third-rate masters still turned into streams of light and lay dead on the ground. Gulu. Seeing this scene, Song Tianming's eyes widened, and he collapsed on the ground. How is this possible? You killed two third-rate masters in seconds. What kind of person are you? Pop. A crisp sound came from it, and Song Tianming was still reeling from the shock when he was killed on the spot by Yixian, who curled the corner of his mouth. With this level of strength, do you have the face to kill someone? Chapter 31. What, is my wife jealous? Half a day later, Rongqing Airport. Wow. After stepping off the gangway, Xiaoxi sniffed the air and looked around with curiosity. Daddy, this is Rongqing. Yixian petted the little guy's head. Let's go home. It's no exaggeration to say that Dad's hometown is a paradise on earth. Really? Cici's eyes sparkled with light after hearing this, full of anticipation and excitement. Of course. Yixian said with a smile, but the warmth of the family and their super high appearance value really made the people around them envious, and they didn't know that it was this harmless-looking handsome guy in front of them who had just killed more than 10 people from the Song family in Jiangcheng. Cut it out. Su Mengyan glanced at Yi Xian and said in a bad mood, Xanadu, you can really brag. What?
Yi Xian smiled slightly. Mengyan baby doesn't believe it. Your sudden address caught Su Mengyan off guard, and her face suddenly flushed like the morning sun. You big idiot, what are you talking about?
What Mengyan baby, are you crazy? Indeed, such provocation made Shi Mengyan surrender. This guy really dares to say anything. He.
Seeing their father and mother arguing and fighting, Xiaoxi was overjoyed. She looked like she wanted to jump up and down and tell them to continue.
Wow. Everyone looked at Yi Xian. My God, this is too provocative. Mom. I'm so jealous. He's so handsome and spoils her so much. Oh no, what if I fall in love?
The girls around Yi Xian looked at him with a dazed expression in their eyes, wishing they could rush up to him and declare their love for him. But when they saw the peerless beauty of Shi Mengyan, all their courage was crushed.
Oh no, that girl is so beautiful. The relationship ended before it even began, so sad. Hurry up and go.
Hearing the buzzing and chattering around her, Ishi was really flustered. She took Yi Xian's hand and fled, feeling really stressed.
Hey! Daddy, Mummy, wait for me.
With little feet pitter-patter, Xiaoxi chased after them. This scene made everyone jealous, especially the cute little Xiaoxi, who made the hearts of countless men burst.
Who? It wasn't until they exited the airport that Zhu Yuanyan let out a deep sigh of relief. It had been really scary. Look at you. Then Zhu Yuanyan glared at a certain guy. What's with the nonsense, just know how to flirt with flowers and sow discord.
She spoke the last part in a very low voice, even with a hint of jealousy.
Oh?
Yi Xian looked at Zhu Yuanyan with a smile on his face, teasing, What did you say, sow discord, my dear?
My husband doesn't. He paused for a moment, and then laughed evilly. What, is my wife jealous? Ah.
Su Mengyan was bombarded with a barrage of questions, and she was about to go crazy. Her face flushed with embarrassment.
Yi Xian, you are crazy. Su Mengyan was really flustered. I'm jealous? What jealousy? She panicked.
At this moment, Su Mengyan was so flustered that she didn't even know how to refute in order to express clearly that she wasn't jealous at all.
Wow, Daddy is awesome.
Seeing her mother go crazy, Xiaoxi watched with a heartless expression, but the scene of her almost giving in to her emotions made many people around them look again.
Air. Feeling the gathering crowd, Zhu Yuanyan was speechless. What? What are these people looking at? What's there to see? Mom, fight back.
Cici looked on from the side, not afraid to stir up trouble, but it made Zhu Yuanyan's brow furrow.
Cici. Zhu Yuanyan saw the little guy's appearance. I'll show you, you've got some nerve. Whoa. Daddy, help, help.
A sweet and cute voice came out, and for a moment, everyone gathered around Yi Xian. This made Yi Xian's eyes crinkle at the corner.
Not to mention, this feeling is quite good. Mom.
The many onlookers around were dumbfounded. At the moment, they were eating the dog food that the family had thrown, and almost choked to death.
They even burped secretly. Damn it.
It's fine for the two of them to show their affection, but now the whole family is showing their affection. This is crazy.
TV dramas show affection for money, but you are showing affection for your lives. Dong. Dong.
Seeing that the crowd was growing, Yi Xian felt a little embarrassed. If this continued, it would affect the traffic. He directly got up and spoiled the two of them, giving each of them a brain explosion.
Well. Xiaoxi and Zhu Yuanyan both covered their heads, and even their expressions were the same, completely in sync. Holy cow. Did that kid save the galaxy in his past life? He actually got such a beautiful wife and cute daughter.
The cards are on the table, I'm so jealous.
Look what you've done.
Yi Xian glanced around, and Su Mengyan also noticed at this moment, unable to help but feel a shock in her heart.
What the hell? When did this happen? It shouldn't be like this.
I didn't do anything, just chased after that little guy and lectured him.
Damn it. That guy, what right does he have to knock on my head? And squeak.
But at that moment, an extended version of the Pagani Zonda stopped not far away. The driver who had arrived got out and saw the scene.
Holy shit. What's going on?
The young master and young lady are being mobbed. But when he heard the comments from the crowd, he was really stunned. Damn, the young master and young lady are feeding the dogs in public, and the young lady is participating.
Crazy.
No wonder the young master is the young master, this operation is so awesome. Seriously, a role model for us all.
Sir, miss, get in the car.
Taking a deep breath, the driver knew his chance to shine had arrived, and shouted out,
Daddy, Mummy, let's go. Cece saw the crowd and pulled Daddy and Mummy towards the supercar.
However, the gazes of the people around them moved with the family and never moved an inch.
It wasn't that they didn't want to, but they couldn't bear to.
They were afraid that they would miss some really sweet moment if they lost their concentration.
They were so envious. Really, really, really envious.
In this way, under the attention of the crowd, Yi Xian drove the extended version of the supercar towards Wenkeo village, leaving the people who had not come back to their senses for a long time.
Gulob.
I don't know how long it took. The sound of swallowing saliva came from the field. Only then did the people at the airport exit come back to their senses, and the scene of just now, when they were showering the dog with dog food, still appeared in their minds. Even the air they were breathing now had a sweet taste to it. How could this be? They couldn't believe it, they simply couldn't accept that there was such sweet dog food in the world.
It was true.
They were convinced by this wave of dog food. Why?
Why, if that guy wasn't being treated that way, didn't he just look a little better and spoil people a little? Damn, why did the heavens make me see this? Are you crazy?
Chapter 32, you still have the surname Shi, and you're already turning your back on me.
It's all your fault.
Shi Mengyan rolled her eyes. If it weren't for the fact that the guy was driving, she was afraid she really wouldn't be able to control herself and take a big bite out of him. Thinking about what had just happened, she wished she could find a crack in the ground and just disappear into it.
It's my fault?
Yi Xian was unhappy when he heard this. Mengyan wife, I'm not taking the blame for this.
Exactly.
Cece resolutely took Papa's side. I saw it clearly, it was clearly Mama feeding the dog.
Cece.
Su Mengyan glared fiercely at a certain little person. You still have the surname Su, and you're already turning your back on me.
Oof. Cece didn't care and huffed, so what? Cece was Papa's person in life and will be his ghost in death. Heir.
Indeed, a lot of words confused Su Mengyan. Good guy, they say that daughters are the lovers of their fathers in their previous lives, and it really is the case.
Dad, is Mum angry again? She looked at Mum and asked. Humph.
Su Mengyan was really annoyed by the father and daughter, and felt that she was the outsider.
How could that be?
Yi Xian smiled slightly and looked at the sulking Shiyu Mengyan. Your mother is the most generous person in the world.
How about this?
He glanced at Shiyu Mengyan and smiled meaningfully. He is a man who has 900 billion in his possession, so there is nothing he can't do.
Let me tell you a joke.
Yi Xian said with a slight smile. There was a steamed bun, and after it drank a bowl of soy milk, it swelled up.
Then it exploded. Do you know why?
Why? Cece tilted her head curiously, while Ximenjian rolled her eyes at Yi Xian, as if to say that this was not a joke.
Because. When he got to this point, he glanced at someone that Yu Hui was secretly looking at. He thinks he is a bomb.
Poof.
Ximenjian couldn't help but laugh when she heard this, but she quickly recovered.
Cece saw her reaction and grinned.
That was really funny. Then, Xiaoxi added, Daddy, can you tell us another one?
God sent assistance, sweet and cute, naturally made Yi Xian happy, so he smiled and nodded in return. Then tell us another one. After pausing for a moment, Yi Xian continued, one day, a sea turtle was walking on the beach when it saw a crab crawling.
The sea turtle asked, why do you always walk sideways? The crab replied, because I have claws, I can do whatever I want. Puff.
Hearing a joke from someone, Ziyuanian couldn't help but laugh again, and then rolled her eyes at someone. You guy, can you tell a good story?
No surprise, Ziyuanian fell into the pit. It's a normal story, okay.
After a moment's contemplation, Yi Xian continued, she cut her finger and he went to buy a band-aid for her, but he was a mute, and after a while of gesturing the salesperson still didn't know what he wanted. Then he simply cut his finger, and the salesperson suddenly realized that he needed a band-aid. The salesperson then sneered, just buying a band-aid, why hurt your finger? She was behind him, watching, her eyes brimming with tears. The next day, her period came. Su Mengyan's eyes widened at this sudden turn of events, and Tang's face immediately turned red.
Is that guy crazy? Sure enough.
Even if you believe in ghosts in this world, you can't believe this guy's mouth.
Period?
Sue heard this and her face was full of doubt. Daddy, then what? Well. Yi Xian gave a meaningful smile. Mom knows the rest of the story better.
Yi Xian, you. Listen.
Some guy, handsome as hell, and at that moment, Su Mengyan wanted to tear him to pieces. What kind of story is this, and she's still making her tell it?
Damn it.
How is she supposed to tell it? Is she supposed to say that the guy swung a knife and did whatever?
Cough cough. What does Xiaoxi want to eat tonight? I'll cook it for you. While they were talking, Shi Mengyan didn't forget to glare at someone fiercely. That guy was really too cunning to pass the buck like that.
And that story, she really misjudged him. Meanwhile, Jiangcheng Hospital.
Dad, you're here.
Su Qianshue's face lit up when she saw the person coming, and the bandages on her body were also removed.
Fortunately, everything was repaired. HM.
Seeing that his daughter had recovered well, Su Jinyong's heart was finally set.
Right, Chen Shue. Su Jilong thought of something and asked, have you thought of the person who beat you up like this? This. Upon hearing her father's words, Su Qianshue's heart tightened. Not yet. Hiss. While talking, Su Qianshue covered her head, so naturally Su Jilong didn't dare to ask anything else. Okay, Dad won't ask.
Su Jilong took a deep breath and continued, the reason for coming here is to see you, and the second reason is.
Song Tianming was killed at Jiangcheng Airport.
The calm voice rang in Su Qianshue's ears, which made her heart tremble.
Song Tianming, of course she knew. Moreover, the Jiangcheng Song family had a good relationship with their Su family, and as for Song Tianming, he was even the future leader of the Song family, so who would dare to lay a hand on him? No.
At a certain moment, Su Qianshue thought of something and her face turned white. Xiaomei just called to say that Yi Xian had a conflict with Song Tianming, and in the morning at the airport.
Could it be? Thinking of a certain possibility, Su Qianshue felt cold all over. Although there was no evidence, Su Qianshue's intuition told him that the murderer was most likely Yi Xian. After all,
Song Tianming knew him too well, and had always pursued Zimuyan, so he must have a murderous heart towards Yi Xian.
Thinking about it is terrifying.
Su Jilong naturally did not know his daughter's thoughts, and sighed, your uncle Song still asked me to help find the murderer, but it's not good to investigate when all of the more than 10 people are dead.
What?
Su Qianshue's face became grave upon hearing this. She guessed that Yi Xian was most likely the person who killed Song Tianming.
Now she was pretending to have amnesia, just to stay away from that Yi Xian. Dad, can you please decline this matter? Su Qianshue pondered for a moment before solemnly speaking to her father, Su Jilong. Ha?
Upon hearing this, Su Jilong frowned and looked at his daughter, Qianshue, you're acting strange today.
Am I?
Su Qianshue's heart flinched, and she continued, it's just that there have been too many recent incidents, and I want to be safe.
I see. Su Jilong weighed up the situation for a moment, and then nodded, that's fine.
After all, the person who had the ability to kill Song Tianming must not be someone to mess with, so father will decline the matter. Upon hearing this, Su Qianshue let out a long sigh of relief, and her gaze then looked into the distance. Yi Xian, is the murderer really you?
And who exactly are you? Chapter 33, a lavish 500 million yuan to buy the land of Wenkeo Village? Wenkeo Village, not far away. Well.
Cece took a deep breath of the air and felt much better. Daddy, this place is so beautiful.
Isn't it?
Yi Xian smiled slightly, looking at the familiar scenery. We'll be there in a little while.
This place.
Looking at the surrounding scenery, Zai Yuanyan was stunned. A clear stream babbles by, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds, like a flowing scroll painting. Ancient trees tower over the land, their branches intertwine to form a green canopy that shields this land from the noise of the world. Here, with every breath, you can feel the gift of nature, and every moment is worth treasuring.
It's so beautiful.
At this moment, Zai Manyan is also shocked by the fairy tale-like scenery of Wenkeo Village. There is such a pure land in the world.
Squeak.
In the midst of her amazement, the supercar rounded a bend and a towering ancient tree came into view. The rich fragrance of cinnamon filled the air and made people feel carefree and happy.
See it?
Yi Xian looked into the distance and explained, that is the symbol of Wenkeo Village, the 1,000-year-old cinnamon tree. It is over 1,800 years old, about 18 meters tall, with a girth of 600 meters and an average crown width of 1,890 meters. Every year at this time of year, it is no exaggeration to say that the rich fragrance of cinnamon can be smelled for 10 miles in every direction.
Wow. Cece's eyes sparkled as she stared into the distance, overjoyed. Baba's hometown is so amazing. Mommy, can we live here forever? Air.
Ziyuanyan couldn't help but roll her eyes at the child's innocent words, but she was soon captivated by the beautiful scenery and the refreshing fragrance of cinnamon. To be able to live here, I must say, is truly very happy.
Ha!
As the car pulled into the entrance of Wenkeo village, Xiaoxi looked curiously into the distance. Daddy, there are so many people in front of us. Meanwhile, under the 1,000-year-old laurel tree in Wenkeo village, a large excavator, like a giant, was blocking the entrance to the village, while the 1,000-year-old laurel tree was on the opposite side.
Get out of the way.
Next to the excavator, a young man with a big gold chain looked across the street with contempt in his eyes. This person was named Li Ergu, the bully of the village.
Wenkeo village, I'll give you face.
Li Ergu's unscrupulous eyes fell on a few old men across the street, and the leader was none other than the village chief Wang Zhenju.
Li Ergu, you dare.
As the village chief of Wenkeo village, Wang Zhenju naturally knew that Li Ergu was difficult and notorious for his ruthless tactics.
Oh, old village chief.
Li Ergu glanced at Wang Zhenju and his face showed no respect at all, but mockery. I work for the Xingqiu group, and you're getting old, don't risk your life.
You coughed.
The old village chief was really angry. Previously, Li Ergu bullied the neighbors, and he just put up with it, but now he actually wants to raise Wenkeo village, and he can't give up an inch of land.
What are you doing?
Li Ergu gave a cold smile and said, dig up the king of the laurel trees for me, and ignore anyone who gets in the way.
Anyone who wants to die can get in the way. Upon
hearing these words, the demolition team hesitated. After all, it is not good to cause a death.
Don't worry.
Li Ergu glanced at the few old people in front of him, just a few lives, it's a matter of a word from the Xingqiu group.
If anything happens, I'll take responsibility.
Before coming, he had received orders from the Xingqiu group that they must flatten Wenkeo village today, even if there were casualties.
Good.
The demolition team narrowed their eyes, and then the excavator reached towards the 1,000-year-old laurel tree.
How dare you?
The old village chief saw this and his face changed, not expecting Li Ergu to be so bold.
Squeak.
Just then, the sound of a supercar's brakes stopped, and then attracted the attention of everyone.
Push the door and get out of the car.
Yi Xian was the one who saw the two sides of the confrontation, which made his eyebrows furrow.
Yi Xian, it's you.
Li Ergu saw the person coming, and his eyes flashed with cold light. Back then, he had suffered a lot at the hands of Yi Xian. After all, that guy was very skilled, and it was because of him that Wenkeo village was spared from the oppression of the village bully in the first place.
Li Ergu?
Yi Xian saw the person approaching and then glanced at the field, already guessing something. I didn't expect that after many years of not seeing each other, you have become a lickspill.
That's better than you being a pretty boy.
Li Ergu glanced at Ximenjian behind him and was truly shocked by her appearance, his eyes full of jealousy.
You're a bad person. Xiaoxi stared angrily at Li Ergu, that guy is so hateful.
Hey, little brat, you stepfather. The village bully grinned, but before he could finish speaking, Yi Xian directly slapped him in the face.
With a loud bang.
The next moment, Li Ergu was slapped 5 or 6 meters away, breaking countless bones. His head tilted and he fainted, and he wouldn't be able to get out of bed for 3 months. However, in this room, several cars arrived in the field. After stopping in a hurry, a middle-aged man came to the field.
This person was named Zhao Tianlin, the mayor of Wenkooken. Stop.
From afar, Zhao Tianlin shouted to stop, but when he arrived in the field and saw Yi Xian, his heart trembled. You are Mr. Yi. This sudden scene really stunned everyone.
Oh.
Yi Xian looked at the strange face in front of him. Do you know me?
Cough cough.
Zhao Tianlin coughed dryly. Mr. Yi, Zheng Mingyang is my brother-in-law. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, I mishandled this matter. Zhao Tianlin cursed the people from the Land Bureau in his heart, and then sighed. Mr. Yi, the Xingqiu Group has already bought this land in Wenkeo village from the Land Bureau for 300 million. According to legal procedures.
In fact, this land should be disposed of by the Xingqiu Group. Really?
Yi Xian glanced at Zhao Tianlin, and without saying anything, took out a black card.
There are 500 million here.
No matter what you do, I want the ownership of the land in Wenkeo village. Ye's calm voice fell on Zhao Tianlin's ears like thunder from a clear sky.
He couldn't help but swallow. 500 million.
Yes, yes. Mr. Yi, I will take care of this personally. Gulping down his saliva, he then looked at the demolition team with fierce eyes and said, Get the hell out of here.
Cough, cough, it's the town mayor.
Taking a deep breath, the demolition team looked at Liurgu, who was uncertain whether he would live or die, and dared not say another word.
The farce ended like this. Phew.
Seeing the demolition team leave, the old village chief let out a sigh of relief. Yi, thank you so much today.
Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yes.
The old gentleman, who was well respected in the surrounding villages, was relieved. However, they were surprised that the Yi family boy was now so rich, that was 500 million yuan.
That's right.
Yi Xian continued, Old village chief, this is my daughter-in-law, Su Mengyan.
This is my daughter, Xiao Shi.
As he spoke, Yi Xian coughed, and this remark caused the old village chief to be momentarily stunned and unable to respond.
The Yi family boy has a daughter-in-law and a child this old? Chapter 34 Yi Lei Oi, come out quickly and see who's here. What?
After learning the news, Wang Zhenju looked at Ximenjian in disbelief. Yi Xiao, your wife is the president of Jiangcheng Group.
Hello, village chief. Ximenjian's face flushed slightly as she politely said hello. Oh, good, good.
The village chief didn't expect that Yi Xiao's wife would be so well connected, so there was no need to worry about Xingshu Group being difficult.
Hello, village chief. Hello, grandpas.
The sweet, young voice of Xiaoxi came out, like a lark, and it was very pleasant to hear, while the old village chief and the others were delighted.
Right, village chief.
Ximenjian looked into the distance, her eyes shining with wisdom. Wenkeo village is far away from the hustle and bustle, with a beautiful environment and towering ancient trees.
Now that the land has been bought by Yi Xian, next.
Pausing for a moment, she continued, on behalf of the Jiangchengshi Group, I would like to develop Wenkeo village and turn it into Wenkeo farm.
I wonder if the village chief would be willing to do so. Of course, the development by the Shi Group will not destroy the layout of Wenkeo village, and only appropriate repairs will be made. Moreover, the entire process will allow the villagers of Wenkeo to participate.
As they listened to Shi Mingyan's detailed explanation, the old village chief and the others could already imagine the grand blueprint for the future Wenkeo village in their minds.
Really?
The old men were also quite excited. Naturally, they agreed. After a few words, Yi Xian drove towards his home with Yi Xian and Xiao Shi. Yi Xian's wife, I can't tell that she has quite a business mind. Looking at the beautiful girl next to him, Yi Xian gave a small smile. Thanks.
It's not for you.
Yi Xian rolled his eyes and looked at someone, but Yi Xian still noticed the evasive gaze and gave a knowing smile without saying anything else.
Who?
The old village chief took a deep breath, looked into the distance with emotion, and said, this time, Yi has done a great favor for Wenkeo village, and we can't go without showing our appreciation. Later, tell everyone in the village to come with me to Ye's house.
Good.
The venerable old men nodded emphatically. They wouldn't refuse, after all, if it weren't for Yi Xian, they might not even be alive today.
Creak.
On the other side, the supercar stopped in front of the exquisite bamboo building.
Ha!
Yi Mu, who was washing up, couldn't help but frown and get up when she saw a luxury car.
However,
when she saw the two people getting out of the car, her pupils suddenly shrunk.
Mom, don't recognize.
Yi Xian said with a curved mouth when he arrived in the courtyard.
Hello, Auntie. Hello, Grandma. Eh?
Looking at the scene, Yi Mu was extremely excited. Yi Lao, come out quickly, look who's here. Obviously, Yi Mu had already informed Yi Lao about Xiaoxi's situation. Of course, he was angry when he first heard, but after understanding the circumstances, he accepted the fact.
Oh?
Yi Lao then came out of the bamboo building, and what came into view was his daughter-in-law and granddaughter.
Hello, Uncle.
Su Mingyan's face flushed slightly as she said, this was the first time she had met her future father-in-law. Oh no, the guy's father.
Good. Xiaoxi then came up to his father and took a look. Hello, Grandpa. Oh, you must be Xiaoxi. So pretty.
Ye's father beamed with joy. Originally the two of them had been thinking of saving money for their son's wedding, but now it seems like they've saved themselves the trouble. However, they had not been home for long.
Bei Chen.
Yi Lao Shi.
At that moment, the villagers of Wenkeo village, led by the old village chief, all arrived at the exquisite bamboo building.
There were so many people that the entire courtyard could not hold them, and there were even more villagers and children looking on outside the courtyard.
Air. Such a scene really confused Yi Beichen. Old village chief, what is this? Oh, Beichen, you don't know yet.
The old village chief then looked at Yi Xian. Your son Yi is something, you know about the demolition of the Xingshu group, right?
Just now.
While listening to the old village chief, Ye's parents looked at each other in confusion, and then looked at the extended version of the supercar outside the courtyard.
500 million yuan of land? Wenkeo farm?
2 words they never thought they could achieve, but now their son and future daughter-in-law have done it.
Good boy. What on earth has this kid been doing out there? A little later.
The villagers of Wenkeo piled their eggs, fruits, vegetables and grains into their yards as a simple and sincere expression of gratitude.
This scene deeply moved Ximenjian. This kind of simplicity is rare. You brat.
Yimu saw the old village chief and the others off, and her gaze fell on her son. Tell me honestly, what have you been doing? You bought the land in Wenkeo village for 500 million, look what you've done.
Puff. Su Mayan heard this and looked at Yi Xian and couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's not much.
Yi Xian remained calm and smiled slightly. I just bought a music platform, then bought a few villas and a few supercars, and I have some money.
Heir. When Yi's father heard this, he couldn't help but spit out, You brat, you call that some money? Cough cough.
Yi Xian knew that this would happen, and coughed dryly, saying, Fine, I admit that I'm rich.
By the way.
Yi Xian then took out a black card and handed it to his father. Dad, here's 10 million.
Consider it a gift from me to you too. What?
Hearing his son's words, Yi Xian almost threw the black card away, as if it were a hot potato.
10 million? Are you crazy? Why would you give me so much money?
Su Mengyan saw this scene and tried to smooth things over. Uncle, just take it, otherwise Yi Xian's nature will make him lose it sooner or later.
This
made Ye's father pause for a moment. Yes, if he keeps it, he can help his son in the future.
Okay then.
After thinking for a moment, he then gave the card to Ye's mother, wanting, You keep this card.
That's good. Ye's mother took the black card and carefully put it away.
After all, there was 10 million yuan here.
Woof woof.
Just then, from a corner of the yard, a little white dog limped out.
Yeah. Daddy, there's a little white dog over there that's so sad.
Cece took a few steps to the little white dog, and the little white dog liked it and rubbed against Cece's pants leg.
You mean Xiaobai?
Yimu looked at the little white dog. I picked it up on my way home from work the other day, when its leg was broken.
However, after being treated by the veterinarian, it still hasn't recovered, so it's pitiful.
2. Looking at the little white dog, Yi Xian contemplated for a moment, and thought that if this little thing could play with Xiaoxi, that would be good.
System, redeem skill.
Looking at the little white dog in pain not far away, Yi Xian called out to the system.
Soon, the system responded. Ding.
Congratulations, the host has exchanged and upgraded medical skills to the God level, consuming 5 enhancement points. Note, this ability allows the host to heal all injuries in the world. Listening to the voice in his ear, Yi Xian's mouth curved up.
You have to know.
At this moment, life and death, human flesh and white bones are all a piece of cake for him, not to mention the puppy in front of him with a broken leg.
Cece.
Looking at the little white dog again, Yi Xian walked over. Let me take a look, maybe there is still hope. Chapter 35. Don't worry, I'm more experienced than you in the area of secret stash money.
Oh?
Upon hearing his father's words, Xiaoxi handed the little white dog to his father. Father, you have to heal it well.
Don't worry.
After taking the little white dog, Yi Xian knew the location of its symptoms.
Click.
At a certain moment, with Yi Xian's bone-setting massage, the displaced bones directly returned to their original position, but although the external injuries had healed, he had also sustained not insignificant internal injuries. To recover, acupuncture was also required.
Mom, we have a set of acupuncture needles at home, right? Bring them over and let me use them.
Upon hearing this, Ye's mother looked at her son suspiciously. Okay.
After all,
just now, under the bone setting, it was obvious that the little white dog's spirits had improved a bit, and its painful cries had also decreased a lot.
Swish.
Very quickly, Yimu handed her son the acupuncture needles, and Yi Xian then reached down and removed more than 10 acupuncture needles, accurately inserting them into the dog's acupuncture points.
This kid. Yi Fu watched his son's actions and couldn't help but wonder, when did he learn acupuncture? Yi Fu, your son.
Wasn't finished yet, but Yi Fu put up his hand to stop him. Yanting, your son's acupuncture technique is extraordinary. It feels like none of the masters at the Moxibustion parlor are as skilled as him.
Is this for real?
Yi Xian's mother looked at her son suspiciously, just as Yi Xian finished inserting the needles and then wrapped the paw.
3 days later, the little white dog could recover.
It was a small test, but it felt pretty good.
Woof woof.
The little white dog with its paw wrapped up then happily jumped around Yi Xian, a scene that made Yi Xian's parents think they were dreaming for a moment.
Wow. Dad, you're amazing.
Cece was so excited that she couldn't stop clapping her hands in joy.
This guy.
Su Mengyan looked at the scene, her eyes full of disbelief, and the way she looked at Yi Xian quietly changed.
He can actually do acupuncture, and the effect is so good when combined with massage. Now the little white dog is like two different people. How much is he still hiding from me? I really want to crack his head open and take a look.
Yi Xian, on the other hand, looked at his attribute panel.
Name, Yi Xian. Age, 23.
Skills, divine cooking, divine music, martial arts master, divine drinking, divine driving, divine massage, divine X-ray vision, divine medical skills.
Wealth, 8999994669981112 Chinese currency. Strengthening points, 15. Rascal.
After coming back to his senses, Yi Beichen's father sighed with emotion, worthy of being my son.
Quite the same as my father's style back then. Go.
When Ye's mother heard this, she gave him a cold stare without mercy. Style my head, what does this have to do with you having a hammer?
Mengyan, let's go.
I'll show you around the bamboo house.
HM.
With that, Ye's mother took the hand of her future daughter-in-law and walked towards the bamboo house, while Xiaoxi chased after Xiao Bai and played with him. As for the recovery in 3 days, it refers to internal injuries. As for external injuries, the little white dog has already recovered as before.
What? Why are you wrapping your paw? Just joking.
This way it doesn't look so out of place. You have to understand that even so, Yi Xian's acupuncture has had a huge impact on Yi Mu and the others.
Dad.
Yi Xian then came to Yi Mu's side, and another black card fell into his hands. This is the pocket money your son is giving you.
Rascal, you.
Looked at the black card in your hands, and Yi Mu subconsciously looked at the bamboo building. I didn't raise you in vain.
Hey, don't let my mom find out.
Yi Xian looked at the bamboo building and smiled. Ye's father nodded emphatically. Don't worry, I'm more experienced than you when it comes to secret stashes of money.
But you, my boy, are amazing.
Ye's father looked at his son and sighed. You've brought such a beautiful daughter-in-law, and she's the president of a large corporation.
4 years ago, when he was still under 20. After a short conversation, Xiaoxi ran over from not far away. Guliolu. Before he could say anything, the little one's tummy started to protest. Daddy, I'm hungry.
The little one looked pitifully at his father and said,
Our little one is hungry.
With a smile, he petted the little one's head and said, Daddy will make you something delicious.
By the way, Dad.
Thinking of something, Yi Xian looked at Ye's father. I'll make you some medicinal food tonight to try it out.
Why don't you take Xiaoxi and buy some medicinal herbs back?
While talking, Yi Xian took out a piece of paper and a pen and skillfully wrote down a list of medicinal names, which was now second nature to him.
Okay.
After looking at the various medicinal herbs, although he didn't know what they did, Ye's father still nodded and agreed. After all, the herb shop wasn't far from their house.
Cece, let's go.
Ye's father took his granddaughter's hand. Let's go shopping with Grandpa.
Okay. Woof woof.
The sound of a dog barking came from behind them, and Xiao Bai wagged his tail and ran after it.
Soon, night fell.
The darkness swallowed up the day, and the world fell into silence, except for the occasional barking from outside the bamboo house. But inside the exquisite bamboo house, it was brightly lit. I don't know how long it took, but the kitchen was filled with the tantalizing aroma of medicinal food. This smell was completely different from the smell of normal dishes.
You little rascal, you can do it. Yi Mu's mother looked at the medicinal food on the table.
It was appetizing and full of color and fragrance.
It was so appetizing that even Yi Mu's mother, who was always good at cooking, was amazed. Eat it while it's hot, otherwise the medicinal effect will be reduced.
Yi Xian gave a small smile, and Xiaoxi couldn't wait. Amu took a bite of the medicinal food, and the mellow fragrance lingered in his mouth, leaving an endless aftertaste.
Delicious. Xiaoxi's eyes were sparkling. Daddy, is this really medicinal food? It's so delicious.
After taking a bite of the medicinal food, Zai Yuanyan looked in surprise at a certain guy.
This lecher actually had something up his sleeve.
After 3 rounds of rice and the delicious medicinal food,
belches erupted from the whole family, including Cece.
The medicinal food was really delicious.
In fact, if there was any left, they could eat another bowl. You guys rest, I'll wash the dishes.
Yimu glanced at her son, her eyes full of satisfaction.
With such cooking skills, not only would the beautiful daughter-in-law not want to leave, even the immortals would not want to go. By the way.
Looking at the little guy, Yixian smiled and said, "Cici, sing a song for Grandpa." After chatting for a while, Yimu also came out of the kitchen and heard her son's voice.
Good.
Cici smiled, and then after thinking for a moment, she sang and danced to the tune of a lark-like song. Two tigers love to dance, little rabbits are good, pulling up radishes, I and the little ducklings learn to walk, childhood is the most beautiful gift, the little conch shell blows dee, I learned to fly like a seagull. Watching this heartwarming scene, Ye's father and mother's smiles reached the back of their ears.
This song is very nice. Su Mengyan looked at the scene and was a little confused. What the hell? When did this song happen? She actually didn't know anything about it. Damn it. What else is he hiding from me? But it's strange, I'm not tired at all even though I've had a long day. Could it be that guy's medicinal food? Cici, you're amazing.
At the end of the song, Ye's father and mother gave her a thumbs up, and then Ye's mother gave Ye's father a wink.
Cici, would you like to sleep with your grandparents tonight?
Obviously, the divine assistance from her mother was now online.
Chapter 36. If I don't show you how awesome I am tonight, I'm not worthy of you.
Shen, you guys go to bed early too. After saying that, without waiting for the two to respond, Yimu returned to the room with the little guy and Yifu. Such a beautiful and outstanding daughter-in-law must be seized.
This.
As only two people were left in the living room, the atmosphere quietly became different.
Humph.
Su Mengyan pouted and asked a certain guy, Yi Xian, to be honest and tell her how many secrets he had.
I don't know.
Well. Yi Xian smiled slightly, you said it was a secret.
You.
Su Mengyan froze upon hearing this.
That guy was really annoying. At least, you have to tell me. Taking a deep breath, Yu Menjian asked the question she had long wanted to know. How much money do you have? How much?
Yi Xian pondered for a moment and said honestly, it should be enough to buy the whole world.
Spit.
By your big head ghost. Listening to someone's words, Yu Menjian almost passed out from lack of breath. You can't die if you don't brag, and I don't want to know yet. Obviously, in her opinion, the authenticity of this sentence was almost zero.
If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do about it.
Yi Xian shrugged his shoulders, and there was nothing he could say if he didn't believe him directly.
Mengyan, baby, I'm going to take a shower first. I'll wait for you.
After the sound of his voice faded, he returned to his room while Mengyan blushed and looked down. This made her sigh, as it seemed that she would never escape the clutches of that guy in her life.
Ding dong ding.
Just then, the phone rang, and when he saw it was his younger brother's phone, he answered it.
You little brat, what's gotten into you?
When she answered the phone, Mengyan let out a stream of curses, which was very rare, as she had actually taken the initiative to call her.
Hey, I'm just connecting with my big sister, aren't I?
Xiao Dao on the other end chuckled, and then got to the point. So, my brother-in-law is not here.
Your brother-in-law. Mengyan glanced in the direction of the room. Don't you have his phone number? Oh. I called, but no one answered. Su Mengyan's brain went blank.
She thought her brother had a change of heart, but she never imagined that he was looking for her because he couldn't get in touch with that lecher.
He's in the shower. Sure enough, I had too high of expectations for that brat. Ha!
Su Xiaodao across the room paused for a moment, then coughed and said, well, I hope I didn't interrupt you guys when I called. Su Mengyan almost lost her temper when she heard the unspoken meaning in her brother's words, get out.
What were you thinking, you brat? Indeed, Mengyan sighed, are all kids nowadays so precocious? If you don't behave, I swear I'll let your parents come home and let them punish you. Cough cough, sister, please spare me.
Under the pressure of his family's bloodline, Xiaodao decisively begged for mercy, and his sister had him completely under her thumb. Since my brother-in-law is not here, I'll hang up. Upon learning that her brother-in-law was not there, Xiaodao didn't bother pretending and hung up the phone directly.
Xiaodao, you. Da.
Before she could finish speaking, the phone hung up.
Mengyan was stunned and stood there in disbelief. Crunch.
As she looked at the phone, Mengyan's silver teeth clenched together with a crunch, her anger rising. Xiaodao.
Now, how dare you?
This kind of situation has never happened before. It feels like ever since that guy barged into my life, my status has been getting lower and lower.
If this continues, what's going to happen? You bastard. Thinking of this, Yumenjian took a deep breath. If I don't show you my awesome skills tonight, you'll be sorry. After saying that,
she angrily walked towards the bedroom, but as soon as she arrived at the room, she saw a certain guy coming out of the bathroom, and her mind immediately exploded. Yi Xian, you're crazy. At this moment, she no longer had the slightest intention of interrogating him. She was directly made to explode mentally by the actions of a certain guy, because that guy was actually naked.
What a fuss!
Yi Xian glanced at someone whose appearance was as steady as an old dog but who was actually panicking.
He didn't expect Meng Yan's wife to come in so quickly, which was unreasonable. Why, were you captivated by your man's perfect body shape? Spit. Hearing someone's unscrupulous words, Su Mengyan glared at him fiercely. With your figure, I'm not interested. But before he could finish speaking, his two slender hands were firmly grasped and pressed against the wall, and once again he was walled in. Yi Xian, you are under the warm yellow light, and your stunning face is very charming, coupled with the effect of the medicinal food, your blood surges. Calm down.
Just as he finished speaking, Yumeng was wide-eyed and had already been kissed passionately by someone. A war that was inevitable had quietly begun, and this scene resembled that encounter from 4 years ago.
I don't know how long it was. Yumeng fell asleep in someone's arms. After all, war is very exhausting. Everything is unsaid.
The relationship between the two also made a new breakthrough from this moment on.
Gee, it feels pretty good.
At a certain moment, Yi Xian's mouth curved up into an arc, and scenes from the war just now flashed through his mind. He quietly looked at the beautiful face and enjoyed the time that was just for the two of them.
Ha!
At a certain moment, Yi Xian sensed a strong sense of hostility coming from afar.
After all,
Yi Xian is now a martial arts master, and his insight is much stronger than ordinary people.
Is there someone here looking to die again?
His mood was undoubtedly bad after being interrupted, and his Xianxin transcendental eyesight suddenly revealed a god's perspective.
He saw dozens of figures in the jungle behind the exquisite bamboo building, heading towards the building. Since you've made your move, let me see what kind of demons you are. Swish! The figure flashed, and Yi Xian disappeared from the room and arrived outside the exquisite bamboo building.
The speed was like a ghost, and if the outside world knew, even first-class experts would be shocked.
Big brother.
One of the dozens of people looked at the exquisite bamboo building and narrowed his eyes. That was the residence of Yi Xian, who had bought the land of Wenkeo village.
The one in charge looked at the exquisite bamboo building not far away. 500 million to buy the land of Wenkeo village, that's really a big move. But
the land of Wenkeo village is related to the future development of Xingqiu Group, and no one can destroy it.
His name is Lin Zichu, and he is also the head of the Xingqiu Group.
The person next to him is the second in command of the group, Lin Zitian.
The two are brothers. And
Lin Zichu solemnly commanded, this negotiation is the main point. If a peaceful solution can be reached, don't use force.
Understood, big brother. Lin Zitian nodded in response.
After all, they did not have an essential grudge with Yi Xian. However, at this moment, Lin Zichu narrowed his eyes and his gaze fell not far away. Suddenly, he didn't know when a figure had appeared in the field, and this person was none other than Yi Xian.
Chapter 37, Subdue the Lin family's two brothers and lay the groundwork for the Imperial Group. There was silence in the jungle arena. Swish!
All eyes fell on the figure that appeared, and Lin Zichu looked at the person who had come warily.
This is interesting. Looking at the group of people, Yi Xian raised an arc. You came to me and asked who I was? Ha! Lin Zitian realized something after hearing this. You are Yi Xian. What? Upon hearing these words, dozens of people around him surrounded him with a loud noise. Big brother, this kid is extraordinary. Lin Zitian took a deep breath.
The fact that he could appear so quietly already explained everything. It seems that peace talks are impossible.
Destroy him.
With a sneer, Lin Zitian ordered his subordinates, knowing that more than half of these dozens of people were third-rate masters. As the voice fell, dozens of people rushed at him.
Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zichu's body surged with energy. With a
sneer, Lin Zichu turned into a black blur, and the next moment he had already charged at Yi Xian, his movements far superior to those of a third-rate master.
Pop.
Yi Xian drew back his palm, and the next moment Lin Zichu flew backwards several meters at even greater speed, his face pale, and a mouthful of blood spurting out.
Thud. Kneeling on one knee, Lin Zichu was full of disbelief, so strong. This. Lin Zichen saw this scene and his whole body froze. How could this be? You have to know.
Big Brother is a second-rate master, and although he was promoted just 3 months ago, he is still far beyond what ordinary people can handle.
But
even so, it is still not that person who defeated the enemy with one move, and he was even seriously injured by a palm strike.
The strength of that person can be imagined. The two people around them were shocked. Their boss was no match for him, so what are they? Who?
Lin Zichu took a deep breath, bracing himself, and bowed. Sir, we are ignorant of your greatness, please forgive us.
Big Brother, you? Shut up.
Lin Zitian hadn't finished speaking when he was directly glared at by his big brother, but he had no choice but to sulkily retreat and stop talking.
Oh.
Seeing Lin Zichu's slightly narrowed eyes in front of him, there was no doubt that this was a smart person.
Cough.
Lin Zichu coughed dryly and continued, My lord, I am Lin Zichu, the head of the Xingqiu group, and this is my second younger brother.
Don.
While Lin Zichu was speaking, he knelt down on one knee. Second younger brother, kneel down.
This. Although unwilling, Lin Zitian did not dare to contradict his elder brother's words, and also knelt down. What are you doing?
Yi Xian was also stunned by the sudden scene, and he never expected that the two people who had attacked him a moment ago were now kneeling.
Your strength is truly unparalleled.
Lin Zichu's eyes shone with anticipation. Lin Zichu is willing to join Xingqiu Group and serve you.
Ha!
Upon hearing this, not only Lin Zitian, but also the dozens of people around him who were lying on the ground were dumbfounded.
Shrimp. Boss, this move, if you can't beat them, join them? Serve me.
Yi Xian frowned slightly as he looked at Lin Zichu, kneeling in front of him. Give me a reason.
My lord, I will be honest with you.
My two brothers and I are not from Rongqing, but from. Lin Zichen heard his brother's words and hurriedly interrupted.
My brother, no.
Indeed, he was terrified. If news of their survival reached Jiangcheng, it would be extremely detrimental to them.
I know what I'm doing.
Lin Zichu looked determined. My dear brother, with our current strength, revenge is a long way off.
But. Upon hearing his brother's words, Lin Zitian wanted to say something.
In the end, he sighed, knowing that his brother was telling the truth.
My lord.
Lin Zichu looked determined and continued, My brothers and I are actually from the Lin family of Jiangcheng, a second-rate family in Jiangcheng. However, 8 years ago, the Su family in Jiangcheng suddenly made a move, taking many experts to destroy my Lin family. As he spoke, Lin Zichu and his brother's eyes turned red. Their hatred for the destruction of their family was overwhelming. This scene made many of their subordinates stunned.
Do you want me to avenge your Lin family?
Yi Xian naturally heard Lin Zichu's intentions, and his previous actions also made sense.
The hatred for the destruction of their family was really that of two pitiful people. That's right. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zichu nodded firmly. If you, my lord, can help my family avenge our family, then from now on, the lives of my two brothers will be yours. All these years, I have been hiding in Rongqing developing the Xingqiu group, just so that one day I can return to Jiangcheng and take my revenge. I can help you avenge your family.
After a moment's thought, Yi Xian thought that if he had his own subordinates, perhaps many things would be trouble-free.
However, in the future, if you dare to betray me. Crack. He applied force to his feet, and the next moment the ground made an overwhelmed sound, which then spread out for more than 10 meters.
This scene made the dozens of subordinates around him go blind with fear.
Holy shit! What kind of awesome power is this? It's terrifying. If this kick had landed on them earlier, they would definitely have died. We dare not.
Lin Zichu saw this, and instead of being afraid, his heart was filled with excitement.
Someone who can do this must be at least a first-class expert. You must know.
Such a being is a guest of honor even in a first-class family.
Get up.
Yi Shen nodded slightly, then looked in the direction of the exquisite bamboo building. From now on, you will arrange for someone to protect Wingkeo village.
Anyone who covets Wingkeo village will be killed without mercy. Yes, my lord. Lin Zichu and his brother were both very excited, and Lin Zitian was even more convinced.
The strength of the man in front of him was beyond his imagination.
Moreover,
Yi Shen then looked at the two men with shining eyes. From now on, the Xingqiu group will be renamed the Dihao group. Your task is to unify the business community of Rongqing and return to Jiangqing within 6 months.
Gulu.
Upon hearing this, Lin Zichu and the other both swallowed their saliva.
Return to Jiangqing? In half a year. This is something they have dreamed of doing.
If before, they naturally had some reservations, but now that an adult is in charge, it's a different story.
Yes.
The two brothers were full of energy for a while, and they couldn't wait to bring Xingqiu, no, the Dihao group, to Jiangqing and remove the Su family from Jiangqing.
Then,
looking at the two men in front of him, Yi Xian flipped his right hand and suddenly more than 10 golden needles entered the bodies of the two men. Then, with a hum, the strength in the two men's bodies quietly changed. This scene made the eyes of many of his subordinates around him widen. Such a technique was too amazing.
Ha!
Lin Zichu let out a deep breath, and then felt the surging sense of power within his body. I'm a mid-level second-rate master.
Incredible! Lin Zichu felt like he was dreaming.
He had only been a second-rate master for 3 months, and he was even more impressed with Yi Xian.
As for Lin Zitian, he was also at the pinnacle of third-rate mastery.
He looked at Yi Xian with eyes full of awe and admiration.
The boss is invincible. Gulob.
When the dozens of people around them saw this, they all swallowed. The boss and the second in command had both improved their strength.
Who was this person? This was too much.
However, the Lin brothers did not know that their legend had only just begun at this moment.
Chapter 38. Your childhood must have been very happy, husband. The next morning.
The golden morning sun poured down on the idyllic Wingkeo village, dispelling the last vestiges of darkness in the room through the windows. The beautiful girl woke up, and what caught her eye was the handsome profile of the boy, Yi Xian.
Humph.
Su Mengyan raised the corners of her lips, looking at the guy next to her. Scenes from yesterday flashed through her mind, and she couldn't help blushing.
You big bully, you got your way after all.
She sighed, and seeing the guy next to her sleeping soundly, she poked her slender finger out and pinched him on the nose, wanting to take revenge in some way.
Let you bully me, I'll show you.
For a moment, Xi Mingyan's playful mood rose, and at the moment, she had none of the coldness of a group president, but was completely like a little girl who had fallen in love and was crying. If the outside world knew about this scene, it would cause a sensation. It was a beautiful scene, and she was having a great time.
Until one moment. Mengyan's wife, are you done playing?
Without warning, a voice rang in Ximenjian's ear, which made her beautiful eyes glance over. When she saw someone staring at her with a spoiled smile, it made Ximenjian's face blush until it reached the back of her ears. She was discovered, so embarrassed. What should I do? I want to find a hole to crawl into.
When did you wake up?
Holding onto a glimmer of hope, Shi Mengyan asked, her head filled with scenes from yesterday, her heart racing uncontrollably.
I've been awake for a while.
Smiling at the beautiful woman, Yi Xian wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Wife, if you're done playing, it's time to play with your husband.
Giggle, giggle, giggle. Yi Xian, I was wrong.
Then, from time to time, there were giggles in the room, the sound very pleasant and attractive.
Really? What was wrong?
Yi Xian would not let her off so easily. This little Mengyan was getting more and more daring. To punish you, let's hear you call me husband.
Spit. You wish.
Su Mengyan's face was so red that she could not help it. I won't call.
Really? Seeing the arrogant Ximenjian, Yi Xian didn't care. Then don't blame your man, he's ruthless. Stop it. Ximenjian was provoked and couldn't help it, blushing and glaring at a certain guy. Honey.
The sweet voice came out, and Yi Xian's bones were softened. Xia Menjian, on the other hand, buried her head in the quilt, finished, so embarrassing. It was the first time she had ever screamed like that, and her heart was beating faster.
Hey, my sweet baby.
Yi Xian fondled his beautiful wife's head, which made Yi Xian glare at him. What are you doing, treating me like a daughter? Obviously, this action was very similar to the guy spoiling his little one.
Damn it.
That guy, how could he do that?
But why was it that not only did she not feel disgusted, but she also enjoyed it? Dong.
Hearing Zai Yuanyan's words, Yi Xian's head exploded and slammed into her smooth, white forehead. What do you mean spoil her like a daughter?
Isn't that what a wife likes? Cut it out.
Hearing someone's provocative words, Zai Yuanyan gave her a coquettish look. I don't like it.
In that case, wouldn't he have 2 daughters? Ugh. Zai Yuanyan, what are you thinking? Are you crazy? You don't really want that guy to treat you like a daughter, do you? After a lot of fuss, it was already high noon.
It's all your fault for getting up so late. When she left the room, Zai Yuanyan glared at someone, and Yi Xian pretended not to hear it. After all, it's normal for little girls to have thin skin. Although he is the boss of the group, he is a little white in terms of love.
Daddy, Mommy.
Cece's voice came from the other room, and Yi Mu was already preparing a hearty breakfast. As the daughter-in-law was visiting for the first time, she naturally wanted to behave well as the future mother-in-law. No, she was determined to do her best for her son's happiness in the future.
Meng Yan, you look well. Did you sleep well last night?
Yi Mu saw her beautiful daughter-in-law, her complexion rosy, and as a woman who had been through it all, she naturally knew what it was about.
She knew exactly what was going on.
Listening to her future mother-in-law's words, Xu Yu Mengyan responded, "It's okay."
That's good. Yi Mu gave Yi Fu a wink, just eat it while it's still hot. Cece, come. Yi Fu then changed the subject, Grandpa will peel an egg for you. Thank you, Grandpa.
Cece's young and sweet voice was polite, and it was clear that Zhu Yumenian's previous education had been very successful. It was obvious that Ye's parents were very satisfied, and the old Yi family ancestral grave was smoking.
That's right. While eating breakfast, Cece blinked her big, wide eyes and looked expectantly at her father, hoping, Daddy, where are we going to play today? Well.
After a moment's contemplation, Yi Xian said fondly, Daddy will take you to a nice place today.
Let's go hunting. Daddy will grill the game for you at lunchtime. Really?
Upon hearing this, Xiaoxi's eyes filled with excitement. Thinking of Daddy's superb cooking skills, her mouth watered. I've never had Daddy's grilled game before.
Long live Daddy.
For a moment, the little one shouted with excitement, while Ye's parents looked at the scene and smiled knowingly. This heartwarming scene was undoubtedly the best gift for them. After breakfast, the little girl and her parents each wore a sun hat.
Bye, grandparents, we'll be back.
The little girl waved goodbye to her grandparents, and the family, led by Yi Xian, went into the nearby jungle. Back in the day, Yi Xian had hunted a lot of game here. Be careful, there are a lot of mosquitoes in the forest. Yi Xian skillfully opened a path. The air here is much fresher than in the village, though. Cece obviously hadn't listened to her father, but was instead admiring the beautiful scenery in the forest and the various strange-shaped towering ancient trees. Dad, this place is so beautiful.
I love it.
Su Mengyan was walking along, also admiring the beautiful scenery, as if they weren't here to meet the parents but rather just enjoying a stroll in this idyllic mountain village.
The atmosphere was pleasant and wonderful. It felt very warm and enjoyable. Husband, cough cough, Yi Xian, your childhood must have been very happy.
Admiring the beautiful scenery around them, Su Mengyan sighed, envious of this picturesque place. She thought that it would be a good choice to retire here.
Well, it's not bad.
Yi Xian nodded, saying that he had no regrets about his childhood.
Ah. Just then, Xiaoxi saw a plump hare not far away and couldn't help but swallow. Daddy, look, a hare. Whoosh.
The hare was fast, darting several meters directly, but it could not escape Yi Xian's grasp. A golden flash of light, and the next moment, the delicious hare was killed on the spot.
Wow, Daddy is so awesome.
Cece clapped her hands excitedly when she saw Daddy catch the hare in one go. Her melodious voice echoed beautifully in the forest.
Humph.
Su Mengyan glanced at someone and let this guy steal the limelight again.
There was another one over there.
And just like that, the hunting operation began.
Time passed quickly.
In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed, and Yi Xian's basket was already full of trophies.
That's enough, let's go back. Feeling the weight of the hair, they said it was enough for a big meal. What a cute rabbit, so cruel. Next to him, Yumenjian glanced at the guy who had shown off his skills, and angrily criticized him, hoping to win back the battle in this way. He. Cece made faces at Mama from the side, and she looked so cute. Was Mama jealous again? Meanwhile, in the dark not far from the forest. Boss, Yi Xian is right in front of us. A shifty-eyed young man looked not far away, and there's a stunning girl by his side. We're in luck. Li Ergo looked not far away, leading 7 or 8 of his subordinates, his mind conjuring up possible scenes, his eyes growing ever more feverish. He couldn't wait to rush up to her and get close to that beauty. Very good. Li Ergo's mouth curved up into a smile, and then he glanced at his subordinates. Don't worry, I'll be eating the meat, and you'll get to drink the soup. Hey, thanks boss. Upon hearing this, the 7 or 8 subordinates immediately beamed, thanking him profusely and becoming full of energy. Give it your all later. Li Ergo thought about the sad scene from yesterday, and his face still hurt. Yi Xian's skills were much higher than before. Don't worry, boss. The younger brothers said confidently, we're not pushovers either. Later, we'll show Yi Xian what for. That's right, I've never liked him. After a while of conversation, Li Ergo looked into the distance. In that case, let's do it. Really? But at this moment, a voice came from the side, scaring Li Ergo and the others. The person who came was none other than Lin Zitian, accompanied by several third-rate masters. Ha! Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the group, Li Ergo's pupils suddenly contracted. Who are you? That's not important. Lin Zitian's mouth curved up. Kill them all, without exception. He had no interest in wasting time with these minions. Yes, second in command. Scoff. In an instant, a group of people, including Li Ergo, were killed on the spot, and they didn't even have time to scream. After all, it was Yi Xiao who was at stake, so they dared not be presumptuous, even if it was just a 1 in 10,000 chance of alarming the young master. Phew. Lin Zitian let out a sigh of relief when he saw that Li Ergo and the others had been dealt with. It was a good thing he had arrived in time, otherwise it would have been bad if they had made a move. Humph. Having said that, Lin Zitian looked at the corpses on the ground with a cold gaze, daring to lay a hand on Yi Xiao. You're looking for death. Chapter 39, Shi Yu Mengyan changed her mind, and Yi Mu turned into a crazy monster who adores his daughter-in-law. Woof woof. After leaving the forest, suddenly, a small white dog excitedly came running from afar, its tail wagging, obviously very happy. Little White. Upon seeing the little white dog, Xiaoxi started walking quickly after it, making a lot of noise. You pervert, are you sure Little White will recover in 3 days? Indeed, looking at the lively little white dog, its condition was better than usual. Dong. When he heard Zai Yuanyan say this, Yi Xian gave her a sharp blow to the forehead. What, are you questioning your husband's abilities? Didn't you, my dear, experience just yesterday how awesome your husband is? Air. Hearing the unscrupulous words of a certain guy, Zai Yuanyan gave him a fierce glare. If there weren't anyone around, Shi Mengyan would really find a crack to hide in. What kind of outrageous words are these? Are you crazy? Little Mengyan is blushing. Why don't we try again tonight? Yi Xian's playful mood rose, and he flirted with her, but Shi Mengyan's heart pounded, and she gave someone a big white eye. Who cares about you? After saying that, the little wolf like Zai Yuanyan chased after Xiaoxi, really not daring to continue talking to a certain guy, otherwise he might say something shocking. Damn it! Zai Yuanyan was aroused, and over again, she thought about the scenes that might happen that night. Why did she feel anticipation? It was so strange. Zai Yuanyan, what's wrong with you, are you sick? Ha? Without thinking, Xiaoxi saw her mother coming over and wondered, Mom, why are you here? I thought you were whispering to Dad. Go away. Su Mengyan's face flushed for a moment. What do children know? She said with a stiff face. Of course, she couldn't say that she couldn't stand her father's provocation, or she would lose face. Oh. Cece nodded as if she understood. After all, how could she know the complexity of adults? He. Grandpa, Grandma. Cece shouted excitedly as she returned to the courtyard. Hearing their granddaughter's voice, Ye's parents hurriedly came out. Ye's father had already prepared the barbecue grill and charcoal. He had seen his sons cooking yesterday, and today he was also very hungry for barbecue. Cece is back. Father Yi and Mother Yi glanced at each other, looking at their cute granddaughter.
they hadn't been this happy in a long time.
Wang Wang
Was beside them, while Xiaobai was running around the yard in circles.
Meng Yan, you must be tired.
Mother Yi poured some water into glasses and placed them on the stone table in the courtyard. Here, drink some water and rest for a while.
Thanks, Mom.
Su Mengyan said casually, but when she said it, her face flushed a little, and Ye's father, who was standing nearby, looked over and then a happy expression emerged on his face.
Meng Yan, you. As the person involved, let alone Ye's mother, was beside herself with excitement. What did you just call me? Mom.
Su Mengyan said with a flushed face, but thinking that the two of them had already taken the final step, she didn't think much of it, except that her face flushed even more.
Ha. Yi Mu was overjoyed to hear her daughter-in-law's address.
The little rascal, he's got it made. He's got her calling him mom already.
TSK. He's a credit to his mother, what a face. Right, Meng Yan. Yi Mu was so happy that she forgot what she was going to say. Do you like grapes? I'll go pick some for you to eat. Auntie Mom, no need.
Seeing Yi Mu's sudden enthusiasm, Meng Yan was truly a little overwhelmed.
Cough, Meng Yan, don't mind her. Ye's father coughed dryly at this point, and seeing the busy Yi Mu, he smiled and said, Your mother, she always wanted a daughter, and this is her biggest regret. Now that you call her mom, she might be happy for a few more days. Ah, is that so?
Su Mengyan's face flushed a little when she heard her future father-in-law's words. She never expected this, and she was so embarrassed. Why did I just call you that?
Oh.
But at this moment, Yifeng saw Yi Xian entering. There are so many rabbits, and they are very fat.
Not bad. Right.
Cici heard her grandfather's words and a crescent smile curved her face. Daddy is super awesome.
Dad, where's my mom?
Yi Xian looked around and didn't see Yi Mu, so he couldn't help but ask curiously.
Your mom.
Father Yi looked at his beautiful daughter-in-law on the stone table and then told his son, which made Yi Xian listen in amazement.
Good guy, so that girl has changed her mouth? Humph.
Seeing a certain guy looking over, Shi Yumeng gave him a glare, obviously guessing that the guy knew about her changing her address.
Dad, you light the fire.
Yi Xian looked at Yifeng and then carried the fat hair to the side. I'll go process the hair.
Good. Ye's father was also in a good mood. His daughter-in-law had changed her address to Mom, so it was only a matter of time before she called him Dad.
Soon, Yi Xian was in the corner of the courtyard, expertly handling the rabbit's fur and entrails, quite the master of the rabbit.
Beichen.
Just then, an old man with a cane came in from outside the courtyard. It was the old village chief, Wang Zhenju, and he was carrying 2 fat fish in his hands.
Hey.
The old village chief saw Yi Xian, who was processing the hair.
Yi Xian, you're good with a knife. Hello, Grandpa Village Chief.
Cici, who was playing with Xiaobai, greeted the old village chief in a sweet voice when she saw him.
Oh, hello, Cici.
The old village chief laughed, and then said, These are the fat fish that have just been caught from the fish pond.
I'll treat you to a feast. Village Chief, you're too kind.
Father Yi quickly stepped forward to take the fish, while inviting them to stay for dinner, as his daughter was grilling fish that day.
The
little girl's eyes twinkled at her grandfather's words. Grandpa Mayor, my dad's grilled fish is super delicious.
That's good.
The old village chief laughed heartily and petted Xiaoxi's head affectionately, then try Xiaoye's cooking.
Come, Meng Yan.
At this time, Yimu placed the grapes she had picked and washed in a fruit bowl. The grapes are sweet.
The old village chief is here too. A happy occasion makes a person feel refreshed.
Yimu was full of enthusiasm, and the old village chief beamed with joy when he saw this and laughed. Beichen, what happy occasion is this that makes you so happy?
Hey.
Ye's father glanced at Ye's mother and then said, Old village chief, it's like this.
A little later.
After hearing Ye's father's explanation, the old village chief smiled happily.
I see.
Then, his gaze fell on Yi Xian, feeling with emotion. It seems that the two of them have a pretty good relationship. After hearing this, Shi Mingyan's face flushed slightly, and she wished she could find a crack to hide in. Her future mother-in-law was just too enthusiastic, and that guy really didn't help her out.
He.
Cici saw how embarrassed his mother-in-law looked and grinned. She's blushing, so embarrassed.
Chapter 40 Beichen and Wanting, you've given birth to a wonderful son.
The barbecue was done with great skill. Soon, the aroma of the barbecued meat filled every corner of the courtyard as various condiments were added. Ye's father and mother couldn't help but swallow their saliva and look at each other, amazed at the level of barbecue.
It smells so good.
Cece's eyes were fixed on the barbecued rabbit and fish, and he couldn't help being greedy.
Xiaoya's cooking skills are really good.
The old village chief couldn't help but have his taste buds opened, but just then, he suddenly blushed and coughed violently.
Cough, cough. Seeing this, Ye's father hurriedly asked with concern, "Is the old village chief okay? Is it his old problem again?"
The old village chief took a deep breath, which slightly calmed him down, but his face was still red, showing that he was clearly not feeling well.
Old village chief, let me take a look.
While talking, Yi Xian put his hand on the old village chief's wrist, but on the other hand, he did not delay the barbecue.
This guy.
Zai Yuanyan looked at this scene and couldn't help but glance at someone.
Barbecuing while seeing a patient at the same time, really? Old village chief, do you have any hidden illnesses? Oh. The old village chief was taken aback by this, and looked at Yi Xian in surprise. Yi Xian, you can diagnose it. You know.
When I was young, many doctors couldn't tell what was wrong, and it was only a famous doctor in the mountains who finally figured it out.
It's just that.
At that time, his illness could only be alleviated, not cured, and since then he has had this chronic problem.
Well, the illness is stubborn, but it can be cured.
After a moment's thought, Yi Xian nodded and said,
What?
Upon hearing this, the old village chief was filled with excitement. Yi Xian, you said that my illness can be cured. No wonder he is so excited. This old illness has been torturing him with extreme pain, especially during the rainy season every year. Yi Xian didn't say much, and directly flipped his hand, taking out a dozen golden needles, which he then swiftly inserted into various acupuncture points on the old village chief's body.
At a certain moment,
the old village chief's face turned red, and then a mouthful of blood sprayed out, mixed with some necrotic internal organs, and even a pungent smell could be smelled.
Is the old village chief okay? Ye's father was shocked and hurriedly helped the old village chief.
Although his son was proficient in acupuncture, if anything really happened to the old village chief, they would be greatly to blame.
Who?
He let out a deep breath, and the old village chief waved his hand. Then, miraculously, his coughing symptoms disappeared, and he could breathe much more smoothly and comfortably than before.
This is amazing.
The old village chief then looked at Yi Xian with a changed expression in his eyes. Is my old problem gone?
What?
Yi Xian's parents were shocked when they heard this, and looked at their son in disbelief.
Is this still the same brat they knew?
Sort of. Yi Xian put away the golden needles, took control of the barbecue, and then said, Mom, go get a piece of paper and a pen so I can write a prescription.
Oh, okay. Looking at the scene, how could Jimu not know what was going on? She didn't dare delay and quickly brought the paper and pen.
Yi Xian casually wrote down a prescription and handed it to the old village chief. The acupuncture just now only removed most of the hidden illness, and to completely eradicate it, it needs to be supplemented with Chinese medicine. After pausing, Yi Xian looked at the old village chief and said, Old village chief, according to this prescription, you can get the medicine once a day.
Within half a month, you will definitely be cured. Guliolu.
The old village chief was extremely excited when he heard this. He knew his own body well, and the fact that his condition was better than ever was the best proof. Yi, your methods are comparable to those of a miracle doctor.
Then, he looked at Ye's parents with envy. Beichen, wanting, you have given birth to a good son. Ha ha.
Ye's father beamed with joy upon hearing this, while Ye's mother waved her hands in disbelief. Hey, it's all because of this brat's hard work.
This. Su Mengyan looked on in awe as she watched the scene unfold. In the blink of an eye, she had cured the old village chief's illness. That guy, his medical skills are so good. Daddy is so amazing.
Cece excitedly clapped her hands in admiration for her father, her eyes full of stars of adoration.
Woof woof.
Xiaobai also let out a happy bark, running around Xiaoxi. The scene was warm and beautiful.
Okay.
Just then, Yi Xian's voice came out, it's time to eat.
Then, Yi Xian's knife danced.
Amidst everyone's amazement, piece after piece of roasted rabbit and fish landed precisely on the plate, as if completing a work of art.
Golden and crispy, tender and juicy. Gulp.
Watching the appetizing and overflowing aroma of the roast meat, it really whets the appetite, and it even feels like you could swallow the plate.
Old village chief, try it.
Father Yi picks up a piece of roast meat and puts it in his mouth. The delicious flavor immediately blossoms on the tip of his tongue, leaving a lasting aftertaste.
Delicious.
The old village chief's eyes shine. This cooking skill is comparable to Ye's medical skill.
There is no doubt.
After a single bite, the old village chief gave his highest praise.
It's delicious.
Cece also tasted the barbecue at this time, and her eyes were narrowed with enjoyment. I knew that Baba was the best. After eating, Ye's father and mother both nodded with emotion.
This brat has hidden it too deeply, and I have previously been a fool. Humph. Let this guy have his moment in the sun.
Su Mengyan took a bite of the delicious roast meat and glanced at a certain guy, murmuring, but the worship and admiration in her beautiful eyes quietly deepened by a point.
There was even a hint of pride. It was as if
this roast meat was not roasted by Yi Xian, but by her, Su Mengyan.
Knock, knock. Just then, a knock came from the door, followed by a voice. Is this Mr. Ye's house? Gulu. After that, the town mayor Zhao Tianlin couldn't help but swallow his saliva.
It was so fragrant that he had no control over himself.
Mayor Zhao.
The old village chief hurriedly got up when he saw Zhao Tianlin approaching. Old village chief, no need for formalities.
Zhao Tianlin didn't dare to be presumptuous.
After all, Mr. Yi had great respect for the old village chief.
So what?
Zhao Tianlin could not take his eyes off the barbecue platter. Mr. Yi, this is the land contract and related certificates for Wenkeo village.
Mengyan, take it.
Yi Xian glanced at Shi Mengyan. After all, the matter of Wenkeo village would be handed over to this girl in the future.
Are you okay?
The sudden words made Shi Mengyan flinch, and then she looked deeply at a certain guy, quite touched.
You know.
This is 500 million yuan, and she just gave it to her like that.
You are Mrs. Yi, right? Zhao Tianlin greeted her very tactfully.
Shi Mengyan's face flushed, and Zhao Tianlin was pleased with himself for being so clever.
Well. Shi Mengyan nodded slightly.
After all, their relationship had been completely established, and the form of address did not hurt.
Oh.
When Ye's father and mother saw this, they looked at each other and could see the joy in their eyes.
The daughter-in-law is not running away. Mayor Zhao, come. Have some barbecue.
Overjoyed, Ye's father handed a plate of barbecue to Mayor Zhao, a move that made the mayor feel flattered.
Take it.
Yi Xian glanced at Mayor Zhao, who hesitantly accepted with both hands. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Cece saw this scene and her mouth curved up at the corners of her lips.
Looking away proudly, she beamed. See, I told you Baba is awesome.